the feel that it is existing, or the that we, if the chair is, you feel a heavy, like weight on that, like it is there, that is coming from ignorance, that because we don't know that it wasn't actually a thing. But then when we keep understanding that, you will still see the chair, you will still touch the chair, but still you don't get that power. And the chair, the perception is still there. So that the relative, the Joel's question, just go back to Joel's question. The relative comes. Okay. As usual, relative starts to talk. Because, some topics that Joel doesn't like. So there are a few aspects to that. So Joel has few topics that he doesn't want to hear. And after listening to Dhamma, that burning is going to go down too. So that relative starts to talk. And you're like, oh my God, then now he's going to talk. But then even that perception will not carry much heavy weight. So you will get the perception that, oh, this person is going to ruin my day to day. But then still, if that is not carrying any weight, you don't feel the burning. So the
Teruvan Saranai, my dear Dhamma friends. As usual, I welcome you all to this Buddothpado sermons, the forum. So, first of all, I would like to pay my humble worship to our spiritual guide, Buddothpado, R.N. Mahanse. So, we have been discussing, we have been talking about the true Dhamma that has been revealed by Lord Buddha into the world. So we had certain questions, we had certain doubts in the past whether we are listening to the exact Dhamma that has been revealed by Lord Buddha or not. So now we have cleared up almost all our doubts after listening to these Buddothpado sermons, because through these Buddothpado sermons, pure truth is revealed. So now it has surfacing. The true truth has been surfacing. So we have to be very thankful to our Reverend Buddothpado R.N. Mahanse to bringing up this hidden truth back again to the modern world, today's world. So we are set of luckiest group of people in this world who could listen to this pure truth. So we are very fortunate actually to listen these Buddothpado sermons because it reveals the exact truth that was revealed by Lord Buddha about 2600 years back. So there is no doubt in it. So how we say confidently that we are listening to the exact message which was delivered by Lord Buddha, just because after listening this Dhamma, you start to feel that thing. The feeling that you gain after realizing this Dhamma cannot deny, cannot say no, because you feel this truth. So the truth is something to be felt. It is not it is not a thing to be known. That is why Lord Buddha said, come and Lord Buddha invited people to come and have a look. So if it suits to you, you just grab it. Otherwise, leave it alone. So don't don't put this Dhamma to aside without knowing what it is. What I ask you to do, come and have a look. So sure, if you understand this Dhamma properly, that means surely you start to feel this Dhamma. So if when you start to feel this Dhamma, nobody can ever say this is not the Dhamma that has been said by Lord Buddha, because you start to feel that feeling, the feel of the truth. So no one can say no for that. So this is the why the open invitation has been put forward by Lord Buddha to come and see Eva Balava in Sinhala. Come and have a look. So this invitation, this open invitation is today also valid, because irrespective of the cultural background that you are in, irrespective of the religious background that you are in, all are invited to come and see. So with that intention, Buddothpado sermons are broadcasting live in this PeoTV Zoom channel every day, 24/7. Basis. So if you turn on your mobile, if you tune your mobile to that Zoom discussions. So you will be able to listen these Buddhotpada sermons any day, any time in English language. So as Sri Lankans, our native language is Sinhala. So there are 3 channels for them to listen this Dhamma. So all these 3 channels, they are broadcasting this Buddhotpada sermons in Sinhala language 24/7. For the people who can understand Sinhala, there are plenty of ways to listen this Dhamma or to take part in this discussion. But for the English speaking community, you have only one channel, that is one and only channel, that is the Buddothpado PeoTV Zoom channel. So you are invited, you are welcome to join with these Buddothpado sermons in the future as well. And also in this particular YouTube channel, so you can listen our previous explanation, previous sermons as well. So you are invited to visit this channel, and please subscribe this channel, and you will get this notification of the newly uploaded sermons, of about the newly uploaded sermons. So it is there for you. It is it is a golden opportunity for you all, just because you are hearing, you are listening through these Buddha sermons, the absolute truth. The very similar message that was delivered by Lord Buddha about 2000 years back. So you are so fortunate. So you are, yes. And other than that, if you can join this Zoom link within 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. in Sri Lankan time, you can ask. You have the opportunity to raise your question and ask your question directly from the people who are experiencing this Dhamma. So sometimes Buddhotpada Aryan, he himself come and try to resolve these questions which are raised by the people around the world. So it is a very rare kind of opportunity that you have. Please remember the time slot, and feel free to join within that particular time period. I'm telling it again, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. in Sri Lankan time. So you have the opportunity to join and ask questions from the followers or experienced followers, or directly from the Buddhotpada Aryan, and you will get proper answers for these questions that you have. So it is also an open kind of discussions that we put forward for you we put forward. So yes, so these are the things related to the Buddhotpada sermons, right? Anyway, so we have been discussing, and also through the whatever the sermons that is delivered as Buddhotpada sermon. So it includes only one message. What is that message? The message of Nisato Nijivo Sunyo message. So what does that mean? Nisato means there is no living being here. Nijivo, what is that? There is no so-called consciousness thing is found here. What is third one? Sunya means only the emptiness. So this emptiness is not the exact emptiness that is described by a person who is in the conventional world. So if you happen to describe the emptiness, you will get a mental picture that there is nothing, the empty kind of a feeling, the empty space, empty mind without thoughts. So likewise, you will get a certain kind of a mental picture if I tell the word empty. But that is not the emptiness that is achieved once you realize this Dhamma. So in that particular state, in that particular emptiness, you will have everything. But what is going to be empty? The self will be no longer there. Yourself will be no longer there in that particular emptiness. So rest of the things will be there, but self will be lost. That is the emptiness that you would achieve after realizing this Dhamma. That's why Lord Buddha said, the state of no soul with the extreme state of a noble state of emptiness. That emptiness is achieved only through the getting rid of from yourself. So the getting rid of self is not very easy. So you would ask, how I get rid of myself? I'm living now. So I have certain feelings. So I have tomorrow plans. I have plans for the tomorrow, and I have past memories. So in all these places, I am the one who is repressed, coming forward every time. So the I'm feeling hungry now. So I have a terrible headache. So I have pain in my hand. So how do you say that? How do you get rid of from yourself? So everything is felt to me. But what Lord Buddha said is, I am not taking away. I'm I'm not uh, taking away your pains and aches and everything. I'm only showing you the guide. I'm only showing you the uh, path or direction to get away from the self. So the pains, aches, plans, hopes, all the things would be there as it was, as they were. But only thing what I can help you out is by picking up yourself from from those instances. Wow, what the Dhamma is it? So you will lose yourself. What Lord Buddha said is, I can help you out. I can show you the path. How you get away from yourself. So I can show you the path, but you have to accept my directions first, and you have to walk along the path on your own until the until you receive your ultimate goal. What would be your ultimate goal? The getting rid of from yourself. Wow. So have you ever thought such kind of a thing had been told by Lord Buddha? Yes, of course. But you might be thinking, so so far I have been hearing uh, some kind of other practices as Buddhism. So I offered flowers. I went to temple. I offered flowers and uh, oil lamps to the Buddha statues and trees and all these things. So I gave alms to the poor people, um, and I did refrain from stealing from the others. So those things I practiced. So I thought that is the Buddhism. So that's why I kept on practicing them. So I thought you will say those things. I thought it will collect me more merits by doing so. So I try to uh, refrain. I tried to refrain uh, doing harm for the others as much as I can. So by doing so, I thought more merits would collect into me, into my back. So then I thought it will bring good results for me in the future, as well as in my next births as well. So why did I do so? Because I thought that is the Buddhism. I thought that was the message that was given by Lord Buddha. But through the Buddothpado sermons, it tells something totally different. It doesn't take these through these Buddothpado sermons, nobody talks about these meritorious things and doing good things, refrain from doing bad things. Nobody tells those things. So they never ask through these Buddothpado sermons, never encourage to do meditations and all these things, especially the concentration meditation. So, but people who follow these Buddhottpada sermons only say, try to understand who you are. That is the message that was given by Lord Buddha. The rest of the things that you have been doing are the things that have been doing for several thousand years, even before the Buddha was born. The Diganta fellows were doing those things even at the period of Buddha became to the world. So what is the purpose of continuing doing these things after hearing Buddha's message even? But still, this is the pathetic situation that we face nowadays. The Reverend Theros and the other people who known to be Buddhists, they keep on telling these things. Do meritorious things, give alms, refrain from stealing money from things from your neighbors and the other people, and uh, 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 try to stay away from killing animals and all these things. They think these are These have been told by Lord Buddha. This is not the Buddhism. Those are just practices that they, from those practices the society will be benefited. So because no one, if no one steals in this that particular community, so everybody will be happy right now. Happy, isn't it? And also, if no one going to kill the people or animal, so animal and the people can live peacefully in this world. So it is these practices are good practices actually to live in a peaceful community. That is good. Those things are good. But that is not the message of Lord Buddha. Lord Buddha had revealed something that was not there in that particular time period. A brand new kind of concepts. He brought about a brand new kind of concept. That concept is known as dependent origination Dhamma. Kinchanam Dhammam Vadeti. Lord Buddha asked his followers, Kinchanamanam. So what is known as Dhamma? That is the meaning of this Kinchanamanam Dhammam Vadeti. The definition of Dhamma, or what is meant by Dhamma, is none other than the dependent origination Dhamma. But you are thinking, Lord Buddha has told to collect more merits, that do good things into the world. No. Buddha also said that to the people who are coming from the mundane world. But if you want to be on the step into the noble path, you have to understand the pure Dhamma. What is pure Dhamma? None other than the dependent origination Dhamma. In this dependent origination Dhamma, it does not talk about this meritorious, doing meritorious things or doing concentration meditation and so on. So on. Through this dependent origination Dhamma, Lord Buddha came up with a brand new concept that is known as explanation of skandha, or explanation of aggregates. So that is the Dhamma. So you can't ever become a Buddhist unless you realize this explanation of skandha. So you think that you will become a Buddhist if you do good things, if you adhere to the 5 precepts, if you follow this if you follow these today's practicing customs and all these things as Buddhists. But so this is the point, that today's Buddhist, so-called Buddhist, this is the point that all the Buddhists in the today's world have gone wrong. They caught this these Niganta concepts as the real Buddhism. But real Buddhism is only found in this dependent origination Dhamma, or the explanation of Skandha. So if you could realize this explanation of Skandha, that is the only way that you can become a Buddhist. So in that point, your religion, your culture don't matter. Anybody who understands that thing, he himself become a Buddhist. So what is that? What Kinchanam Dhamma Vaditi? The Paticcasamuppada Dhamma is Dhamma. So Paticcasamuppada Dhamma means the dependent origination Dhamma. It explains this skandha or 5 aggregates. So what are those 5 aggregates? That is the question. Form, name, perception, sankhara, and consciousness. So it goes it comes one after another. So form and name, what are these form and names? In Pali it is known as Nama Rupa. So whenever there's certain kind of a collision happen, so we can't assign a place for that. Just try to understand without assigning proper place for this this collision. So if there is certain kind of a collision takes place somewhere, in that particular place there will be certain kind of a energy will be developed. So how this amount of energy being developed as a result of formation of 2 different endings. So what are these 2 different endings? It's just like this. So in the red wire, you usually it is usually is known as positive wire. The blue wire usually we name it negative wire. So when these endings become closer each other, what will happen? A spark will be generated. A spark will burst. A kind of a burst happen. So that will create certain kind of a spark. So that is the initial collision that is happening. So in that particular spark, you can see a light. And also at the same time, you can hear some small, tiny sparkling noise as well. And at the same time, you feel the smell, a rusty or roasty smell. And at the same time, if you touch those endings, you feel some sort of a heat there. So if you put if you taste it from your tip of the tongue, you also feel taste some sort of a taste sensation. So one single collision generated all these kind of different perceptions. See, the same thing happens in this antariksha as well. So antariksha means you can you can assign anywhere for that. in somewhere is some kind of an in some kind of a collision takes place in that particular place, all these perceptions would be generated. Not all, at least few. So just imagine, just think. So one collision could generate a certain visual perception. So if it keeps on going, happening again and again, what will happen? A sustainable light will be generated. So at the same time, if it going to be happening again and again, so I'm talking about this collision, this approximation of two different endings. So if it going to be happening again and again, the sound you heard from that initial collision would remain a longer period. The same thing happened to the rest of the other perceptions as well. So that is the first one. So the first the perception is the signal, or the third thing, what is called the sanya, perception. The way you felt, way you saw the spark is a perception. So you saw the spark as a light. So if you don't see the light at that particular incident, so you haven't seen your vision has not been taken place. So you haven't seen anything. Because you saw that spark, you will say that collision made me to see certain kind of a light. So that is the way how your vision takes place. So in that particular same spark, you could hear a sound. So when the sound comes, that is the point where your audible perception got created. It means the hearing took place. The same spark, right? The same principle is valid for the rest of the other perceptions as well. As I said earlier, the temperature, the heat you felt after touching that. So that is the point where your the heat perception, the temperature perception of the temperature got originated in the same spark. So what was the underlying cause for that? Due to the formation of two different ends. So whenever there are two different ends have been formed, negative and positive, so when they become together, when they uh, uh, approximate each other, what will happen? A collision would take place. That collision would give rise to different kind of perceptions. So if you are a human, you will get those 5 different perceptions. So within that same collision, so if it is pursued by some other animal, it may perceive it as this collision as different way. So it might be generating some sort of infrared waves. So as we don't have those kind of receptors, we couldn't see that infrared waves. But if that particular scene was seen by a bat, he could see, he could have seen the infrared light that was emitting through that particular collision. The same vibration, same collision. So that is well explained. That is the initial thing that has been explained through this skandha explanation. Whenever there are two different endings have been formed, as a result of the collision of these two ends, there will be certain kind of energy amount is generated. So as it keeps on um, happening again and again, due to the recurrent action of the same collision, so it will contribute to generate much power within that. So that power is capable of keep that reaction going forward. So same thing happens in your faculties as well. So what are those faculties we have? Eye, nose, tongue, nose, and skin sensor. So same thing happens there as well. So whenever there are perceptions have been formed, we could see the light, we could hear the sound, we could feel the warmth or the temperature, or we could feel the pressure sensation of pain. Likewise, we just give certain names for these perceptions. But what is the underlying cause behind the initial collision? So that can be explained as a vibration, the initial vibration. So that initial vibration, the energy that is generated after formation of this initial vibration, it will give rise to more and more subsequent vibration as well. So that is the nature of the senses. So that is known as these taints or sastraviya nature. The taints, it is known as taint. This ability to generate more and more subsequent vibrations is known as taints. It is some sort of a characteristic which is there inherently in the senses. So it does not stop producing one single spark. It keeps on happening. It makes it to happen again and again. So this repetitive action would create some sort of a bigger amount of power within it. That power is capable of giving you some sort of a feel. So that feel is brought about from that initial collision by itself. You didn't involve in that, or someone else didn't involve in that. It happened automatically. Why is that? With the initial collision. So as it happened, due to the nature of the senses, so it continues to happen again and again. That repetitive action would produce more and more power. So that power would give certain kind of a feel. That feel makes someone to feel this perception as a real thing. This is the most important part here. The particular feel is able to give a certain feeling of the existence of particular perception. So from that, the the living being who is behind everything will be felt this light as a real existing thing, and also the audible sound that he or she heard as a real thing. So taste that he felt as a real thing, because it kept on creating subsequent um, collisions again and again, or subsequent vibrations again and again. Repetitive vibration will take place. That repetitive vibration would bring about more energy. So that energy is capable of giving certain kind of a feel. That feel is felt as a sustainable thing. So what is the sustainable thing that is felt? We took it. We used to take this perception as this sustainable thing. Actually, the perception is not a real thing. It is just a projection. So what is the projection? So the underlying the mechanism, the causative factor for that particular projection is the collision or the initial vibration. So initial vibration uh, made certain kind of a projection. That projection may be in the form of light, auditory perception, taste perception, smell perception, or the temperature or pain perception. So as it keep on coming again and again, or repetitive action of this same collision, you tend to feel this projection as a real kind of a thing. For neither you did it, no one didn't create it as well. So that was the nature. And as it keep on coming again and again, that is known as sankhara, the fourth one. So you feel that this particular perception as a real perception. So it contributes to feel you some sort of a conscious feel. This is the consciousness, the fifth one. So as you feel this light is as real, you deduce that you have certain kind of a consciousness. Because of my consciousness, because I am conscious, that's why I am seeing this light. That's why the dead body can't see, this cadaver can't see the light. But I have same organs. This dead body also has same organs, but this dead body can't see the light. If I project some light to its eye, but I can see the light. Why is this difference? Same organs, same mechanism, but because I am conscious, I see the light. Because this man is unconscious, this man can't see the light. So actually this consciousness has been brought about by the initial collision by itself. So you think that as you are having this consciousness, would see you are seeing this light, but that is not the proper mechanism that is going on in the nature. The nature creates the feel first. That feeling kept on coming again and again. It is subjected to sankhara, the volitional formations. So due to the repetitive action of the initial perception, you tend to feel it as a real kind of a perception. For that you name called consciousness. But the consciousness had not been there in the nature. But now you think that you have a certain consciousness. That's why you are seeing this light. But it is not a truth. So that is the initial thing. That is the basis for this entire Dhamma. Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vijnana. Rupa means Rupane. Rupane means what is that? The projection that has been taken place as a result of the initial collision. That is the Rupa. What is the name? Name is the initial kind of a feel. There's a spark, the feeling of the spark, the one vibration. So as it keep on coming again and again due to the sankhara or the volitional formation, you tend to feel it is real. It has a real thing. The perception you tend to feel as a real thing. So now also you tend to feel that you are listening to some sort of a voice. So nobody can't deny that you can't hear these things. You can hear these things because you might be thinking that because you are alive, because you are conscious, that's why you are hearing this Dhamma. But it is not the truth. According to the Lord Buddha, this consciousness is brought about due to the action that has been happening in this antariksha. What is this antariksha? You can't assign a place for that. If somewhere some sort of an collision has been taking place, or for that particular collision, we also use the word vibration. Whenever there is a vibration is happening, generation of some amount of energy is inevitable. So as it has a tendency to give rise to more and more subsequent vibration, it keeps on generating more and more power in it. So what will happen? So the projection that had been taken as a result of that initial vibration, we tend to feel as a sustaining kind of perception. So that, and also due to the power that has been generated after forming volitional formations, so we tend to feel that particular perception as a real thing. That is the reason why we see this light as a real thing. That is the reason why that you hear these voices or noises as real things. So you mistakenly take it as just because of the consciousness, you tend to hear and see everything. That is the place where you went wrong. You thought that you have a certain kind of a consciousness. Because of that, you tend to feel whatever the things around this world. But it should be the other way around. So this is the core of truth. This is the core of Buddhism. Buddhism in this, anywhere in this truth, anywhere in this pure Buddhism, it doesn't talk about giving alms, following 5 precepts. So, um, uh, leading a good life. So uh, these are the things that have been added in the later stages. So it is, they are not, they do not represent the core, the essence of real Buddhism. Essence of real Buddhism is there in the explanation of skandha. So if you could understand this skandha, explanation of skandha, that is the most important thing. So Selataraniya once said, Nahidam parakatam bimban, nahidam parakatang agang. What does that mean? This perception has not been created by anybody else, neither by you. So if there is certain kind of a perception that has not been created by you, that is the nature of the, that is the way how the nature behaves. It happens into a certain system. So the consciousness, the so-called consciousness that is brought about as a result of the initial vibration is not because of you. That is the way how the nature rolls out. It is just a result only. It is just a result only. The result of the previous the processes that had been growing earlier, happening earlier in this nature. That is the system. So you have to understand this system first. So-called consciousness is not belong to anyone else. So then what happens? So all these perception which meant to be real for us now merge each other. Then what will happen? The magical thing happens now. What is that? After amalgamation, what will happen? After combination of all these things, the so-called worldly objects get created. So the phone that you are holding right now in your hand is a mixture of all these perceptions. Just analyze and see. It's not very difficult for you to understand. You feel the firmness of the hardness of the phone. So how you could feel, how you feel it through your skin sensor. So if your skin goes numb, do you feel this hardness? No, no way. So your that perception should be there in order to feel the firmness of your mobile phone. And also you at the same time you also feel, you hear some sort of a audible sound which is coming from that mobile phone. If you are a receptor of the um, ear sensor has been lost, what will happen? Do you hear those things? Those things? No. So just because you are having certain kind of a mechanism to generate or produce some sort of audible sound, you can hear this sound. So likewise, you can see the picture of this YouTube or Zoom discussion through your phone. So in the absence of an eye, would you be able to see this? No. So if some other animal could see the same, just imagine and see. So the pet dog nearby, sitting nearby to you, is it see the same kind of a picture that is there in the phone? No. His world is only black and white. He doesn't see. It doesn't see these vibrant colors. He only sees this picture as a black and white picture. Or some animals are there who can't see this light. So they, in that, if you try to understand these things from their perspective, they can't see anything in that particular picture. They don't recognize it as a picture even. They don't see anything at all. So for them, their world is very different from your world because they don't hear anything, they don't see anything, at the same time, they don't feel anything. So you are the one who is telling that you are holding a mobile phone. Why is that? Because your sensory receptors collectively created certain kind of a hard object which plays audible sounds with the visual presentations. But for another kind of an animal, it it doesn't see anything at all. So the world that they see, or the world that you see, what is the real world? So can you imagine the world that you are perceiving and the world that these kind of animals that they perceive? What is the correct world? What is the actual world? You can't give a proper answer. So if you ask one of these animals, they will see, no, they will tell, the world we are living is the real world. And you are telling, as a human being, no, no. As we feel this, as we hear this sound, so this sound is a real sound. This picture is a real picture. this solidity that I feel is a real thing. So because you are a human being, you are, as a result of that, you are having certain five senses. You are telling this world is a real world, but the animal who don't have these kind of receptors, they still manage to live in the same world, but they don't see or they don't hear any of these perceptions. But they also live as human beings. They raise kids, they go for hunting, they eat, they defecate, they reproduce. Same thing they do as human beings. But we are telling, we are in the BC, everything in the world. The other animals don't see the world as we see. Yes, that is true. So just so some animals may be there, they might be feeling this gravitational power. But unfortunately, do you feel the gravitational power? No. So because that you are not having this kind of a receptor, just because that you are not having this receptor, can you ever say that there is no such a thing called gravitational power? But there may be certain animals that could visualize those that they could visualize this gravitational power. We don't know. So their world might be different, totally different from ours. So just imagine if if some animals could see the X-rays or infrareds only. So their world must be far different from ours. So the world what we can confirm with these things, the world we are living is not the actual world. So we don't have certain um, adapted senses to perceive all these perceptions in this world. Actually, we are dealing with the entities or objects that have been created with the help of our five senses. We only deal with these things. But there are certain animals, they have more number of senses. So their world must be very different from ours. So that's why Lord Buddha said, Salayatana loko loko. You are living in a world that has been created with the help of your own senses. Your senses would collectively created a world for you. So you tend to live thinking that that particular world is a real thing. You just think. So in that same world, you yourself also live happily there. So your figure, your appearance, your look had also got captured from same kind of sensor. So your eyes created your own figure. But in a reptile, it will see you as a mm, red ball or something, because it only feels the temperature difference. of the animal bodies. So it might be seen as a red glow, red glare. So what they see, so do they see the real thing? Are we seeing the real self? Who knows? So what you see as yourself is not a real thing. It has been created with your eye sensors. The capability of your eye sensor would define the figure that you see. So that's why Lord Buddha said, Chitte niyati loko. So you are thinking, this is my figure, this is my appearance. I'm 5 feet 6 inches tall. My hair is gray. I'm a dark guy. So all these things are there as thoughts in your mind. You are thinking. You are thinking this light as a real thing. And you are thinking that you are also a real thing. But you don't know the truth. You have been living in a world that has been created with those thoughts. So so the phone that you are holding right now with your right hand is a thought. The right hand is a thought, phone that is a thought. Uh, the sound is another kind of a perception. Light is another perception. So all these things getting combined to formulate the worldly entities for you. So you are, as you are not knowing the truth, you tend to believe these things as real things. So you have been living maybe 20, 25 or 30 years thinking this world as real world. But even it's heartbreaking, but we must say, you have been living in a world which is not true. So, in other words, you have been living in an illusionary world. The rest of the animals are also living in an illusionary world. So, what you see through the mirror as your own reflection, it is also made with the help of your own senses. The capabilities of your senses would define the image that is formed. So when you grow older, you can't see properly as you saw in the early stages of life. So the figure that you see as you now has been changed because the capabilities of the uh, eye sensor now weakened. So, but you still think that is you. So that makes you to bring a certain feel of a feel of a self, an existing self. So you tend to feel that as you care. So as I said earlier, as you tend to feel these perceptions as real perceptions, after combining those perceptions, the formed objects also gives a certain feeling of existence. So the chair that is in front of you had been created with after combining all these senses, all these perceptions. But after combination of all these senses, it gives a certain feel of existence feel in it. So we tend to feel this chair is a real kind of object. That's why we can touch it. But touch sensor made us to feel its consistency. So as it kept on coming again and again, we felt that touch is a real kind of a feeling. That is the underlying mechanism that took place. But we take it in the other way around. We take it just because we are conscious, we do feel the chair as a real object. But the reality is other way around. As we felt it is a real kind of a object, invariably, involuntary, a self who has been perceiving this real object gets created. That is the way how you have been formed. The feel of self has been established in that way. What happens next? That particular feel gets combined with the figure that you saw through the mirror. Then very nice thing happens. That is me. So from that day onwards, you start to tell, am I the one who felt the solidity of this chair? Am I the one who is sitting on this chair? Wow. See into what extent that your senses have cheated you. This is some sort of a mental twist. You have been deceived by your own senses. So from this explanation of Skanda, Lord Buddha clearly explained this. Lord Buddha tried to untangle this mess by establishing certain kind of a concept. This concept is known as Skanda, explanation of Skanda. These Skandas clearly explain how this consciousness has been brought about. Nahidam bimbam, nahidam parakatam bim, nahidam. I can't remember that thing. This consciousness had not been brought about by anybody else, neither by you. It is a thing that has been created or originated as a result of series of happenings in the nature. It happens into a certain system. So you yourself has been formed as a result of these ongoing processes. This process is known as skanda, formation of skanda. Actually, it explains how your senses have been formed. So what you have to realize, what you have to understand is the formation of the mechanism of which your senses have been formed. So with that understanding, if you escalate and see whether yourself is a real thing or not, so you will find there the so-called self would be not there actually. Due to this interplay between happening among these senses, a self kind of a field gets created. without intervention of anybody else. So that is the nature how it rolls out. So you can't find a self anywhere. So you have been deceived by your own senses for such a long period. But from today onwards, your understanding would be uh, get into a certain direction, would be directed towards a certain direction. So from today onwards, you will perceive this real, the so-called world as a not the unrealistic nature of the world, actually. So you yourself is also become a part of this unrealistic world. So you are seeing your own illusion. You are seeing just like a movie which is telecasting in the which is um, playing in a TV screen. Though in that TV screen, when it is turned off, nothing will be there. So once it turned on, only you can see the movie. So likewise, if you keep on watching this illusionary world, this mirage will be a real thing for you. So once you become into a certain understanding or this realization, you can turn off this switch. So then, of course, your understanding make you to get away from this illusion. That doesn't mean that illusion, the creation of the illusion would stop. No, as your senses keep on functioning, so the illusion will be produced, will be the movie will be uh, playing in your uh, world. But with the understanding, you get to know that there is no such a movie, real kind of a movie. So that sort of a liberation that you can achieve with this understanding of Dhamma, with this understanding of Patisamuppada, with this understanding of Skandha explanation, with this understanding of dependent origination Dhamma. Dhammang vinanatti pitacha mata, that is known as, so everywhere this Dhamma can be applied. So even into your mother, even into your father, even into your internal relationships with your families. So everything can be explained through the Dhamma. All the things have been built with these perceptions. So you have been dealing with perceptions, making this perception as real. But these are just perceptions. Now you know how these perceptions got created. So it has been created. They got created as a result of the initial vibration or the initial collision. So yo bante viditva the maturaj napasute. So that means if someone who is could able to understand this particular truth or this particular initial collision, that is the person, that one is the person who becomes the noble, that would become an arya. So you won't be able, so you will not be deceived by your own senses anymore. So you just keep watching. That's only. The suffer, happiness, the craving, all these things will be there in this movie, in this illusion. So let it be there. But you are not engaged in that, because now you know that yourself is also a part of that, the same movie. So you are not worried anymore. Whatever the things happen to you, now you know there is no kind of real person here. So if there, with that understanding, if some pain is coming from your right hand, would you tell, would you suffer from that? No, because you know definitely there is no person to suffer here. But pain would be there in your hand, but it's okay. So no worries, because there's no one to worry there. There's no one to suffer there, because you know the way you have been, you got created. This is the nature. Nature wants this to happen, but you do not get deceived from that. The nature can't trick you anymore. So that is the point where you got the true liberation, where you get the true liberation from your own mind. So mind creates the illusion. So you now attain into the animitta cheto vimutti state, true liberation from mind. It is the nibbana. So in that state of nibbana, you will be having a blissful feel. That be the that would be the ultimate pleasure, or the feel that you gain after realizing this Dhamma. So I think we have, yes, oh my God, it is almost 10:24, so I must uh, conclude today's explanation. So we can talk further tomorrow. So until then, good night, and Therwan Sannai to all of you. Thank you for listening.
No, I didn't notice her there.
Okay, maybe we'll start, and if she
Okay.
comes, we can.
Yes,
So,
excuse me. Yeah, Doctor. She is unable to come today for the Zoom meeting. Yeah, she's having to visit
okay.
at the
Okay.
center. Yeah, yeah. Terasa
Terasana,
Terasana.
we'll worship Paramanse, and yeah, Dr. Sakundala, you can do the starting point. We'll continue the discussion after that.
Okay. Thiruvan Saranai, we worship Aryan Mahanse at his feet, Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa, and we welcome all of you who have joined the English Zoom discussion. Thiruvan Saranai, may you be blessed by Triple Gem. So it's our regular daily English Zoom discussion, and we are explaining and we are trying to discuss the true Buddha teachings, which has been disclosed 2,600 years ago. And our noble friend R.N. Mahansi has explained most of those facts which were hidden actually for some time. And also the influence of some other teachings from the other religions have also made some sort of alterations of the initial Buddhist teaching. So now we are listening to the true facts which are revealed according to the Sutra Deshana. Sutra Deshana were the Pali discussions or the Pali teachings done by Lord Buddha. So we are starting with the simple things. We were talking about how the thoughts are formed and the nature of this mind. Mind means just a flow of thoughts, very fast flow of thoughts. But the in the mundane world, or we were under the impression that thought is something solid, which is uh, persisting, or which was there in the past and which is there now, and also which is going to last in the future also. But now we know that it's just a flow of thoughts, and each thought is a collective collection, or each thought is an aggregation of the sensor input. The sensors, there are 5 main sensors: the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin. So these sensors are continuously functioning, and there is input, or there is some creations, or depending on the sensor, it will be a shape, it will be a sound, a taste, smell, or warm, cold, and hard feeling. So this is what we are trying to understand now. The thoughts are not something controllable, because there is a continuous production of thoughts. So therefore, like what is taught in concentration meditation, we are not trying to suppress the thoughts. We are trying to understand what this thought is and what is this process. When you understand this process of thoughts, then it's very clear that there is no person doing this process. There is no ownership. And when you understand this process, when the system understands this process, uh, the the relaxed feeling or the light feeling automatically comes, because there is no because always when there are thoughts, it's very heavy and it's very stressful, and it's a kind of a pressure. So if there is no way of stopping these thoughts, only way is to find out how it is formed, what is this mechanism. And when you understand the mechanism, like you finding out the tricks of the magician, the the heavy feeling or that value which was given to the thoughts automatically gets dissolved little by little. So that is what we are trying to understand. And I think the last 2 days we were just briefly talking about the radiant mind of the little baby who has only the sensor function, but there are no thoughts formed. But as a part of the natural phenomenon, these sensor functions get together to form thoughts little by little when the child grows. So this is a process again. There is no way of stopping this. And when you understand this mechanism and when you realize that there is no one doing, the label that was attached automatically as myself, me doing, and my things, mine, that label gets off from this system. So that is where you enjoy, actually, the word you enjoy, or experience the life in a very relaxed manner. So when you understand this true Dhamma, there is no change at all in the way that the person is dealing with the rest of the society. You will be doing the same things. You can have the same responsibilities, and whether you are studying or you are working, whichever, you can continue in a much, much better way, in a much more relaxed manner. So that is just basically what we are trying to understand. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, and we can start the discussion.
So anyone can ask a question. If Joel has any question, he can ask as well.
My question is, Doctor, I was reading about this Raga, Dvesha, and Moha.
Yeah.
So my question is,
the craving. What is
anger,
Dvesha.
anger,
Actually,
anger.
There's another word. Aversion or no?
Aversion and anger. Anger.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And
And delusion.
I want to ask, I was just thinking, whereas when we ignore, that is Moha. When we ignore Raga and Dvesha, is where the I component come in. Is it so?
Actually, I component is Raga, Dvesha, Moha. So just try and see whether you can get this. So the burning is the I component, or me. We'll take it as me, because when we say I, it can be the visual I too, like the E by E. But what we are trying to say is that me feeling, or feeling as a self, is actually that burning. That burning we have categorized in such ways. So the clinging is also a kind of burning. Anger or aversion is also kind of burning. And delusion, it's not very evident, but it is also kind of burning, because delusion is the underlying reason. And even though there is no like big major anger, major craving, still if there's a delusion or like kind of ravatima. What is ravatima, Surangita? What's the kind of what's a good word for that? Like I mean,
I think it's deluded as well, Dr. Kokila.
Yeah.
Yeah, we deceive maybe.
Deceived. Yeah, kind of that.
We deceive ourselves to think that there is a self here.
Yeah, even that is a burning. And all these are kind of that. But the point here is that is me. There's no separate me. So what we call of this, that you said me component is actually this burning, and burning is just categorized. That's all. This is all words. So there's nothing, it's not a big thing, but what we understand is here is this burning is what we believe as self. That's how the self view has come. Why we believe that there is a self is there's a change here in this system. So we feel that if there is a burning or any change in this system, that has to be me. So that's how the self view comes. But actually, what is happening here is due to the misunderstanding of that this the sensory organs is actually holded so like someone is actually holding the sensory organs. Because of that view that we feel that I am burning. That's actually a misnomer. Like it's not the thing. Actually, this burning is the what we actually started to believe that there is a self is the reason that there is a burning. So this burning collectively we call burning, but we can separate them as craving and anger and delusion. That's how it is, isn't it? Do you have a better like version of Suranka? Do you have anything to add to that?
That's fine, Dr. Popila. I think why we discussed it, maybe Sudharma or somebody asked a question maybe about a week or so ago about equanimity, I think, as well. We linked that to moha and delusion. So even if we say, for example, that, if you go to a forest and say, oh, I'm fine, nothing bothers me, or I don't have a big craving for anything, or, that kind of thing.
But you still feel alive.
Yeah, exactly.
You're fearful of death. That's what actually in the last bit when Narayan Vanse joined, I think that was like a very strong statement what he made, because if you feel alive, you're fearful of death. That's 100%. So this alive feel is actually alive feel. The extremes are raga and dvesha, which is craving and anger. But actually, the delusion part is always there because we are actually deceived, and that in the feel of, because there's always chance of getting angry or getting craving if there's underlying alive feel. So the alive feel is also something we can actually get rid of. That is the people might feel really, like, oh, really, kind of thing. But it is true, and you can feel it. You can feel it one day, and also when imagine one stimulus, whatever thought, if it was not a thing, then if you feel the liberation from mind, you can feel the power, and also you can feel the sensation, whatever that sensory organ function without that power. So this power, or the burning, or we call it raga dvesha moha, but whatever the words you use, this tanha, another word that will come in the books, tanha, that is again it has a deeper meaning, because tanha is again that power that we feel, extra power that we have, which can grow into anything. You can kill someone with that, you can hurt someone with that, you can blame someone with that, you can cry with that, you can have fear with that. So all these associations are with the self vibration. Without the self vibration, that's like another level of it's just another level. Anything else, Joel? Did you kind of get it?
Yes, doctor. And you were saying about this vibrations, eye vibration, mind vibration, or fire, or whatever you were saying. No?
No,
Fire?
no. I, in the sense, are you talking about the
Senses.
asa?
As
Asa
a
means,
sensor.
yeah, that I. Okay, now I have to
Yeah.
be clear here because word I brings so many complications. So if you are talking about the eye sensor, where when we see the light, that vibration is different. This power is different. So that's what he was trying to say. So because an arahant or Lord Buddha, we can take as an example, an arahant or who has felt this truth and who has become that truth will still see, will still feel, will still hear, but that power is not there. That's what he was trying to say. So the alive feel is not there, but all the sensory functions are there. Nothing happens to the sensory functions, and until the last breath they will be working as normal as all good, because we all know that nothing happens, because it's not like having dementia or anything. It's not like having all your abilities are vanishing, nothing like that. So all the functions, all the abilities you have, if you are a mathematician, you will know all about that. If you are a kind of whatever the aspects that you are good at, you will be still good at them. It's just that the burning part will not be there, but the sensory part will be still working. That was the thing that he was trying to say. So you still see, you still hear, you still feel the temperature, solidity, liquidity, you still feel them, you still taste really well, you smell really well. Actually, what happens is you are able to feel them as best as ever, rather than without the burning. That's what he was trying to say, that he was trying to actually clarify or bring it up so that we don't mistakenly say anything, because sometimes we can misunderstand. So does an arahant not feel? No, he feels the best. Actually, he feels everyone. So imagine someone comes to the Zoom and talk, you can feel them. Someone comes and sit down in front of you asking for help, you will feel them. That's how it works, because there is no burning here. You feel everything. Do you get it?
Another question that I was thinking about yesterday when I started to read the book again.
Yeah.
I don't know whether this is out of point, but I just want to ask it because this is a question mark I'm having, because people say this kind of vibration and law of attraction, all these things. What is it all about?
Are you talking about the Western type of thing, the law of attraction?
Yeah, that's a bit confusing. That's why I asked. I don't know whether this question is good for in this forum, but I just wanted to ask, because we are talking about the burning fire and all sensory things. So is it connected or what is it?
Yeah. Okay. So, but I have to get clear, because why I listen to a lot of podcasts. So I'm not sure what you meant by the law of attraction. What did you mean by law of attraction? Because there are so many law of attractions. If you listen to like 10 podcasts, people talk so many various things. So which one were you actually referring to?
Like one thing I heard is like when you think of a thing, for example, if I say I want a ball, right?
Yeah.
And if I think that I have it, I will get it.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's definitely in the section where we try to achieve something. You keep thinking about something, you will keep doing something to get it. So it's like the underlying thing. Imagine, for an example, if if someone is from a family where there is so many hardships, that child will definitely get an idea, okay, my mother, father is suffering, trying to feed us. Okay, if I grow bigger, I'm going to earn some money and be a rich man. So that's the underlying, the kind of idea that he has taken it as true. It's kind of getting stronger and stronger. Whatever they are going to suffer, if mother can't buy ice cream for him, he will be like, oh, here again, if I have money, I'll buy ice cream. You know, that's how it starts. And then it happens again. Then you want a bicycle, but father can't afford it. Then you will be like, oh, I should do something about it. I will earn money, and you know, I can buy all the bicycles for the whole village, kind of thing. So this whatever the way pattern we keep thinking, it is going to manifest. So it's not a big deal. It's the same thing in such a way, like any manifestation is there, but that is all in the aspect of vibration. This is all vibratory stories. So whatever the plan that comes to mind, you know that whenever plan comes to mind, you will subconsciously keep doing stuff for that. Definitely it is going to happen. You imagine you want to buy a house. It is in your mind. It's not superficial. It's not coming up, but it's there. You know it is there. And but you try to save some money, you think about it, but you don't really go ahead and do anything, but you move forward for that. And people say think about it in the morning, think about it at the night, think about it 10 times a day, whatever. It's just, you know, one thought. That's how the even the hatred goes on like that. Imagine you see like the friend in the classroom who bullies you. You keep thinking about that boy, and every day that boy will be like telling something nasty, and this keeps happening. And this is, we call it volitional formation, I think. But I think it is better to understand without these big words, because you can understand day by day the power from that thought is going to get stronger and stronger. And one fine day, this timid boy is going to actually attack that bullying person, because the power that he is gaining from one simple thought, he's bullying me, he's doing the wrong thing, why is he doing to me? Like, it keeps on going. One thought is going to give so much power. That's what actually led you to come to this Zoom meeting, to ask, how do I stop recurrent thoughts? That's what the main question that happened. But you took it in a different way, because you wanted to actually stop that. But in a child or in a person who doesn't know what's happening here, and you know, you will get carried away by that. And one day, you know, some people, they are completely normal, and suddenly they do such a violent thing that you can't even imagine that that person has done such a violent thing. But do you know that it was in his system? It was in his system. He didn't voice it out. He might not voice it out. He might not act on it. But that is how the power is getting complicated and again getting added on. That power is actually coming from the thoughts. It can be a hidden thought. It can be a very overt thought. Very overt thoughts are very easy to tackle. You know, like you know, you will be shouting at them every day. You know that they are angry. But some people are there. They will just keep it like a pressurized pressure cooker, kind of like a pressure cooker. So same thing. It's not quite different to trying to manifest money, trying to manifest whatever, you know. So it's just volitional formation. That is abhisankara. If you find that word in books, it's called abhisankara. So think about it more and more and more and more, and it just starts to manifest. That's how it is. That's how is it John Logie Baird found I think it is him, sorry if I'm wrong, whatever he found, there's so many people who found things. They wanted to keep checking the light, and they wanted to find something to light the evening because it's too dark. And that one thought, he kept doing that. He didn't give up. He kept doing that. And for an example, Lord Buddha is one kind of that too. He never gave up. He was trying to understand end to this suffering, the system of this suffering, how to end this system of suffering. Likewise, yes. So there is this in this human system. It's not much in animals though. Animals, they are this ability of things. That's why the suffering is more in humans. Only humans will attack another part of country or another part of the world. Usually animals, they will attack if they are angry at that point and eat or either, mark the territory, but they're not like planning in such a way. If there is a plan in such a way, it's definitely a human, isn't it? What do you think, Joel?
Yes, Doctor. Thanks for clarifying that. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Anything else, Surangika? Or Sakuntala, in that case? Anyone of you can actually...
There was an Dr. Kokila, even that, the Abhisankarana thing about how it multiplies is also quite apparent in the social media with children, isn't it? The bullying that's happening and how it drives them to suicide.
Yeah. I mean,
So,
anyway, any aspect of...
anything, that's just an extreme example.
Yeah.
But,
yeah, and I have heard just another bullying kind of person keep telling, you're not worthy, you're suitable for dying. It's such a... I don't know how people come out with these words even. I mean, young children. I don't know actually. I can't comprehend how these things, but I'm telling a truth. I'm telling from my own experience of people come and talk to me, and that child came because she was bullied at school, and I asked how, and then there were ideas that one of the other bullying girl was telling that, repeatedly telling that.
Buddothpado, Buddothpado, awakening in silence deep. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, where the mind no longer sleeps. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, breath is soft and flowing free. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, no self remains, just clarity. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, stillness shines like morning light. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, truth appears beyond sight. Buddothpado, 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 awakening, awakening, Buddothpado.
Aryan Mahansa, may I pay homage at your feet. Teruvan Saranai, everyone. Everybody wants to live a happy and contented life, isn't it? But from the day we were born, aren't we suffering? Maybe due to a sickness, maybe due to losing parents, or maybe due to various natural disasters, accidents, maybe loss of legs, hands, and maybe we have to depend on others. So likewise, we face lots of suffering day to day in our life, isn't it? Physically as well as mentally. So we need a way out of suffering. We search for a way out of suffering. Even we are healthy and living a happy life at this moment, a disaster can happen at any time, leaving you physically and mentally unstable, isn't it? For that, we can't implement a time. But always we try to find out a way out of the stress by doing lots of rituals, offering pujas, flowers, worshipping, praying. Yes, but we get some sort of relief. But if someone has wisdom, he will want to find a permanent way out of suffering, isn't it? So we know that Prince Siddhartha has seen these 4 signs: an old man, a sick person, a dead body, and a monk. In other words, impermanence, suffering, death, and a path to liberation. So this has inspired Prince Siddhartha to find the way out of suffering. Don't we see this daily? So even we also see this daily, these signs. But have we even thought of ending the suffering permanently? Even though we see the same 4 signs in everyday life, we see people getting old, relations get sick, they die. Say, as for my own experience, my father was bedridden for 8 years. Though he was a very strong, independent person, ultimately he had to depend on everyone. And he suffered and died. And death, it's something we even don't like to talk about, isn't it? But it is inevitable. So we go to others' funerals. But did we ever thought that someday I will die too. No, we just say then that one is dead. And if we see and if we think almost all the important people we have known are dead. Say the actors, singers, politicians, musicians, presidents, businessmen, doctors, nurses, soldiers, children, friends, parents, pets, monks, they are no longer there, isn't it? Even if we take our own personal lives, people we cared and loved, they are also dead and gone, isn't it? But someone would say, yes, so that is life. Don't worry and don't think about it. But there are some people who are still suffering even after 20, 30 years thinking about their loved ones. Why did this happen to me? This won't happen if my father was there. Oh, I wish my child is here. So we suffer due to a thought. For example, we had lots of disasters in our country, isn't it? We had a war, a tsunami, bomb blasts, earth slips, landslides, floods, droughts. So some happen naturally, say the tsunami, landslides, floods, droughts. But there are man-made things as well, artificially created. So how can a person even think of killing another person or an animal? If we take the war is a creation of the mind, a thought in somebody's mind, isn't it? So what I wanted to highlight is that we suffer due to thoughts. So in the mundane world, everything is happening. Even in Lord Buddha's days, all things were happening. Say Patachara and Kisa Gotami, they suffered due to the loss of their children, husband. Even nowadays, same thing is happening. If we take our life, aren't we a Patachara, a Kisa Gotami, a Kujjuttara, or a Kukkutumitta? So more or less, we have also undergone this suffering, isn't it? So is there a permanent way out of this suffering? If we actually want to get rid of suffering, we should find out how Patachara, Kisa Gotami, has get rid of suffering, isn't it? And not only that, they have become Arahat. They have attained the Arahathood. Say a person who has lost everything goes for a concentration meditation retreat. Then what do you have to do? Then you have to focus on your breathing or focus on something else. This might give you some temporary relief. But say once you come home to the familiar surroundings, the memories will come back definitely. Just like you can't keep a rubber ball underwater. As soon as you release the hand, it will come up, isn't it? So likewise, in concentration meditation, what happens? You suppress the thoughts, but at any moment it can come out. It can come out with anything you see, hear, smell, taste, or feel. But in insight meditation, what happens? You understand how the thoughts are created. And you know how the thoughts are created with sounds and colors. And you know the telepathizing system, how it works. How these past perceptions becomes new perceptions. Say you have lost your husband and the thought of the husband comes repeatedly. And you feel your husband in whatever you see, whatever you hear, smell. So you see him everywhere, you hear him everywhere, you hear his voice. Say when you drink coffee, you might remember that how he liked to drink coffee and how you used to drink coffee with him. Also, when you smell a nice smell, then also you might remember that this is his perfume. So likewise, the thoughts, they become so powerful, so real, and you get physically and mentally weak. Sometimes you don't feel like going out, not to meet friends, not to do anything. Just sit somewhere and suffer and think and suffer. And some go into depression. So this might go on for some time. So you might want to get rid of this suffering and think of going for a retreat. Do some concentration meditation. But what happens as soon as you sit down to do the meditation? The thoughts comes back. It happens naturally from the system. One can't control it or suppress it. So what happens once you return from the meditation? The thoughts might become more powerful. The me is powerful. But Lord Buddha has shown us a way out of suffering by preaching a non-soul Dhamma, a never heard before Dhamma, isn't it? It is the dependent origination Dhamma. So we know that attachments or disattachments gives us the suffering. So how can we get rid of attachments and disattachments? So in 84,000 Dhamma sermons or in Tripitaka, Lord Buddha has shown a way out of suffering. It happened 2,600 years ago. Though it was written in the Tripitaka, there was no one who could read the hidden meaning of it. So it was actually hidden there for a long period until our noble spiritual friend Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa revealed it once again to the world through Dhamma Abhijna. So this is not knowledge. This is not in a book. So Dhamma Abhijna arises when all the sense of self dissolves, which means there is no self. But only Dhamma itself, which is revealed through wisdom. So our noble friend Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa shows how this thought is created and how this suffering is created. If we take this stimulus or the aramuna as real, we have to see this reality, how this illusion is created. So the only path to see this is this insight meditation. So we have to know that everything you see, everything you hear, everything you smell, taste and feel are merely thoughts. Death and birth also are thoughts. So someone can suffer due to thinking that I am going to die, but that's also a thought. So thoughts are different from person to person. If we take animals, various animals have different thoughtful worlds. So we can't say whose world is true, isn't it? Likewise, the world created by senses is not true, because it is a creation due to a speedy vibration. So this cannot be seen through mind, but could be seen through wisdom. So likewise, one can't attain Nibbana through mind, because mind is an illusion, a creation, a sankata. So Lord Buddha has given some examples that rupa, or what is seen, is like a foam bubble which won't last. Feel is like a water bubble which also won't last either. Sankara, or the formations, are similar to a banana stem, and the consciousness is similar to a mirage. These similes were given by Lord Buddha. So it is very true, isn't it? So we suffer due to a thought. So even at this moment, even if one thinks I am going to die and can suffer due to that particular thought, but thoughts are not real. Even if we think I'm going to die in future, it's also a thought at this moment. So even if I think my father died in 2018, it is also a thought at this moment. We can't actually implement a time. So we have to see through wisdom, not with the mind. So what does that mean? See through the wisdom and not with the mind. We know that the senses creates the mind, isn't it? But when we talk about wisdom, wisdom is not created through senses. It is actually to understand the senses. So if someone asks the question, what should I do to attain Nibbana? So Lord Buddha has explained, Ekayano Maggo. There's only one way to attain Nibbana. It is to see the truth of the stimuli. Aramune Satya Dakima. Which means to see how this illusion is created. Lord Buddha has also said it's even better than seeing a colorful film to see this, how this illusion is created. So actually there's nothing called mind. Mind means how this illusion is created in the first place. In other words, mind is the stimulus which comes every fraction of a moment, a vibration. So we know that the stimulus comes from one of the senses, either the eye, ear, nose, tongue, skin, or the mind. So is this world we create from our senses, is it true? So if it is true, then all the animal world and the world we perceive should be the same, isn't it? So we will see just how a bird sees the world. Actually, the birds, they see a very colorful world. They can detect UV spectrum also. Their vision is clear. Even when they are flying, their vision is very clear. So if we take a fish has a 360-degree view. So it seems that they can even move their lens forward and backwards, like a camera. Like a camera, it can be focused. So they have a very clear vision under the water. But as we know, the humans can't do that. So if we take a horse, how does a horse see the world? They also have a 360-degree field of view. Also they have a excellent motion detection and also good night vision. But they can see shades of blue and green only. So again, if we take from a human, it is different, isn't it? So if we talk about an elephant, they also have a good night vision. And they see shadows of blue and yellow. And they don't see far. It seems that they can see only up to 10 meters. But they have a superior sense of smell and also hearing. And it seems that it is difficult for them to judge the distance, especially straight ahead. So if we take a dog, how does a dog see the world? They see the world in shades of blue, yellow and grey rather than the red-green spectrums of which humans can see. Actually, they are colorblind to red and green. But they have a good night vision and a higher sensitivity to movements. So likewise, animals have their own world, isn't it? Even an ant, bee, a worm, a fly creates their own world. If we take a worm, worms do not have eyes and they cannot see. They cannot see images. Instead of that, they perceive the world through the skin vibrations. They are also sensitive to light. So they can identify day and night to keep them, so they can keep their skin moist. So if we take humans, so even in humans there are colorblind people, isn't it? So they can confuse red with green, orange with yellow, or purple with blue. But the most common type is red and green color blindness, which means these colors appears as shades of yellow and brown. And also there are some people, very rarely, there are people who are totally colorblind. They see only the shadows of black, white and green. So when we talk about seeing the world, whose world is true? We can't implement it, isn't it? Not only the scene. When we talk about sounds, it is also different. So if we take a cat, they hear far better than humans. They detect high frequency sounds up to 64,000 Hertz. Dogs hear frequencies up to 60,000 to 65,000 Hertz. Whereas the human, we can hear between 20 Hertz to 20,000 Hertz. So we know that animals, especially dogs, they often can detect or sense the impending waves of vibrations, just like a tsunami. So what does that mean? That means they can hear the deep earth rumbles or low frequency vibrations. This we can't hear. As humans, we can't hear this. Not only that, even dogs' paw pads, those are highly sensitive to low frequency vibrations in the ground. They also have a very good sense of smell. So all in all, what we can say is that everyone, humans, animals, no matter what they are, they have their individual worlds, isn't it? So we can't say which world is true. As we are talking about humans, we should know how our mind is created. For that, we have to go back to the radiant mind, because we also came from a radiant mind, which was very clear, pure as a white sheet. So we can't implement defilements in a radiant mind. So we say the baby's mind is very pure. But even he has the glue for the attachments or disattachments. It happens later, once the mind is created. So if we take a newborn baby, when the baby is born, if he does not take his first breath and breathe naturally, we say the baby is dead. So we resuscitate the baby and try to make him cry, isn't it? Because he can't survive without breathing. Here I just wanted to add that in Vata Sutra, Lord Buddha has said, wind does not blow, rivers does not flow, pregnant women does not give birth. So what does this mean? This means that everything is a natural phenomena. So likewise, as we were talking about the baby, so after the baby is born, he is given to the mother to feed. But nobody taught him to suck the milk, isn't it? But he naturally sucks the milk. So likewise, after some time, he sleeps, gets up when he is hungry or wet or warm. All this happens naturally. The system starting to work, isn't it? Though he does not speak any language, he only knows to cry and smile. He will smile when he is comfortable. He will cry when he is uncomfortable. We all came from there, isn't it? So what happens once the baby grows up? He starts to turn his head. He starts to turn his head towards sounds. Follows with eyes, actively moves hands and legs. These things happen naturally. So we can see that the system is working. So you must have noticed that the baby's Even they are small, they cry when there's no one around them. Though they don't know how to tell it, they feel it. Even though still he does not recognize mother, father or siblings, he feels that somebody is there. He feels the mother's warmth, feel the sounds, feel the touch, feel the smell. Even though they can't express it, they feel it. The existent feel is there. Later, he recognizes the mother's voice because it comes repeatedly. He recognizes mother's smell, mother's touch, and the shape as well. But still he can't place it, and no names are attached. And later he turns to sides, crawls, sits, stands, and walks without a name. He also looks at colorful objects, sounds, recognizes mother. So when mother leaves the house, the child starts to cry. We have those experiences, isn't it? Some children even have temper tantrums, like screaming, kicking, and shouting. As the language skills has not developed properly, they try to communicate in another way by shouting, kicking, or screaming. So what happens once the child goes to the Montessori? The sounds and colors are introduced. For example, the teacher might show a picture of an apple and say, "This is an apple." So with the sound, the shape and color of the apple, merging with the smell, taste and feel, Ditta Sutta Mutta, combines to create an apple in the mind sensor. Likewise, the sounds are given: table, chair, wall, tree, board, book, pencil, chalk, teacher, mother, father, school, a friend, car. Likewise, all are sounds. And now the world is creating. And not only that, the colors are also introduced: red, blue, yellow, green. So now the apple will become a red apple, car will become a blue car, tree will become a green tree. Now the existent field becomes the alive field. The me who sees the apple is created. Self-perception is created. Me who sees the father, me who sees the teacher, my mother, my sister, my school, all are created. All these are perceptions. So now the duality is created, and I am here who sees the teacher. So now the repeated perceptions, the sounds, gives rise to the wanting to keep them. This is my pencil and my mother. The value comes automatically. He wants to keep it. He gives a value to it. So in Mahanidana Sutra, Lord Buddha has explained it. It's just like a whirlpool which goes around collecting things which is around, it's like absorbing things. So this is our story, how the bhava is created, how the samsaric journey is created, how this soul is created. Actually, if you contemplate properly, you will see there is no soul, there is no me. But we think there is a soul. So more thoughts, more repeated thoughts, the soul is powerful. So to know the Trividya or the threefold wisdom, the Pubbe Nivasanusati Jnana, Chutupapada Jnana and the Ashtaksha Jnana is very, very essential in this path. It is to see through wisdom how this illusion is created. So Pubbe Nivasanusati Jnana is when one sees how the first thought was created in the child. So without knowing this Trividya, there is no path. So one should have this wisdom to see through this illusion. So in other words, to catch the magician who creates this magic. For this, we have to listen to true Dhamma with the correct vision or Samma Ditti. And now you can see that we can't get this through knowledge or by doing concentration meditation, because it can be seen only through insight meditation and contemplation. It is not easy because whichever way you take, you will get caught to the illusion of the mind. So once you listen to Buddothpado sermons and the understanding deepens, one realizes the science behind how this mind is created with one vibration. And in that one vibration, one thought or one aramuna, the birth and the death also creates. The 31 planes of existence is also created. So we have to understand how this one thought is created and how the light and sound was created in the first place. So once you contemplate deeply on this, you experience it through yourself, that actually there is nothing called light and sound either, that all are creations due to speedy vibrations. This is explained in Majjhya Sutra, which means if there are two different endings, there's a power generated. So likewise, as long as there is a duality, there will be a power. So imagine you are in the space where there is no duality. Then you can't place a me. There won't be a name or a form, isn't it? So now we know that thoughts are created with sounds and colors. And there is nothing in a color wave or a sound wave, isn't it? So when somebody sees through wisdom, it leads to cessation of suffering. Actually, is there a me who is suffering? No, there is no me who is suffering. So likewise, the ignorance starts to dissolve, because me or soul is also an illusion created by the speedy vibration. It's a current, the current underneath. So this current loses power, which means the power of the soul or the self vibration dissolves, isn't it? So it is very important to know that whatever you see, hear, smell, taste, feel or think is your world at that particular moment. So there is no specific entities called me and the world. Both are same. Chutupapada jnana. When one sees that every single thought is created the same way. So our noble friend Buddothpado Aran Mahansa gives this example. You don't have to cut each and every mangoes to see the inside, because we already know that it is white, isn't it? So the one who is in the path, he will feel that me or the fire within is diminishing little by little. It happens gradually. So likewise, every thought is a vibration. Mother, father, sister, car, house, taste, smell, sound. So whatever you name it, all are vibrations. And there is nothing in a vibration. It is just a creation. For example, when you clap, there is a sound, isn't it? But we can't place from where the sound came from. We can't implement the sound, isn't it? So once you know the truth, the self-existence, the existent feeling dissolves. In other words, the defilements, the desire, ill will, hatred, all starts to dissolve, which is the Ashraksha Jnana, one of the threefold wisdom. It's just like the guideline which shows that one is in the path to liberation. The defilements are fading. So if we take day-to-day life, people run after success. They think whatever they do is not enough. They are driven by desire and thinks it brings happiness. To collect things, collect knowledge, collect trophies, collect memories, collect money, and so on. So what happens? They run with desires, like the deer who runs after the mirage. They have goals, targets, plans, maybe to be better than another one, maybe to maintain a social status, maintain an ego. So always not enough money, not enough power. They want to maintain a powerful lifestyle. So to gain achievements. So they do anything to gain those. Sometimes one country is not enough. So they want another country. So they fight. So with that, getting more and more attachments, desires, ill will, hatred, jealousy, with all that, the suffering. But just look at a bird who flies freely in the sky. They also have a life. They also feel hunger, thirst. But they also eat, they also sleep. They also have a family. But they are free, isn't it? So when there is sunlight, they enjoy the sunlight. When there is rain, they like to sit in a branch. So the raindrops fall into the feathers, isn't it? They don't trouble anyone. They live in that moment happily. They live with the feel. So they feed them, the little birds, and let them fly away when they are grown up, isn't it? But in humans, even if they are grown up, they used to look after them. No freedom. Likewise, there are people who work after even retirement. It's just like a habit. So humans, they think a lot. Mind is so powerful. So they plan what to do tomorrow. Maybe to kill someone, maybe to rob someone. But as you know, we all came from the radiant mind, where there was no defilements, isn't it? So how did this pure mind got defilements? Because we take the world as real and we strive towards goals, work hard to maintain a self. We need to lead a successful and wealthy life. But in path to Nibbana, we do not gain something. Instead, we lose ourselves. So as humans, we are born as humans. Actually, we were like given a chance to understand this, understand the system, understand that there was never a me. From the beginning, there was never a me. It is just a system. So only few people understand this truth. So what happens once you understand this? The illusion of self starts to dissolve. So if one sees that Nibbana is within us, it is the real success. It's the real success in life. It's a system. The senses were working since birth. There is no me anywhere. Senses are working. Eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind. If your eyes are open, obviously you will see. So because you have ears, you will hear. As you have a nose, you will smell. Likewise, you have a tongue and a body, you will feel the taste and hot and cold. So you have a mind, its action is to think. All these are natural phenomena and happens due to speedy vibration. Nobody is doing that. But you feel as if you are living. It's also a perception, an illusion. So as long as this existent feeling is there, which came through the zygote vibration, the alive field will be created, just like the two sides of a coin. So as long as the alive feeling is there, there is a death. So it is very, very essential to understand this system, the senses, and see that there is actually no self. So this self, the illusionary self, is created once the mind sense was created and the duality was created. So there's only one way to Nibbana, that is to see the truth in this thought, aramune satya dakima, and see that there is nothing in a thought. So someone is searching to end the suffering. This is the only way to see the truth. So as always, we are very grateful to you, our noble friend Buddothpado Wahanse, for giving us this wonderful Dhamma. Theruvan Saranai Aran Wahanse, may I pay homage at your feet. Theruvan Saranai, everyone.
Good afternoon, everybody. Teruvan Saranai Arinse. Teruvan Saranai, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 52. If you are able to see that all that you see outside is not true, and if you are able to remain without any reaction towards it, that is called Patisodaya. Patisodaya is the path towards Nirvana, the path towards the supramundane plane. It is very difficult to train yourself towards the Patisodaya. Therefore, it is very important to put a lot of effort into going on the path. You need to consciously go towards the Patisodaya. Chandan Janeti means that you need to have a liking to go on the path. Vayamati means you need to put an effort to go on the path. The Buddha showed us the 4 types of right effort, so we could go on the path. Anupanan, Papakanan, Akusalanan, Dhammananan, Anupadaya, Chandang Janeti, Vayamati Vidyang, Arati Chittam, Pajanati, Padahati, Uppanan Papakanan, Akusalanam, Dhammananam, Prahanaya. Chandan Janeti, Vayamati Vidyam, Arahati Chittang, Pajanati. The 4 types of right effort, Satara Sampadana Virya, are seeing the thoughts that you receive from your senses. Samvarapadana, seeing the thoughts prevent you
Teruvan Saranai Shani. Can others hear Shani's voice?
I can't.
I also can't hear.
Yeah, I think something may have gone wrong with the signals or connection. I think she's no more in the group. She got disconnected probably. We will wait for a few minutes and see whether she joins.
Sudharma, do you have the book? What's the
Yes,
topic
yes,
what's the topic that she
that
was talking?
should be that should be 4 great efforts. Satara Samya Pradana Vira. Yesterday I read the pages. Page 52, she said. Because Dobagoda, there are always internet connection issues.
Ashani
Yeah,
joined.
Ashani joined. Okay.
I think there are connection issues. What is Satra Samma Pradhan? I can't even remember. What is the singular word for what are the singular
For
meanings?
great, I think for great efforts, Doctor, that from what I read was that Kusal Nokaru Kesal Kirimata Unupan Kusal
Oh, okay. Yeah, thanks. Yeah,
Nokarimata, those
yeah,
4 things.
thanks.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
yeah. So initial effort of a person who comes into the path, I think, as if it's given in the book, I can. There is
Shani,
some.
can you hear us, Shani?
Dr. Kokila, can you hear me?
Now we can.
So I'll continue with the paragraph. The Buddha taught us the 4 types of right effort because you have to apply an effort period to go on the path and realize the ultimate truth. When you get tricked by the thoughts you receive, or when you believe your thoughts, you create akusal, such as lobha, dvesha, and moha. When you apply the 4 types of right effort and be aware of the thoughts that you receive in your mind, it means that you are on the correct path to realize the truth. Seeing your thoughts according to the Yoniso Manasikara means that you prevent creating thoughts of lobha, dvesha, moha, which would prevent you from realizing the pure truth. That was everybody.
Sarna Shani.
Well,
Thank
I
you.
joined few like one or 2 minutes late.
Yes.
So if you can start, that would be great. Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Therwan Sarna Shani. Thank you for reading the book for us and starting the session. As usual, we all pay our homage to our noble friend Aryan Mahanse, and may all of you be blessed by Triple Gem. So this is our English Zoom discussion, and we will be based on what was read from the book. We will be starting the discussion, and then there onwards, depending on the questions that come up, we can further elaborate on those facts. We warmly welcome all of you who have joined the Zoom at this moment, and also our friends who are listening to us via other means, YouTube, etc. So if I just brief on what Shani read, actually, initially what was mentioned was about the Patisotaya. What is meant by Patisotaya? The usual thing, or what is described in the mundane world, is what is called Anusotaya. You are going down the stream. And basically what you experience is an existing outside world, and then there is a person who is experiencing the world. So there is duality where the two ends are there. Myself is there in the center, and I am experiencing everything uh, which is taken as world. So world includes all the materialistic things, the people, and also myself. Myself is also a part of this world. So they are all thoughts, but without realizing that they are thoughts, it's taken as real. So that is your anusodaya, where you are just flowing with the stream. What was described by Lord Buddha was what is called the patisote, where you are trying to swim upwards against the stream, against the current, which is not easy because this is what we have been practicing all over the time. I mean, throughout the samsara journey, the birth cycles, we have been practicing anusodaya. Now we have recognized, we have identified that this is not the truth. Actually, the world is a creation of the senses, and we are trying to understand and trying to swim upwards. So for that, Lord Buddha described this four types of right effort. Which includes actually there should be an effort to that effort to understand, and there should be a willingness to learn this truth, and then only you will achieve something initially as a knowledge, but then later on as a conversion inside inner transformation. The four types I will just briefly explain. First, you might identify the things which went wrong, or the defilements. Under the defilements in Buddhism, it's explained three things mainly. The lobha means the clinging. Dvesha means aversion, and moha means the feeling of existence. Even if you are not attached, or even if you are not rejecting that, but you still feel that it is there, it's existing. So that is your moha. So identifying these defilements, even after some time, after a time gap from the incident, is also a skill. In Pali, it is called kusal. And then further, when you improve, when you start understanding this, that interval becomes less and less. And then the system will understand these defilements then and there, whenever it happens. But there is no way of preventing, because this is a part of the system. Defilements is a kind of current or some heavy feeling that occurs as a part of the system. So further, when you understand this more and more and move towards the truth, these defilements actually gets less and less significant. And finally, what is felt, what is experienced is just very relaxed and very light feeling. So it is a very brief explanation of what was read from the book. We can start the discussion. If there are questions, we can start the discussion on those lines. Or Dr. Kokila, you can select.
Actually, did we talk all the four, or just gave the introduction?
It's an introduction. I didn't give in detail. I didn't mention in detail, but
Even
basically,
Shani didn't mention the all four, did she? She
uh,
didn't
to
name the four.
She didn't name. Actually, what is in the book is just very sort of outline, basic outline.
Outline, yeah.
So,
I'll just
yeah.
talk about a little bit because I think
Yeah.
it's very important how
Yes.
this keep happening, because you know we have like we'll get a basic clinging, because when we take these examples are kind of strong. We try to take strong examples, but if we take something like what can I say, money. So if we take money, we have been given the idea money is very important. We have been taught the whole life, I think, how money can save you, how money is important. Money is, people has to save money, all that. So the perception of money will be there, and so when we try to understand this, we understand that actually what happens is the power of this thought is the actually feeling of self. So the feeling of self is nothing other than this just a stimulus. So if the stimulus is taken as money, it's an example only. So the actual feeling of self, or this suffering, we call it suffering, the suffering or the burning or defilements, whatever the words you use, it doesn't matter. This suffering is brought about by the power of the stimulus. How does this power of the stimulus come is because of the ignorance. So what we try and correct here is the ignorance. So when we try to correct the ignorance, what we understand is just, yes, there is a perception, don't worry. There is a perception. We can't say money is not there. There is a perception, of course. It's a global way of living. So the perception is there, but is it there? When we ask that question, it's actually kind of two-sided, because yes, perception is there, but is it actually there? Well, if I say money, someone who doesn't understand English will not have any idea. That is from the language point of view. But just imagine you give that message through maybe sign language. But then if someone doesn't know the sign language, again, that is fair. But if someone shows you some dollars, maybe, but if that is a person in the some tribe in the jungle, they won't know what that is. They will burn it for, to get some fire. They might get there to get the fire going. So how is this perception giving a value to one system and not to the other system? Anyway, we keep understanding this, how this keep happening, and we also understand something else, because we don't just stop from the perception of the mind consciousness, because mind consciousness is the money, but actually we may touch something. Just touching, I can touch the money and say this is a 5,000 rupee note, or this is a $50 note. So, but that is kind of, by looking at it, it's kind of we feel that something is there, even though it is not. Some might argue, yeah, I know this $50 is not there, but there is something. What is it? I can feel it. See, I can feel this paper. I can feel. Is it a paper? Oh, no, you can't call it a paper. Paper is also perception, but I can feel something. But then you keep understanding that is the touch that we are trying to describe. And that touch is also actually, we have described that it is actually a production of the sensory system. That is all. And that if you keep understanding this, actually no way that we can define a self without these six senses. You switch off all these six senses. Where are you now? Just just by wisdom, just switch off the six senses. Can you find something there? No, because the finding of these six senses that we have always defined that there is someone. So when we keep understanding this, now we come back to the Satara Samyak Pradhana, when we try and understand, there are four things that is happening. I think first one, Joel will already understand the suffering that, the suffering that, I don't know whether I'm using the proper language here, though. I'm trying to give the message. So we have something given important here. The example is money. So we keep understanding about that. The ability of that stimuli to bring about that power is not there. So if someone can help me, what is that first one, Sudharma?
Yeah, doctor,
Even in
I
Sinhala?
can read. Yeah, I can read that as if it's in the book, because since we are talking, the Dhamma discourses are evolving around this stimulus. The definition for this is also different now, doctor. The first point is seeing the thoughts that you receive from your senses. That's the first point, as you now described. One should have the ability to see the thought occurring. That's the first
Okay.
point. Yeah.
Seeing
Second point
the
is,
thought.
seeing the thoughts that you receive from your senses.
Okay. What is the second one?
Second one is seeing the thoughts prevent you from creating defilements. Oh, akusal, that how you liberate from the thought, that mindfulness should be
No,
there.
can you tell it in Sinhala, because I think there is
Sinhala,
because there is
that is ආයතන වලින් එන අරමුණු දැකීම.
no. Actual, I don't know
The
if it's wrong.
Traditional one is Dr. Sakuntala, will you be able to, as I remember, Upan Kusal, yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, first one is
Well, I
Upan
will tell Upan Akusal Nupadavima. So the
that's right.
Upan Akusal Nupadavima, that is, I am trying to tell Joel this because I think Joel really got it. That's why I'm trying to tell this to Joel at this moment,
Yes,
because I'm not actually trying to explain the kind of a deeper thing. I'm just trying to say Upan Akusal Nupadavima is actually, we get the, we have identified, we have identified, even Joel identified, there's recurrent burning points. We have some points where there's recurrent point. Just take it as example, mother worrying about the daughter, the mother-daughter thing, mother-son thing, or whatever. You can take anything. But if we take one example like that, mother worrying about son, so the son actually is kind of a defilement which you have identified, and you keep understanding them, then that those defilements, that burning which actually happen, is not going to happen again. So that's kind of thing. I'll come back to the book, Sudharma, because this might contraindicate the book, so I don't want to do that. I'm just telling it in a different way. So when we understand that, so we kind of dissect one stimulus, or try to understand, or understand Dhamma through thinking. First we do the thinking part, but then we actually keep understanding, okay, the defilements that were already there is reducing. So and it is not coming. And so Upannakusal, what is the other one, Sakuntala?
Upanna kusal,
Yeah,
sorry,
no, you
nupadima.
say that. Yeah, Upannakusal.
Upanna kusal nupadima. Upanna kusal
Upan kusale vardhane
ප්‍රහාණය
කරන.
උපන් අකුසල් ප්‍රහාණය කිරීම නූපන් අකුසල් උපදවා ගැනීම.
Yeah, in that also, actually, akusale means the accompany. So that is the non-vibration. So actually, I think it will get complicated. Here, I think I'll stop here because it's going to get a complicated topic, I think. But what I wanted to tell, I will not go deep into that. But what I'm trying to say is, we have already defilements, but then when we talk about the kusal is like the non-vibration or this no burning at all state. It happens in hand because the already the defilements are coming down. The non-vibration or the non-vibratory state or the a sort of a meditative state keep coming up. So they all go hand in hand. But I'll stop there, because I think it will complicate the picture. But what I was trying to say to Joel was actually, because Joel is here, when we keep understanding Dhamma, what happens is our defilements should go down, and the non-vibration, which we have kind of not experienced before, should surface. And there's more to that, but I'll stop there. Do you have any questions, Joel? I mean, not from this, because that will actually confuse you, because it's too complicated, actually, Dhamma points. But how about your questions from the book? Any questions from the book?
Yes, Doctor. I just today finished the last chapter of that book, and what I want to ask is, like, now I don't have an I or me. It's a mental formation that we have created, that
Yeah.
I myself.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, it's like sometimes in me, I take things personal. So how can I not take things personal and kill this I and surface the vibration that comes? It's for me, it's for me, it's for me. How can I do that, Doctor?
Wow, that's a good question. Okay, now the things that are so personal, correct me if I'm going in a wrong track, Joel, because I don't know where this answer is going to flow. So we take things personally. So when we take a thing personally, that word itself, what does that really mean? Okay, so imagine something happening to you in we can say in year 12. We can say year 12. I'm not actually targeting you. I'm taking an example because it's so easy when we generalize things. So year 12, a child got an experience. Child went to school. Child actually, I'm actually telling one of the experiences of a child. So that child got kind of physically assaulted by another child. So this happened to a girl. So this girl has been taken to the hospital, treated. Police is involved, everything. But whether they are involved or not, this vivid experience is personal. So it's kind of very personal. So that child struggles even to talk about that experience in an office where there is only the medical person and the mother of the person who went through this problem. So just try and become that child if you can. Just give up yourself and just become that child. Can you feel that experience? How much trauma, or we have to use the words here because there's no way I can explain the sadness, shame, anger. What else? I'm running out of words now. If there is guilt. So much. You can't even, lift your head because it's so much and it's personal. It's so unfortunate that it's personal because she is not an arahant or someone who has lost self. It's so unfortunate, but unfortunate things happen. So anyone feeling the self or anyone having this self vibration, everything, not only that traumatic experience, everything is personal. This is where the trick is actually. Everything is personal. The morning you get up and see the sunlight, it's personal. You see the the trees, you hear mother making tea, you listen to the sounds of the birds. Well, someone can say they are personal too, because the mother who is struggling to make the tea may not have felt any of them. So they are personal. Can you see this personalization is the duality that we talk about, is the main problem that we talk about, that the main problem that this suffering is this. The personalization is a notion, is an is a is a is a idea because the whatever we felt here, we felt as it happening here. So if something is happening here, it should be happening here. That's person. So the morning you go out of the room, you go through the house, you go through the kitchen door and go out, you can feel the morning breeze. So you can say all that is personal. Well, what is personal? That is the research that someone has to do. What is personal? What is feeling what? Who is feeling what? Well, of course, there's some problem here, isn't it? One day, Sudharma went out, opened the door, found one shoe. Other shoe is missing. So it was personal. It was. What is it? This research you have to do, Joel. You have to do it. You can't really think about it. So what is the person feeling of person there? Because we feel alive. Why do we feel alive? We go through the house, we go to the kitchen door and we go out. And then we see so many things. So what happened there? We felt alive. You felt as you walked. It is personal. You felt as you went out, opened the door, went out. You felt as you felt the breeze. You felt the smell. You heard the noise. You saw the light of the sun. And it's so personal. How come is that? How come is that? Joel, you're asking so deep questions, and you're asking a light question. I'm answering deep. I don't know. That's a beautiful question. How come all these feelings have become personal? How come? Well, I would say it's because we have never known another thing. We have never felt anything impersonal. If you have ever felt something impersonal, this cycle is broken, Joel. This cycle, this bloody cycle, which we think that everything is personal, which has happened for the whole time. One moment, if you felt the impersonality, this is broken. This whole idea is broken. And that is what is the challenge is. But if you keep understanding this Dhamma and you keep questioning, how come this is personal? Well, Lord Buddha or that this Zoom discussion says it is impersonal. But I feel this as personal. How come? Well, if you do this research, Joel, I think actually you might be able to feel something different, because we have never ever felt something different. We believe what we feel. Yes, everything is personal. I smelled roses. It is personal. I saw the shoe. Even if the thoughts are not allowed here, even the feel is felt as personal, because you feel it as it's happening here. The life feel is here. So, do you understand, Joel, the challenges in this Dhamma is to actually feel the non-existence, actually feel the impersonal moment, and to understand, okay, this personal business or the duality we felt all the time is actually a construct, because there's a moment that it has vanished too. That means even though that is felt personal, that is not true. Well, I don't know whether I'm talking too much. I don't know. Do you understand anything, Joel? Or
Yes, doctor. Taking
it
things
should
personal
be,
is a thought kind of thing that comes, and it's an
well,
illusion.
even in the feel level, it is happening. That's what I was trying to say. You were talking about the thoughts, but even in the feel level, you go and the breeze. You felt as alive, isn't it? When the breeze comes, when you look at the tree, even when there is no much, you're not craving for the tree. I mean, who cares about the? I mean, someone might. Sorry, but no one really worry about the outside at that moment. But you feel alive. How does that happen? Is because this whole thing we feel as that. That is an illusion, actually. Even the feel level, it is an illusion. So the thoughts, 100%, they are just, but when there is a value, it has become personal already. There's no even talk about that. So if I say, my father, if he is a thing to me, in the sense, if there's no understanding about that perception, if you really understand this Dhamma and you start feeling that, you understand that Father is actually a perception. Doesn't mean that the Father is not out there. It's actually meaning you have no experience of actual Father. What we have, Joel, is just an experience of your 6 sensory organs. So if your mind is active, you have experiences, billion experience maybe, because whatever if you have, okay, maybe millions of experiences according to the lifetime. If you lived about 100 years, Joel, we can't even count, can we, how much thoughts you have gone through. So the thoughts, each and every thought, is taken for granted anyway if you don't know this Dhamma. And whatever the thoughts that have that power to make you feel alive is personal. That is because of that ignorance and not knowing that that is not the case. So whenever we feel alive, that becomes personal because we felt something about that. So we can hate it or we can like it, whatever the experience. But even beyond that, even the feel of light, feel of sound, that is also personal, even though it is in the feel level. So if you keep understanding that, you understand that everything had been personal, even though we only think about the son or the daughter or the money or the job or whatever. So we remember only specific stuff. And as I said about the trauma, that child, that was so personal. Why? That brought so much impact. So the power that the life feel that exerted at that moment, because it's so much power, because it has, so much aversion you get when something like that happens. But that is so personal that she will remember it all the time, and she will struggle the whole life. So, but if I say is it personal, the patient or the person might get even annoyed, because yes, it happened to me. Why are you asking that? It happened to me. So how can we even discuss about something like that in such a situation? You can't. You just have to heal that person, help that person to heal. And if that person is open and feeling calm and okay, and then you might be able to get that person to understand this whole thing is just another stimulus. It's another occurrence. It's another perception. It's a part of this dream which you didn't like. So the you don't like means there is always this duality, because you felt that it is happening to you. That is the mirage we are talking about. That is the whole point of Dhamma, actually, that you are asking. So it's the question, are we not having personal experiences? That's a big question, even though you don't expect that much depth in that. Yes, due to the ignorance, we feel everything as personal. Your mother is your own perception. Even your sister, who is sharing your same mother, even though it is the same mother, siblings will have different perception. So that the personal view is different. What the daughter thinks about the mother is not the way the son thinks. And what they both think about is not the way how the dad thinks about the mother or the wife in that case. So how can these experiences feel so personal? Because that is how this system works. It's so complicated because of the mind sensor. 5 senses, not that complicated, but now even that is complicated, because you feel like the light is happening here or the sound is happening here. because the consciousness is always, you feel it happening here. But then after that, this whole mind consciousness comes, slowly the baby is starting to get into this mind bubble. After that, you are trapped in the mind bubble. This mind bubble, this personal experiences are much augmented, bigger, wild, having all the meanings, words, because I was struggling to tell the words anger, guilt, shame, anxiety, whatever the words, But do you know, an arahant, this feeling of self, when it is not there, nothing is felt as personal. That is the beauty of an arahant, which we can only tell. And that's a person without burning. Yeah, I think I'm talking too much. Anyone, Joel, did you actually get any idea about this personal thing? Personal thing is due to the ignorance, basically. Because we don't know how this system works. That's why we feel it as very personal. But if you at least once in your life felt an experience with impersonality, or in the sense without self, without this feeling of self, then you will one day understand, Joel, this whole thing that we have been feeling as a long-term Joel is actually just a joke. Yes. Anything to add to that?
Saranai, Dr. Kokila, Joel's question resembles what I asked. I mean, when I first came across Dhamma and read a few books and came to know that it is only a system, there is no self, and still feeling as if everything is happening to me. So actually that situation telepathized when he was asking the question. The thing is, it's really good to know that he has started his RA research, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? As you said, he has started it and he is going to see it through himself. I wonder whether he can understand Sinhala language, Sinhalese. I don't know the background. Can he?
Yes,
Or
I can.
so, of course, Dr. Kokila, he can listen to some beautiful sermons of Aryan Mahanse, basically about
Yes, yes.
like Darshana philosophy, isn't it? We did a lot. What this experience is actually, Dr. Kokila, when we read and when we come to know that there is no self, everything is a system, we try to, from the mind, we try to get that experience in life also. I mean, in day-to-day life. But it's too early because that still, although as knowledge we know that it is a system, there is no self, still we feel as if everything happens to me because the self perception is still there. So in my experience, I can tell after listening to Dhamma for 2-3 years, even when I talk to Zoom discussions, Aryan says, now see how much self or egoism is reflected in your voice. Still it's there. You have to identify yourself. You have to work on that, and so on and so forth. So what I am trying to say is this: um, the self vibration or self perception, self view, it dilutes gradually. It's a gradual process. Actually, Dr. Kokla was explaining it, and other experienced friends will explain. So since I was in the same situation, it came to me. That's what Dr. Kokla was telling, that feeling of I mean, as if I am I am at the center and everything happens to me. So we take as if it's their personal stuff. In other words, that is the self, because knowledge is there. We have heard the message of the Kalyana Mitra or the spiritual teacher, but we have to experience it by listening to more sermons, participating in discussions, and there's a beautiful practical path, practical program actually recommended by the spiritual teacher also. Dr. Kokila will explain to you further about that. And Dr. Kokila, I would like to talk about his yesterday's question also,
Actually,
because
Joel can go to Dombagoda, yeah, or even
yes,
the new
yes,
ones happening in. No, not now, but when he is interested, because there are new beautiful ones happening in Kandy also. So if he's near Kandy, he can go to Kandy ones. Because Domagode is, I think, not towards Kalutara or Horane. So there would be a lot of beautiful monasteries happening, Joel, where you can actually stay there for 7 days or even 1 month, and or even more than that, and feel it's all in kind of jungle areas, not jungle, how do you say, forest areas, and with waterfalls, with so much tranquility anyway, physically also. But if you go with the correct view, which you're actually getting so fast, you can actually experience what I was trying to say, because this is something you have to experience. You know, we feel everything personal, but at least if you feel this at least once, that experience of this without the self, even in the feel level, that would be the most beautiful experience ever, because you know how much tranquility you feel even by just understanding a little bit. So the more you actually go deep and deep, you will just understand there's no self. That's it, and just like that. So the personal, the word even personal or even impersonal stems from me. And when the root of the tree is cut, what can we talk about the tree itself? So actually what happens is all the defilements start to actually dwindle, because the root is actually shaken. Because if you feel the non-existence at least once, or the non-vibration at least once, this is good for all the listeners, that's why I'm saying, not only to Joel. So everyone in this world, if they feel this, they can understand that whatever we believed or whatever we experience so personal in the whole life or samsaric journey is actually suddenly broken, because there's one experience where even the existence is broken. Feel of existence is broken. So in that is the most beautiful experience in the world. So that will actually help you to understand that there is no self, even though we feel like that. There actually the burning is going to stop anyway, because this whole stem of the problem, or the root of the problem, or the core of the problem is taken out. So all the experiences, there are experiences, but they are not personal anymore. So there's no burning anymore. Isn't it beautiful, Joel, even to think about? I don't know. I feel like that. What do you feel, Joel?
Yeah, I feel good. And I have another question. I think
Yeah.
it's out of the topic. Who
Yes.
is Aryanan Vanse? Is he a person that I can meet and talk? Where is he?
Well, I haven't met him. Well, you can actually meet him now because I have been listening to his Dhamma I'm from Australia, so I have been listening to his Dhamma. Randomly, I heard his sermons through YouTube. I'm still doing that. And I'm participating into the Zoom discussions too. But I haven't met him face to face. And all other friends, no, I don't know. I don't think Suranka has met, because Suranka is also from Australia, but Sudharma has met him. Maybe Dr. Sakuntala has met him. So he has
Peruan
started to
Saranai.
actually come out.
Yeah, Dr. Kokila, we can pass his number to Joel because he will be happy to talk to him as well. Yesterday he was conducting a beautiful sermon in Kurunagala Metmal Monastery. So he will, so you can talk to him and we can even arrange to meet him at Dombogoda Kalutara because he actually does one-to-one sessions also there. I mean, even now there is a foreigner attending the program. So I think better to pass his number, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah, someone can do
Yes.
that. That would be great. I think Dr. Sakuntala can.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can pass the message. Maybe I can arrange to sort of talk to him at some time when he's free.
Yes, I think Aranwanse must be must be given a introduction so that they, because he gets so many calls, so he might not answer at the one go. So because he's so busy going around the country at the moment, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, I can arrange it. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So anything else?
Thanks, doctor. Thank you.
Okay. And anyone else? Sudharma or Surangika?
I think Miss Surangika will add her thoughts. Okay.
Yeah.
Dr. Kokila, I just wanted to maybe if someone can discuss the practical program aspect that you brought up, Sudharma. I think that would be good because Joel, I think I heard you say you finished the book. So the the difficulty in this is, or because it is so deep, it's one might think that one understood, when you read it in one couple of chapters or you read the book. But the beauty of this Dhamma is that the truth, the meaning of it changes the deeper you realize, the deeper you understand the meaning that one gets out of it, the connotations of what each sentence meant in R.N. Mahansa's discourses that you read. I think it's in a question and answer form in some of the parts of the book, isn't it? Or maybe the full book is in a question and answer form. So somebody asks a question and then he gives an explanation. But for each of those explanations, I'm sure you have appreciated the depth of it through also with Dr. Kokila's explanations and then reading the book in parallel. But the more you read it over and over again, and if you couple that with the practical program, so there, I think Sudharma maybe or Dr. Sakuntala, one of two of you should be able to beautifully explain how it is, and that is the way you will be able to get so much more understanding and realization as to what each of those simple explanations meant in the book, and then some of that will resonate with Dr. Kokila's explanations also in the last couple of days. So if someone can explain that more, then Joel, you might be able to go back to some of the aspects in the book and then start reflecting again. Or you can also, if you have a routine during the day, say you go to the gym in the morning, or you go for a walk in the morning in a park or somewhere, or you go and sit by the beach, at any of those moments, or even at home when you are, going about your daily routine, when you're taking a bath, when you're brushing your teeth, when you're making a cup of tea. These are instances because what comes across as thoughts or mind objects is always flowing, isn't it? There is no end to it. So there is no place where there are no thoughts. Thoughts are never ending. It's continuous. It's always there. It's like this omnipresent kind of thing. So what are we doing through this whole exercise? We are trying to understand the mind, and mind means thoughts and mind objects. So the object of reflection is always there, and that means there is always the opportunity to reflect. And the more you reflect, the more there is an understanding, and the more there is an understanding, the liberation from this so-called personal self-concept that we have talked about today will become, more and more illuminated for you. You'll start to understand this sense of personal thing that we have attached to objects. Was that actually even there? So I won't go into that again because Dr. Kokila will explain it. Maybe Dr. Sakuthala or Sudharma, if you can explain the practical stages, because if he's going to the monastery and if he listens to Aryan Vansa or speaks to him, it might be good if he has already got an introduction as to what this practical program is that is being introduced and adopted in all our monasteries. Thiruvan Sarnai.
Maybe Sudharma can explain it because you are more involved than me, aren't you?
Dr. Sakunthala, Theruvan Saranai, you mean the practical program?
Yes.
Dobogoda International Meditation Center?
No, wherever you are doing, yes. I think the good one, or whatever you are doing, you can explain just 4 steps and what we are trying to achieve or what we are trying to understand.
Yeah, so actually, roughly the 1-day program, in the morning session, we discuss the Buddhist philosophy. So as Joel already has read the book, he knows that it is a system, and then how the self is created, that is explained. I mean, the importance is here face-to-face discussion, so you can ask questions from the presenter then and there, and you can discuss how you experience it now and what problems are there. So this one-to-one face-to-face discussion is very important since you already know the basic theory from the book. And then in the afternoon session, actually the ultimate goal of the program is to somehow get rid of this world, I mean external world, which has become so real to us, and the self, I mean on this side, because now you of course know that since Dr. Kokila has explained, I mean in the past few days also, this duality and how we feel as if I or the self experiences this external world, and how we ignorantly believe that we have lived 34 years or so. So the first step, child, is to to help the person to liberate from the external world. How, I mean, practically we get the opportunity to feel that we live in a world of thoughts. It is all our imagination. So, for example, actually, the first point of contemplation is explained. That is because I don't know, we have run out of time now, but still, if I will talk through my what is taking an object in front of me. Now there is a flower vase. So when I see the image of the flower vase, when I see this image, we call it actually shape of light, aloka satahanak or varna satahanak. The word, the name, the flower vase comes from the mind, and I identify it as a flower vase. But my eye doesn't say that it is a flower vase. So now I hear somebody talking, but it is a voice of a human being. It is a sound, but my mind says that it is a voice of a human being. Always this labeling or the name goes from the mind. So that is, I mean, basically what we practice in the first point of contemplation is that. So that is actually artificially created situation for us to feel that we live in a world of thoughts. What externally, that doesn't mean nothing is out there. What we are going to understand is what we believe to be there are not there. I mean, we believe that there are chairs, there are flower vases, there are people. We at once saw them as people and real entities. But this effort is to, as at the very beginning we explained, going against the current. So to see that none of these is a real thing. And then the second point of contemplation is now the mind is there. Mind is there because now we practice the labels come from the mind. So is there something called permanent thing called mind? So second point of contemplation is to liberate liberate from so-called mind. For that we have to see, we have to try to understand how does this flower vase, tree, mother, all these labels come from. So we have to go back to the very first occasion that this particular object came into our life. For example, now if we take a red apple, at once when we see that the red apple, the label goes out. So how did this label come to my life? We have to do a bit of contemplation. So when we go back to our early childhood, you might probably find that one day your mother brought an apple and introduced it to you, or else in the nursery the teacher introduced those instances. So the why it is important is, somebody might say, no, I don't have to go back to the childhood or to the first instance. I of course know, because I did that blunder. Why should I go back wasting time? I already know it happened at some time. No, this active contemplation really helps, because our spiritual teacher, honestly, we are not exaggerating, he has recommended this in the yesterday also. He said he has done a lot of if research, I mean he has done a lot of work all by himself to come up with this beautiful program which helps us to come to certain realizations easily. Then with that we liberate from the mind. And then the third point of contemplation is to see how, and it's actually beautiful experience. Dr. Kokila is the best person to talk about this, because it's about the feel. You feel actually near radiant mind experience, how these all these sensory organs perceives stuff without the hindrance or without the interference of past knowledge or the wrong beliefs. Because we believe that there are things and these things labels are there and so on. Once we get rid of that, we get a beautiful feeling. We can actually, if you are on doing an honest job, you can, of course, feel the original sensory organs experience there. Then finally, the fourth stage, when you are thorough that it is just a system, just six sensory organs at work, and the body also moves in walking meditation as a puppet. Finally, it's actually now we all were targeting at this getting rid of the self. It is non-self experience. You feel the six machines working and body moving, and without the involvement of a self. So it is that's all I can explain right now, because we have run out of time also. So Dr. Kokila and all of you can polish it up. Actually, I don't think I did a good job. Thiruvan
No, no,
Saranai.
I think it's okay. And we will hand over the Zoom discussion to the 4 o'clock Zoom in Sri Lanka. And
Yeah, actually, just I
it's
want to say, Joel, there's no rush actually to plan any of these things. We have been just telling you the details, but feel free to decide when you like to
yeah,
join,
there's no
please.
pressure.
Yeah, that's right.
No pressure at all,
Yeah.
actually,
Thanks, doctor.
because
Thank you. Thank you.
yeah, and we will meet tomorrow and try to elaborate on things or talk about mere just even a normal topic. We can talk about that. But sometimes even Joel's questions take me deeper, so I'm sorry if it made it a bit too much. But anyway, thank you so much for coming for the discussion, and we worship Aran Wahanse for his guidance, and may Tripurjan bless you all, and happiness will be actually with everyone. Theruvan Saranai.
Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Thiruvan Saranai, Lord.
Everybody.
May Triple Gem bless you all. Thank you, Arana Answer, for your noble guidance. We talk about no-self angle every day in different ways. Arana Answer has done sermons in Sinhala language for a long time. And like I think from 2020 and all this time he's talking about his experiences. All the kind of how to feel that there is no self. So the seeing is the function of the eyes. So hearing is a function of the ears. Touch sensation, temperature sensation, the taste and the smell. They are all the body sensations. The body sensations are function of the body. They will be there until the body action or the function of the body stops. And in the sense when the thoughts cease to work, thoughts cease to happen, or thoughts cease to arise, thoughts will happen until there is sensations and perceptions. Until sensations and perceptions are there, thoughts are there. When thoughts are there, talking will be there. Until the breathing is there, the activities will be there. So this will work. And so when there is a feel, in the sense sensation, perception is there, thought is there. So sensation and perception would be there when there is a sensory organ. The sensory organs are there, if they are functioning. Actually, what is sensory organ is the product is the sensation and the perception. The consciousness. So if you Varanasi recently told about how seeing usually one separates everything, right? So seeing separates everything, like TV, settee, table, carpets. Yeah, they're all separated. But if you actually, it's like a picture, when you see a picture, like a photo or picture, you see the picture only. If the picture doesn't give you any power, actually, you might see the background. The background also is not true. There's nothing called background. Understanding that is the important thing. In front of me at the moment, there is a picture. It is called, it has a tree and a word written, blessed. Just a picture sold in the shops. So, see, as soon as you see that, the blessed word and the tree, beautiful tree, will Even the background in a photo, that is not true. That part is actually should be fully realized that seeing is just a seeing, and seeing is not true. Actually, if you see something, you are there. It's very tricky. We would say, no, I see something. Yeah. If you feel that you are seeing something, if you really find something, then you are there. So whether the background or whether the tree or whether the word blessed. If you sit down in a garden and or lie down in a garden, you can see the trees or the clouds or the but actually speaking, every demarcation, every separation is in the mind. This separation in the mind, but seeing is just seeing only. Separation is in the mind. And consciousness is consciousness only is actually the last step Lord Buddha said. Seeing is seeing only, hearing is hearing only, sound is the touch is touch only. Consciousness is consciousness only is where you fully realize that there is nothing. It's not a thing because it's just the speed of the sensory function. There's no self there. So thinking is thinking only. That's a area that a lot of us can struggle, right? So the thinking can happen, and if the thinking is happening anyway, you are in the mind means you are there. So I mean, as a beginner, Lord Buddha can think, but there is no self. The thing is, if it is not a thing, thinking is fine, like seeing is seeing only, thinking is thinking only. So the mind consciousness, mind consciousness is the mind is the separation. Separation of everything. Mind is a thinking machine, but that is only possible with this separation. So if you see something, you are there. In the sense, if the seeing, if you're seeing something, yes, that is you basically. If you are hearing something, that is you. If there is power in that. If you are touching something and if there is a power in that, yes, that is you. In the sense that is the same as to say that's the chair. And if you're thinking something, of course that is you. If that has a power. This power is a different story. It's not like it's a power from the zygote. If you're in the mind will actually separate everything anyway. Just imagine you are thinking about a child. That's okay. You get a telephone call. A child is sick. Then you keep thinking about that. Same thing. But if you actively do something about it, that's a different story. But keep thinking is you have separated it completely. So the main important thing is Dhamma. So what is Dhamma? There's no self. So realizing that it is a chair only is one thing. And feeling it is very important. And when the chair is not there, you are not there, is a very important aspect. So if the seeing is happening, and if you fully realize that that's the only thing that was there, and that is also just a function of the eye, that is it. It doesn't necessarily mean anything in that sense. Hearing is actually just a function of the ear only. So, but this separation is always a function of the separation is always a function of the self. If the separation doesn't have power, that is called non-manifesting consciousness. Separation happens, even if separation happens, it's not a thing. It means, because consciousness is usually separation, right? Eye consciousness, you have the vision, seeing, eye consciousness. Ear consciousness, that is hearing. Fully understanding that it is a consciousness, separation doesn't become a thing. Separation has no value. Any consciousness, whether it is a mind consciousness, any consciousness is, the function is a separation, but that happens, just happens, but it's not a thing. Anyway, mind separation is problematic, then you need to understand that, the so much thinking about something, definitely it is a problem, because the actions, it just happens if you want. So you think, I has to make a tea, and then you go and make a tea. That's how it is. But that's a habit. That's a habitual thing that we do. If we have the mental image of making a tea, you can make a tea. The dementia patient will struggle that, because they can't remember what is making a tea. Even if you say, will you like a tea, they will look at you like what that is, because they can't remember what tea is. But they might take it and drink it. That's how it works. But here, when when someone has understood Dhamma, that's not like that. Not that they are forgetting anything or missing anything. They kind of know everything like much more than before. They feel it. Ability to think is a very beautiful ability that humans has. The animals, they don't have that ability much at all. Ability to plan things, ability to keep thinking, floating in the thinking world is a specific thing that the humans are able to do. It's a human ability via human organ, to access the organ. So that is actually something that we need to realize that it's the mind. And this mind consciousness, again, it's the speed of the mind that you feel that the thoughts are real. But usually we feel thoughts are real. When you take a decision, you feel like decision has been made. It's separated to you, kind of thing. Namaste was talking about, he did 21 days of going from place to place in Sri Lanka to spread Dhamma, and he was talking about how he wasn't in the mind. That means his mind is not powerful, as well as it's just instantaneous. It's very tricky area to understand that how the chair is not there. Chair is actually a sound wave, right? Yeah, but how it is attached to the light wave, the picture, that is done in the mind. In Sinhala it is Putua, but if we say Putua, no one knows in English. An English person will think in English, Sinhala person will think in Sinhala, like that. This mind is a wave. That wave is not true. So the chair is actually a sound wave, right? Yeah, if this sound wave is becoming true, that means whatever you think is true. That's a very critical area that you have to understand. Whatever you think, it's just a creation. It's okay to think, but you have to understand that it's a creation. If you're thinking about a chair, just imagine there is a sound wave. But how it is attached to everything and how it has a meaning, like a very heaviness. So the chair is not a thing. Even though there is a separation as things, that is also normal. That's what the consciousness is. Consciousness is always separation. And when you say consciousness is consciousness only, actually doesn't matter either. Separation will be there, doesn't matter. The vision will be felt separately to the hearing. Hearing will be felt separately to the touch, temperature, taste. But actually speaking, they are all one. That's a self vibration. You fully realize that. There is a misunderstanding that happened for the whole samsaric journey. The feel that there is a self or separation, duality. So we'll talk about chair and the self again tomorrow. Every day we talk about it, but it's to fully understand that if you feel the chair is there, the self is there. But if you fully understand that there is nothing as chair, there is no self as well. But you have to fully realize. Thank you very much. Thank you, Aranwas. May Triple Gem bless you all.
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you all. Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa.
You came like light to free the blind from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpado,
seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind. You spread the truth so clear, so bright. The Dharma's flame, the guiding light. You reawaken Buddha's way. The sasana shining day by day. Through your compassion, calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpado, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step you lead us on until the night the fear is gone. Buddothpado, Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh Ariyayani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, O noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpado, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done. Buddothpado, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Buddothpado, loving and kind.
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you, and welcome to the evening Dhamma talk. First of all, let's all worship our noble friend Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse's feet for providing us with this opportunity, and most importantly for all his efforts to reawaken the distorted true Dhamma of Gautama Buddha Sasana. Lord Buddha, about 2600 years ago, with all having completed perfections for incalculable number of eons, revealed this beautiful Dhamma of dependent origination to the mankind. That is to end the sufferings. That is actually about the Four Noble Truths. And when once a monk questioned Gautama Buddharajanan Vahanse, Kincha Nama Dhamma Vadeti, where does this Dhamma originate from? Buddharajanan Vahanse replied, Paticca Samuppada Dhammesu Dhammang. That is, the Dhamma refers to understanding how the mind is created. At present, we cannot say that true message of Sunyata Patisangyukta, or emptiness with dependent origination, is available, is common. That is why Buddothpado sermons are very important for us. That is why we actually, whoever listens to a sermon of Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse goes on listening to these sermons continuously, because this is the true message of Gautama Buddharajanan Vahanse. Lord Buddha didn't encourage people to involve in meritorious deeds, making the external world real. That pure truth was Nissato Nistivo Shunyo, that there is no self, no sentient being in the so-called body or the mind, and the external world, which is merely a reflection or the projection of sense faculties, is not real. So, since this true message disappeared from the world over the time, Buddhists continued to involve in various activities, making the external world real. That is actually a sort of superficial teaching of Dhamma, just to encourage people to involve in meritorious deeds with the intention of securing the next birth in a better realm. It is not the cause and effect based Dhamma disclosed to the world by Gautama Buddharajanan Vahanse. So let's try to understand the proper definition of this Dhamma of Gautama Buddha Sasana. So the basis of this Buddhist philosophy or Buddhist doctrine is dependent origination or Paticca Samuppada. Actually, it becomes Sampaticca due to the initial spark of contact between the sense object and consciousness. So it is known as mental formations or sankhara. The ignorance is not knowing the truth. Because of sankhara, the illusion of consciousness is created. The illusion of consciousness is the form that we always talk about, rupa. To experience these names and forms, the sensory faculties are formed. That is referred as salayatana or 6 sense faculties. Making the thoughts arising due to sense contact real, we begin to crave and cling to them. So that is why we repeatedly say one should be skillful enough to see the truth of the stimulus. Otherwise, the moment the stimulus becomes real, craving and clinging are inevitable. And as a result, bhava, becoming, jati, birth, jara, decaying, marana, death, soka, grief, parideva, lamentation, all occur. This is the phenomenon one should understand, because otherwise we cannot at least think about liberating from this terrifying cycle of life and death. What we should do is to understand and realize how this illusory consciousness forms or is created. So if one sees this, he definitely liberates from the consciousness. Like a person who knows how the magic is performed will not be deceived by those illusions. When one sees how the consciousness is formed due to certain conditions, he will not be further deceived by it. He sees the truth of the stimulus and also that there is nothing in it. When one sees the truth of the stimulus, there won't be any craving, any clinging, any value, any kind of augmented power. So that is the emptiness that we talk about. The formations will be there. Sensory faculties will function. They will continue to function as it is beautifully explained in this dependent origination concept. But emptiness with everything around, this emptiness is non-attachment, having no any value towards the projections of the consciousness. But the wrong viewers, when somebody is unable to see this truth, the ones in the mundane plane who have never heard this true Dhamma, suffer in the ground of ignorance. They believe that external world to be real. But do we truly see something out there? Just think for a while. Do we see things out there, or do we see what we think? This is the knot that we have to untangle. if we believe something has value, then it appears to have value. But the truth is, there is nothing outside. They are mere thoughts. And these thoughts, what are these thoughts? They are also projections of the mind. All of these arise within consciousness. Actually, to seek something externally is to search in vain, for the external world is not real. If we realize that every thought that arises is merely a vibration in that moment, then there are no children, no mothers, no fathers, then no houses, no sun, moon, gold, silver, all those entities that we have attributed lot of value will disappear. These are just appearances. So one will come to the realization all those entities that they have attributed so much value are mere mental constructs. Actually, it's worth investigating into, find out whether there is anything in the combination of sound, color, smell, taste or touch, because we know these thoughts or stimuli are projections of sensory inputs. So we talk about these every day in every sermon. Ditta Sutta Mutta, seeing, heard and felt. All these sensory inputs merge or converge to come up as a thought. So they are just impressions, empty of inherent substance. We must make sincere effort to realize this truth. So, for that, Natti me saranang anyang dhammo me saranang vara. We have no other refuge. The Dhamma is our supreme refuge. This is the only way to understand this illusion. It should be understood through wisdom. Actually, seeing the Dhamma is seeing the absence of any inherent self or substance. As I mentioned before, all the worldly entities perceived arise due to sambhuta or arising phenomena. They are not solid entities or people as we used to believe. They arise due to causes and conditions. They are not permanent entities. These causes include all the sensory inputs, as I mentioned before as well, the color, sound, smell, taste and touch. So, to repeat what I said, Ditta Sutta Mutta, seeing, heard, sensed. As Lord Buddha taught, Imasmin sati idam hoti, imasmin asati idam na hoti. When this is, that comes to be. When it is not, that does not come to be. So this line beautifully explains the cause and effect nature of this Dhamma. When certain conditions and causes are present, the outcome or the effect will be there. Imasmin sati idam hoti, imasmin asati idam na hoti. When this is, that comes to be. When it is not, that does not come to be. So to simplify, in the presence of certain conditions, thoughts arise. In their absence, they cease. There is no independent reality. That's why we can never accept that the projections of the sense faculties are real entities. The thoughts are merely the results of combinations of sound vibrations and color vibrations. Sound vibrations and color vibrations, I want to say it clearly, although these two are the predominant sensory inputs in the thought, there is representation of smelling, tasting, and body sensation too, because ditta sutta mutta. But since the ear and the eye are the most, prominent sense faculties, they are the most prominent sensory inputs, we call sound and color, or name and form. So when we investigate, these thoughts cannot be found anywhere. They are just concepts. They are abstract constructs, mental constructs. So they have no location, no substance. We cannot assign a location for mind even, because mind is just thoughts, a chain of thoughts. If there is nothing within the vibrations, then there is nothing outside either. The entire experience is empty, conditioned and impermanent. So next let's take another phrase. Sankara pacchaya vijnana. Sankara, mental formation. Vijnana, consciousness. What it means is sankara pacchaya vijnana, due to mental formations, consciousness arises. It means that what we take as consciousness is not something stable or independent. It is so interdependent, not independent. Depends on sankara. It arises due to conditioned mental activity. The feeling of a thing is an illusion created by the rapid and continuous occurrence of vibrations. These vibrations of sound, color, sensation arises and passes away. These vibrations, all together arise and pass away so rapidly. The mind deludedly constructs a solid and lasting object from them. The outcome is the feeling of experiencing a three-dimensional entity. So that is the ignorance, that is the inability to see the truth of the thought. or the thought creation or the mind creation or the stimulus or the phenomena. There may be a lot of words to explain this arising and ceasing of stimuli, but it is just an abstract concept that gives the that actually results in the impression of a three-dimensional entity. This consciousness is an illusion. To make something real out of that flow is the essence of delusion, that is moha. It is due to delusion that we believe these projections as existing entities or certain objects or people. Everything we experience is a conceptual overlay on impermanent, insubstantial processes. So Buddhacharya Vahanse's teachings cuts through this illusion. Lord Buddha pointed to the way out of deluded cycle through avidya ashesha viraga, or with the complete fading away and cessation of ignorance. When ignorance ceases completely, the whole chain of dependent origination collapses, because avidya paccaya sankara, sankara paccaya vijnana. See, so when this ignorance ceases completely, the whole chain of dependent origination collapses. This is the path to Nibbana, the unconditioned, the end of illusion. And when one eradicates conceit, restlessness, and ignorance, one attains Nibbana. Mana uddhacca avidya. So next Dhamma concept is skandhanam patubhavo ayatananam patilabho. Skandha, the aggregates, refer to forms such as colors and sounds that arise due to speed and sense content. Ayatanam patilabha refers to the arising of concepts such as tables, chairs, mother, father, tree, flower, which result from the combination of form and sound. So when one perceives colors and sounds, what is constructed in the mind are objects and thoughts. That is the magic, that is the illusion. It's just a sound vibration and a color vibration coming together to form a thought. But what we see or what we experience are houses, sun, moon, tree, mother, father, son, so on and so forth. This mental construct is referred to as jati or birth. So where does this birth arise? That is where Lord Buddha's very words comes into play. Monks, the birth is the birth of the I. It arises from the arising of perception and mental fabrication based on sense contact. So Lord Buddha didn't accept the birth of the child in the mundane world as the birth. According to true Dhamma, according to Buddhist philosophy, the real birth is the birth of the sense faculties. For example, now if we take a table, it is just now according to this dependent origination Dhamma, it is just a mental construct. But we find a thick, solid piece of furniture. But if we analyze it, is the table the sound, the color, or the hardness, the smell, or the taste? So a deaf person does not perceive the sound of word table. A blind person does not perceive its shape or color. The image formed in your eye may not be the same as the image formed in another person's eye, because each individual perceives the world differently. Because a cow perceives the world primarily in red. A dog perceives the world in grey. A bee sees ultraviolet patterns we cannot see. Similarly, the sound your ear perceives may not be the same sound another person perceives. We have examples. Now, among us, there are colorblind people. So, if we see something existing out there, we should perceive it in the same way. But the world we experience is just the capacity of the sense faculties. We do not have the ability to see exactly the way the other person sees, or to find out at least whether we see differently or similarly. So, according to this true Buddhist philosophy, we never truly experience external entities. Only the thoughts and perceptions formed through sensory inputs. These sense faculties arise based on 5 aggregates. That is, actually 5 aggregates: form, feeling, perception, mental formations, and consciousness. They arise at once, although we name them as 5 aggregates, and there are 5 aspects, but they happen, they become sambhut actually in Lord Buddha's words. They arise with such speed and at once. We can't separate them. So it is the root of all experience. What we call the self is merely a formation based on these aggregates. Because self is definitely the other side of the external entity. if we accept something as a table, the self definitely arises. Self is inevitable. If we accept someone as the mother, father, son, daughter, whoever, self is inevitable. It's like two sides of the same coin. So the aggregates themselves arise due to conditions. Conditions specially due to speed. The rapid vibration movements in the sense faculties. Due to this speed of vibrations at the sense doors or gateways, feeling arises. Feeling gives rise to perception. When perception arises repeatedly, it is not just a single vibration, it's a flow of vibrations. When the perception arises repeatedly, it forms into mental formations. The sense of a thing or an object is what we call consciousness. Perception itself is just a thought. It's a dream-like thought. It's a vague kind of image. And just like in a dream, there are no actual colors or sounds. Do you get this? Just like in a dream, there are no colors or sounds, actual colors or sounds. Now, Aryan Maharaj very often says there is no light in the light perception. There is no sound in the sound perception. There is no colors in the color perception. Now we all have seen dreams during the sleep. So how much do we get frightened seeing certain things, hearing certain sounds? So aren't they so real for us at that moment? So we see the colors, we hear the sounds, we feel the body sensations, we taste things. So aren't they just fake things? Do we find anything as objects or in three-dimensional nature? So that is the nature of perceptions. Perception, that is enough to understand the concept of perception. The nothingness of the perception, emptiness of the perception. They only appear to exist, that is illusory only. There is no inherent color, shape or sound, only the illusion of them. So, Aryan Maharaj explains this, the nature of perceptions, with a beautiful example. I mean, timely example. Now, imagine someone sells their house and furniture. So, they convert that, everything into money by selling everything. So that act of converting into money is like a perception. It's a transformation. The original forms are gone now. The house, furniture, all gone. But what happens is, we have a belief that with this money we can buy televisions, tables, chairs, things that only exist through perception. It's kind of imaginary dream-like thing. So similarly, what we do is we operate through perceptions and thoughts, not through direct contact with external entities. So when something is perceived as a thing, it is given value, it becomes important. This is where the three grounds actually also comes into play. The three realms: form, sensual, form, and the formless. So sensual is we have attribute lot of value to the perception. We consider it as a real entity. They exist. So the form realm is the raw sensation of image is there in the form realm. Although the three-dimensional nature is not there, that dream is there. But and in the some certain value, amount of value is attributed to that stimulus. In the non-form or formless realm, one liberates from that shape or the form, but still the subtle knowing that something is there is experienced. So actually in this true Buddhist philosophy, all these concepts like three realms, dependent origination, Four Noble Truths, all concepts are beautifully explained through a single stimulus. So to see these aspects, what we should do is to maintain mindfulness or wise attention, yoniso manasikara, the ability to apply this Dhamma in the proper context, mean when the stimulus arises. Yatha bhuta jnana, that is the wisdom of the truth in the sense how these phenomena arise due to the speedy occurrence of vibrations. Should know this story, how the sensory faculties perceive them, and how the mind consciousness converge all sensory inputs and creates this fake notion of existence of entities. That existence, because if we perceive mango trees, tables, chairs, then you are caught in the illusion. You have a strong self-view. The moment you see a mango tree as a real entity, the strong self-view is there. Because these are just thoughts, they are not objects, not ultimate realities. Similarly, the self is also nothing more than a mental fabrication. So for the mundane person, the external world appears to be real, solid, independent, and existing out there. The perception arises according to the law of the mind. That is actually the thought creation is a natural process. It's a natural phenomenon. The natural mental process of interpreting sensory data and constructing reality. So that is going with the current. That is, if we believe in all these projections of the sense faculties, that is actually we live ignorantly, because we believe in an existing self, in an existing world, that is purely out of ignorance. So that was called, actually in Buddhist philosophy, that was identified as anusota, or going with the current. But true Buddhist philosophy, or Gautama Buddharachanan Vahanse recommended someone in the path to go against the current. That is to see the nothingness, see the truth of the stimulus or the thought. Truth here means the nothingness, that they do not exist, because all these formations are mere vibrations. They are made up of 8 pure elements, or Shuddha Ashtaka, the tiniest particle according to Lord Buddha's wisdom. So he revealed they are non-existent. They just arise and perish in every 17 chittakshanas, which is a fraction of a millisecond. So that is the truth. So the phenomenon of vibration do not cease entirely, since it is a natural condition. But what diminishes is its power to charge the mind to create attachment, aversion, and identification. In other words, the vibrations no longer leads to mental fabrications or clinging. So actually, what happens when one fully realizes the true Dhamma? Do we not see the trees? Do we not see the houses, sun, moon, all so-called formations of the sense faculties? No, they will remain the same. The phenomenon of vibration will continue to be there, because it's nature. But what happens is the power to charge the mind, or chittaropana balaya, will diminish, because when these vibrations of opposing charges, or rather waves of opposing charges, interact, automatically some power is generated. This power actually is the manifest form of this power is the self. It is the big mistake due to ignorance that happens. So this power that is generated as a natural phenomenon is taken as the self, because it happens due to the taints also, that vibration that telepathizes into the zygote. However, when somebody realizes the truth, that power naturally diminishes. Because that example I gave at the beginning, when someone knows how the magic is created by the magician, that excitation or excitement will not be there when the person sees a pigeon coming out of the magician's sleeve. Similarly, this power diminishes. So that is the diminishing of the self perception or self view. So one sees the world as a process, not as things or self. Everything is seen as a process. Process means we cannot see how the phenomena rise and cease. Human eye can never capture it, but through wisdom we see that everything is a process. We can only talk about the present moment, which also ceases, fully ceases the more before we think of it even. It is so fast. Each moment is just 17 chitakshanas, split seconds. So for example, now consider a book. We may see the book on TV or in a mirror, in a drawing, or as a physical object. Just imagine, this is another beautiful example given by Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse. Now same, we'll for now take this book as some entity. It's a shape only, bunch of colors only. So you see it on TV, you see it in the mirror, you see the drawing of a book, and you see the physical object, so-called physical object. But when seeing it as a real object, the feeling is different. You just try it, you feel a big difference. In all these cases, the eye perceives only shape and color. So what we see is not the same as what we feel. The feeling of thingness arises internally due to perceptual fabrication. Sanya abhisankaranya, because the previous perceptions become current perceptions. Does a small child feel the value of a gold necklace? If they lose an earring, they don't care. The feeling of value is merely a mental formation. Actually, this value gives rise to the illusion of a thing. So these little things you can see through yourself. I remember once a certain realization arose because actually I was not basically contemplating actively, but it just occurred to me. There were two cream jars in front of the mirror, that is on the dressing table, and I was just lying on the bed, and I saw the mirror images of the two cream jars. I knew one was empty, one was full, but there were two images also. But the beauty of this is now the image of the cream jar, the new one, the image of the empty cream jar, both were just images for me. But the empty cream jar in front of the mirror and the full cream jar in front of the mirror, both were real to me. Even that empty one, because that thingness, that because we have touched it before, that it was just the hardness of the jar or the softness, or then the smell, then the no one would taste that, but smell, everything was there, and everything contributed to make it appear as a real thing. Otherwise, it's just the same bunch of colors that occurred in the eye. But the reflections were not valuable, not important for me, and even the empty cream jar was a real thing for me. So you can experience it through yourself. So you have to contemplate when you come across such instances, when you listen to true Dhamma, when you practice it, when you these Dhamma concepts can be seen when you do, involve in your day-to-day activities also. So then and there, see through them and try to just inquire into them, just contemplate. That's very important. So it is the same concept now. Book as a physical object, because both cream jars were physical objects. They had some value, but the image in the mirror did not have that value. So that is purely due to ignorance. Otherwise, everything is the same. All images, now I say the images in the mirror and the ones on the table, whatever, all are just bunches of colors, nothing more than shapes. So that is the truth. It is really difficult to convince, but it needs lot of contemplation and lot of listening should happen. Listening to many sermons to understand this, how the sense faculties create this illusion, how the consciousness creates this illusion. So actually we try to understand what true Dhamma means. It is nothing but dependent origination. So everything happens due to conditions and causes. So it is cause and effect Dhamma. So we have come to the end of today's Dhamma talk, and let's meet tomorrow at the same time. So I once again may I pay homage at Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's feet for all his selfless service. He does everything out of immense kindness to relieve the sufferings of entire mankind. May the noble triple gem bless all Dhamma friends. Teruvan Saranai, and see you tomorrow.
Join. So
the reading of the book will not happen. In time to come, Dr. Kokila and other Dharma friends will join. Theruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, she has just joined. Today, Shani is unable to join, so no reading will happen. I just started. Dr. Kokila, Theruvan Saranai.
I think Shani can't participate today, so we'll start the Dharma discussion. It's okay. So do you have the book? I don't know.
I have got the book, Dr. Kokila. She said it's page 52 that we have to start. Today, I don't know whether we have to wait until
We
she
can,
joins tomorrow.
yeah,
And
we can wait.
Yeah, doctor.
Yeah, we can wait. So actually, we can talk about the perceptions today because we talked a lot about the perceptions. And if Joel has a question, we can answer that too. So we have so many perceptions. The development of perceptions, as we discussed last time, happens with so much due to the cultural background or the environmental factors. So a child in the European country and a child in the Asian kind of country and a child in maybe African country or in a tribe, the perceptions they have or aspirations in that sense, aspirations they have, plans they have, thoughts they have, whatever the word you say, they're quite different. So when the life was simple, I think the main aspiration was to find food and survive and look after the breed. That was the main factor which was there. So, but with changes in the generations, now we have quite different aspirations or perceptions or thoughts, patterns. So it changes from generation to generation. It changes. So a lot of if you read about newest generations, they kind of depend. The way they look at the life is quite different. They are open to a lot of simple living, as well as they usually kind of has a free mind, but it all depends. So these perceptions or the pattern of thinking or pattern of living in that sense demarcates who we are. That's how it is. Like I'm so and so. This is, if you ask what is, who are you? And what you can say is, my name is this. We can say, I'm from this background. We have like a definition kind of thing. But if we actually ask, who are you? They might ask, well, I told you, I am so and so. I am Sudama. I'm Kokila. I'm Srangika. I'm Joel. We have a answer. But then if someone asks you again, you might even get irritated. I told you I'm Surangika, like, why are you keep asking me again and again, who am I? But in Dhamma, this when you talk about truth, we keep actually asking that question. That can really irritate us if we don't know why we are asking that. But we ask that to actually rekindle or actually improve your ability to research about this feeling of self. Why do we feel as alive? Why do we feel as there is a me here? Well, I started the discussion like that. Is there any question, Joel, from your side? I'm open to that because you may have some, even a little one. It's fine.
Yes, doctor. Like I've been reading that book these 2-3 days, and I just felt that my sensory faculties are not working. I was just like floating. I don't know whether this is an experience of yours, but I just want to ask, similar to that, how does a mood, is it connected to the thought, and how does mood swings happen if thoughts are illusionary?
The mood swings are actually the emotional part of the mind. It's actually a kind of outcome. So it is, this part is not much in animals, like when the mind is not that powerful, the dog might cry when not the kitten, oh my God, the puppy is dead. But for a little while, like then there's no, like they're not, you can't really say they are suffering for ages and ages like our moms. Our moms, if your son died, if their son died, they might suffer for the next, if the mother lived another 50 years, they might suffer for the 50 years of that living. So this mind faculty actually has so much extensions, like the happiness, the sadness, the moodiness, the everything is actually part of the mind sensor. But the extreme changes in that is actually due to this the misunderstanding of self, actually, because most of the time these problems are directed directly towards me, because if someone shouts, if it is not directed at you, you are not really angry. Imagine someone shouts from the road. I'm telling an example. Someone is shouting from the road. You go to the front and see who is shouting and why he is shouting, and you realize that he is shouting at the neighbor, not me. Then you are like, oh, okay, he shouldn't shout. You're kind of calm because you know that he shouldn't shout. We'll say he's drunk, but he shouldn't shout. But you're not that bothered because he's not shouting at you. You know that he's not facing your house. You know that he's facing some other's house. Likewise, so this, the burning which happens, or the moodiness that happens, or whatever the emotional changes that happen, is directly related to me or my family or myself. So that part is what we are dealing with. Otherwise, actually, it's a part of the mind sensor. So the some animals will have like a bit of an emotional part, but usually their emotional parts are short-lived. One day my son was telling me that the shortest memory power is of like a fish, but I don't know, it was like a story he was telling, but it could be true. But the human ability to resynchronize to your past is massive, and the resynchronization to your kind of the past thoughts can bring back the same emotions that you had that day. I was explaining that on the first day that you asked me. So that is kind of the mind sensor, yes. And that's weird, but that's how we feel alive. In the other way around, we mistake our ability to feel the emotions as a self, because you feel, I'm feeling sad. If someone questions, really, are you feeling sad, or is it your... But if someone knows Dhamma, they will not shout at you, but If they don't know, they will be like, yes, are you like judging me? I'm sad. But then when we talk about in Dhamma way, actually what we try to show is actually it is this sensor, ability of the sensor to feel all that. Because the ability of the sensor is there. Because if you see a good old friend suddenly on the road, you will be like, hi, how are you? After such a long time, you know, you feel such a, like a kind of elated mood. That's normal. That's okay. That's how it is. Because you have a mind sensor. You're born with that. But that doesn't necessarily mean that there is a self that is experiencing that. And the other way around, if you meet the same person in the shopping complex again and again and again, you will be like, that becomes a bit neutral, but still you might have that. In the other way around, if you see someone who is kind of noisy or you don't like, you will get a small nudgy feeling, or like kind of a annoyed feeling whenever you see him, and you might even go on as you are shopping, not even seeing him. So this is kind of the production of the mind sensor. Does that make sense, Joel?
Yes, doctor. Thank you. Thank you.
Anything else?
Anything else is like I just said, I'm reading this book. So I just want to ask everyone, is this a feeling that you get that like you're not in this body and you're just like floating? And I can't sense anything because I'm reading this book. So many truths have been revealed here. This me is an illusion. Our thoughts are just illusionary. Everything is illusion. So I was like, after I read, even when I'm walking, I don't feel like walking. What's going on?
If you kind of understand this, the truth, whatever action you do, so imagine you're walking, imagine you are cleaning the house, imagine you are combing your hair, imagine you're brushing your teeth or dressing up. Well, it's actually not done by you. So we just keep understanding this. It's action, yes. Definitely there's action. Don't misunderstand. There's no argument about that, because there is action. There's hearing, there's seeing, there's talking. There's everything is happening, but the actual feeling that you get is you don't have a burning. That's how you feel. And sometimes we might actually get so light feeling that you might feel like floating. Yeah, that's fine. Don't think too much about it. That's all right. Just keep understanding the truth, because the truth is a bit deeper than we think. Even the floating feeling, the happiness that we get, or the tranquility we get, is also a kind of a product of this system, isn't it? So we don't get attached to that even. So we will be just blissfully, eternally happiness. That's a kind of thing. But that's through deep understanding how there is no self here. And whatever happens, it's happening to the sensory faculties, yes. And as long as your sensory faculties are working, there would be outcome. I mean, that's not a bad thing. It's all right. But just don't keep thinking too much about it, because it's okay. The sadness as well as the both extremes, they They are just productions of these sensory organs. And when you keep understanding Dhamma, you will feel lighter and lighter. That's all. That's good. Anyone else? To tell
Therwan
anything?
Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
Yes.
Something connected to Joy's question regarding mood swings. Although we feel as if certain mood prevails for a certain period, there is nothing like that. That certain thought power, we feel happiness or sadness or kind of some frustration due to that thought power. Even that thought again, it repeatedly happens, and so that we feel as if that condition prevails for a certain period. Is it so? If we look at it from
What is the example for that?
that mood swings, now we feel as if happiness prevails for a certain period, maybe 10-15 minutes, but nothing prevails like that at a stretch. No, the thought, that certain thought created some power, and that is
Yeah, that is mind
of,
sensor. But with this
yeah,
Dhamma, if you
yes,
really understand this Dhamma,
yes,
the lightness you feel, or the tranquility you feel, or the super happiness we might feel, it's nothing related to your sensory organs. So imagine if Joel said that Joel has some kind of very tranquility, some kind of tranquility. But then if that is going to persist, even in a calamity, he get angry if someone keep asking the same question. But if someone is actually asking him again and again and again about the topics that he doesn't like, then still if he is happy, then I would take it as the the real outcome of this Dhamma. That is the outcome what we actually expect from a person who really feels Dhamma. Did you actually get that point, Joel? It's very important to understand, isn't it? Because when we are happy, that's fine. We feel so light, we feel very good, all are in positive aspect. But imagine someone understands this, Dhamma, that there's no self, there's sensory organs, and that is it, And then, even in a problem, even at a moment that you should be thoroughly upset or really agitated, even at that moment, even if you are exposed to something very terrible, you might underline there would be that feeling. That is the best thing. That's the best thing you might feel in future, actually. Do you get the point, Joel?
Yes, doctor, because I think these 4 or 5 days I could openly say that even in my house, I do not get angry, and my anger has gone down a lot. And it's
That's
because of
excellent.
listening to these things and reading the book. And even when I watch news, I don't feel irritated or upset. I just watch it. I mean, I don't watch it. My
Yeah,
eye is
really.
watching it. Okay. So
That's
it's
good. That's
mainly
good.
on color and sound that we make a big illusion in our mind. The book says so. So I have reduced my anger a lot. Even if irritating things happen, I don't get irritated. I can see a difference. My
That's
parents do see a
excellent.
difference.
That's excellent. That's excellent. I mean, I think our efforts, our efforts is to give the truth. Someone has to feel happy. Someone out there should have eternal happiness, not just happy. You can make someone happy by giving a child can be happy when they get a chocolate, but not like that happy, but eternal happiness without even when you are going to die, you will be having the same tranquility is so very, very, we can't compare that to any other happiness. So I'm really thankful, and we thank our Buddothpado Aryan Wanse for him sharing his experiences with us and trying to teach us this truth, and we kind of try our best to give that in English language, because language problems are there also. But yeah, that's so amazing. What do you think, Sudharma and Surangika? Do you have anything to add?
To thank you
And
basically for doing this. Actually, you have done a marvelous job within the few days, because Joel joined a couple of days ago, Dr. Kokila, and we
yeah,
experienced how you were trying to explain things, and you
but
have done
we
a
are
lot.
kind of, yeah, I
Yeah.
know. We are kind of Buddothpado Aryan Wanse's guidance. Anyway, Sudharma, you asked a question. I forgot that. You asked a question, and you're asking about the. I don't know
Persisting
whether
feeling,
I
Dr.
don't know whether I
Kokila.
answered the question. Did I? Because I think I answered Joel.
Today, no, it's all right, Dr. Kokila. Today I have some other question regarding the perception also. It's rather than a question, how I felt. Now, when my own kids call me Amma, it creates a certain impact. And when somebody else calls me Amma, it creates another impact. But it is more or less the same sound, Amma.
Well, Sudharma,
So,
from today onwards, I will call you Amma. Is that okay?
That's okay.
No,
So,
I can feel that, because you know, when
Amma, Sudharma Amma.
yeah. So now, actually, it's very good that you bringing that up, because I have had my friends who get so agitated when a kid comes up and tell auntie, and they're like, their eyes roll, and they're like, the face get tightened. They don't say anything. I mean, when we were younger. Sorry, I'm not talking about now. Now we are aunties anyway. But what I'm trying to say is, when we were younger, I had friends, you know, the kids come up and say, auntie, can I have that? Can I have that? And they're like, who is auntie here? And I have had my own patients who are actually kind of in 60s, 70s. And they came and told me, one of the policemen who, they were walking around, and so a policeman has told those two old ladies, and they too were shocked. And they came to me and talked to me about that, how they, I mean, they talk a lot of things with me. So they were talking how they get shocked by to hear that they're old aunties, you know, like old women. So likewise, we have so many perceptions behind our, you know, it's very tricky. These little things which come up, we don't know why they are coming up even, because if someone, you know, I used to, you know, people when in Sinhala, some people can call Tamuse, and Tamuse is actually Tamunanse in Sinhala. It has been like a long name, but when it is shortened and talked in a different way, it sounds so rude, intimidating. Yeah, and so the so no one likes to be called, you know, Tamuse. But then when the friends are calling, sometimes there may be a fashion that the friends may be called Machang and Tamse, all that, or anyway, you know. So this there are simple, actually saying, maybe we can say mathematics, simple mathematics behind these things, simple underlying, I would say subconscious, but there's nothing subconscious, actual, there's no meaning in that, but there is some perception we have, which we even can't explain sometimes, because
Yeah.
it gives you a feeling with the edge, you know.
Age and Dr. Kokila may be representative of certain social class, because not to, I mean, intimidate a certain group of people. Normally we call Amma, especially doctors in hospitals, they address patients as Amma. So age of one thing, one factor. If someone is quite at a certain age, we call Amma. And then this family kind of relationships, mother son. So same perception or the same label has different meanings into them, and somehow we have, I mean, that telepathizes the moment we hear that is rather, that depends on the context. That's what I actually tried to figure out, why it has various impacts on different situations.
But
So
actually
what you are
speaking,
explaining is
Sudharma,
yeah,
this is just a sound, okay?
sound, of course, yeah. And
It's
yesterday, Dr. Kokila, in the practical program, one lady told me, actually, I quoted this as an example when I was explaining something, the thought formations, I think. She told me her son's mother-in-law used to call her Amma, so she didn't want to talk to her. She didn't visit her for some time, and she openly told her son to tell her not to call me Amma, just to call me Akka, I mean sister. And such a story also came up in the discussion.
yeah, but that's so superficial, isn't it? These are
Yeah,
all
yeah.
superficial,
Superficial, yes.
because all these are like mind perceptions. These are
Hmm.
actually not true. And if someone actually strengthens with Dhamma, none of these things would matter.
Of course.
They might call you Archie also, so you have to
Yeah,
be careful.
yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Actually, about this thing, I have to say how when children call you Amma, how you would feel such a love coming up is due to the, you know, you get the synchronization with the old happy times, you know. So you feel so happy about it, and even if it is a story, just imagine you are watching like a video clip or YouTube something, or even a like TV series. If there is a son and if there is a mom, and that son lovingly calls mom, all that will come. I mean, this is not only through the sound. So we have to understand how these things correlate, you know, how this mind, the Amma is not only in the sound. Amma is in the, you know, the perception of Amma, or perception of mother is complicated. It's having all these aspects. So it has the eye faculty, it has the ear faculty, it has the smell faculty. So if you see, why do you like some sceneries in the movies and why not others? Why you like the villain to suffer and the lover to win?
Yes.
Why would you like the story to end, you know, nicely? Happily ever after, you know, we like that. So we can kind of have the perception. We don't want anything to go wrong because we don't like that. So, but if you actually understand Dhamma and understand that this actually this is just one stimuli at a time, and these episodes, whatever the things happening, is just another episode. You can actually be so relieved that you don't get agitated. Also, to add to the Joel's happiness in understanding Dhamma, you can actually feel others too. That is the beauty of it. Actually, you might feel the person who is calling you with anything, like Amma, Vachi, whatever. It doesn't matter, but what perspective they are trying to call you. Because sometimes they don't have a word, so they are lost to words. Sometimes, I try to say Mahatmya, and one day I told Mahatmya to someone, I can't remember whether it's, and that Mahatmya actually told, don't tell Mahatmya, just tell the name. And
Yes.
I was, I quickly corrected myself. Yes, but it's kind of, we try to be polite. At the same time, we try to, catch their attention and forget the name also sometimes, or even, whatever the conversation goes on. So if I don't say Surangika, I say, some other thing. And if Surangika gets annoyed, and I can feel it, it's something you feel. So these things are so complicated. So we like our name, 100%. We like our name. Why do we like our name? Is we have an idea that it is me. And if you are
True.
called 1,000 times, if I try to call you and say a wrong name, or I might start calling Mrs. Gamage, you might be like, why is she calling me Mrs. Gamage?
Yes.
What's the problem with Dr. Kokila now? Is she like getting some sickness, so we have an affinity, kind of affinity or clinginess to our own name because of our we are used to that.
Identity, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah,
As you said,
no,
yeah.
imagine
Yeah.
someone comes to a doctor and say, hi nurse, can you do this? There should be such a understanding for that person, not to say I'm not a nurse, I'm a doctor, but to do that, but sometimes someone might actually not worry about that and keep doing that. Smile and keep doing that. And maybe a day or two later, that person will understand, oh my God, I have told nurse to that doctor. They might come and apologize, likewise. So how we get attached to these things, it's very subtle. And we keep understanding how these things affect us, and when you start understanding that there is no self, actually you can become the reception, you can become the nurse, you can become the pharmacist, you can become the patient, you can become anything. That's how you start feeling kind of everyone, isn't it?
Years ago, these things didn't matter at all, and we didn't know that we are responding in different ways, even for all these words, and how people address us. Now, because of true Dhamma, we are paying attention and we are noticing them. Otherwise, we wouldn't have noticed it.
Yeah, anything to add, Surangika? Surangika must be doing a lot of board meetings and stuff. Surangika will have ideas about perceptions, isn't it, Surangika?
Dr. Kokila. Yeah, I think to that Sudharma's last point, it's, back in the day we didn't know. And we had all these, different ways that we reacted for different terms. But the other thing is, even if we felt a twinge, the mind was so powerful that it comes back and immediately gives a justification as to why we thought of it in that way.
Yeah.
Isn't it? Because it says, I mean, I felt a twinge, or I got indignant because somebody called me Amma or whatever it is. But then I'm not old. No, why did that person think he or she could call me auntie or Amma? So like that again, the mind comes and covers it up by giving some justification, and because of the lack of any insight to the Dhamma or the truth, that is accepted, and then we feel good about it, and then life goes on, isn't it?
And
So
a different perspective, a mother actually, someone would feel so happy when Aryan says mother. Like these are so different stuff, like you might feel like you're heard, or you are felt, but actually that's not in that word, but that's how it is. The little children, I just should add it just for the interest actually. Little children, they don't go by the words, they go by the touch. Small children, they go by the touch. Their natural development is also depending on the touch and the loving kindness they feel. So later only they will understand if the mother says I love you. If mother says I love you to a little baby doesn't understand what is I love you. That baby doesn't know. But then they are felt loved because of the closeness and the loving kindness that the feel. And but when we mature, kind of, we our mind is built. Oh my God, no, not built. Mind is, how do I say that? Mind is forming. Then we want people to express that, as also feel that. So there are different aspects. Females would would like to hear it, kind of thing. There is psychological aspects of these things. But what I'm trying to say is, so there are so many different aspects to one perception. The perception is Amma. Can you say the different aspects to different people? Imagine a stepmother. I have seen like a video clip one day. The stepmother was working, or stepfather, I can't remember now, but she hears the stepson calling him mother. And she was like so overjoyed. She was dancing, kind of something like that. So why does that mom mattered so much to her? So the word mom or amma brings so many different feelings to different people. One would actually stop and cry because their mother has died or mother is not there. But other one, like the Canadian story, that person who the mother didn't treat that person very well, the hatred comes. How come is that? So we can understand so much different aspects of this, but just the same perception, same thought, bringing you so many different and also in Joel's experiences, the word job, how it affected him. Because job, no one really cares about the word job in different aspects, but when it is heard, he felt that. But likewise, what we feel is really depending on what your world is, what past experiences are. So it's all kind of depending on your past vibrations, I would say. And the past vibration, if you feel the same thing now, it's not a big deal. It's just the synchronization effect. And so be it. You don't have to worry about it. So you kind of, when you try to understand Dhamma, what happens is you kind of, you know, you kind of observe how this you know, senses work, and the mind sensor keep jumping up and down, you know. Yes, Suramika, I think I interrupted you. Oh, I don't
No,
know.
that's
I can't
okay,
remember.
Dr. Pupita. The perceptions thing that you mentioned, particularly about the emotions aspect of it, is also so the thing about the mind consciousness is that it is a culmination of all the other sense faculties, and I thought maybe we can talk about it a bit more because Joel is reading the book, and that might help him get more context around it. So when we think about the sense faculties, and we spoke of this the last few days, so the experiences that are gained are only gained through the sense faculties. So what actually happens is everything that is experienced is only a perception. So that's why, I mean, we've talked about mothers, fathers, children now. In the last few minutes, we've spoken about Amma, and we've spoken about, yesterday we spoke about sound and having different cultures having different connotations for the same sound and therefore taking on different meanings. Then we talked about the mother giving different, somebody can be sad when they think about the mother, somebody can feel happy when they think about the mother. But even for that mother, can you see that what if we think about the sense faculties, every sense faculty will give rise to a perception, because if we think about the eye consciousness or the eye, all that it will emanate is light. So the feeling or the sensation that gives rise from that from the light consciousness, we that is the perception of light. So with the ear, it is the perception of sound. With the nose, it's the perception of smell. But then we don't leave the smell, that basic sense of smell, as smell, right? What we see is if we go out into the garden and we smell something, it's the smell of a jasmine flower. So where did the jasmine come about? How did that come about? So if it was a basic smell, then everything should be smell, right? Smell of, the smell of flowers. All flowers should be the same smell, but we don't take it like that. We take it as, the smell of jasmine, or, a bad smell, the smell of, a dog having gone past and left some poo on the outside curb next to your gate or something. So where did we put those labels? How come those labels were attached to those basic perceptions? So everything that is perceived and experienced is coming from these 5 faculties, and the way the mind conscious works is it combines all these sense faculties and takes it into one thought, which is the object. So if we think about a jasmine flower, that perception will come to mind. But if you have touched a jasmine flower before, you can get the sensation of the touch, the smoothness of the petals. In terms of color, you will know that it is white in color. And then the smell, the fragrance of the jasmine. But when someone says jasmine and there is no jasmine flower even in sight, all those perceptions, the smell of the jasmine, the fragrance, the smoothness of the petals, the fact that it was light, all that comes to you in one flash, isn't it? So that perception is what we call thought. But can you see that in that thought, and this is where the illusion comes to, what you read in the book, and I'm sure there'll be more and more context and detail given as you keep on reading the pages. These perceptions, now in that thought, consider the thought. If somebody says jasmine flower to you, immediately the thought object will flash in your mind. It'll flash, and in that flash you'll see the color white, you'll remember, or the fragrance will come to mind, and all that will come, and even the sound, jasmine, will kind of internally it'll reverberate in your head. So how did the sound jasmine come out into your head? And then how did the fragrance of smell come to mind? There wasn't even a jasmine flower in sight. You haven't even physically touched a jasmine flower. Somebody just said jasmine. So can you see that that mind object, that thought that we hold on to and attach so much value to, did it actually even have the fragrance? Did it even have the smell perception in it? And yet we think that it has all those embedded features, isn't it? Did that perception of light actually have the light component in it? Was the white actually there? All that was thought was jasmine. And all those perceptions arising out of those sense faculties, which are relevant for that particular thought, arises in a flash. But
And
it is arising in a
that will
construct,
get
isn't it?
that will get complicated also, Surangika. If it's a rose and you kind of telepathizes into something else related to rose, this is just like the rose that I got from my, in a previous relationship or something.
Yes, yes. It can get more and more complicated. That's
complicated.
Right. Yeah.
And that is the thing. I mean, how come, as you said, just a sight brings all these into, that is the beauty of this illusion, actually. The beauty of this illusion is in the sense the miraculous mind of a human. I think that's Lord Buddha has once told that it's the most beautiful film. He told Chalana Chitra, but I think that's kind of a film. It's the most beautiful film is in the mind, because it's really thing, like if I say Niagara Falls now, all of you, without a gap of a fraction of a second, if all of you have heard that before, all of you can synchronize to the something about Niagara Falls. If you have seen a photo of that, you would, it might come to you, that it is watery. When I say Niagara Falls, you don't think about a rocky feeling. No, you definitely know it's kind of watery. But if I say Sigiriya, you definitely know it is rocky, isn't it? So this is the beauty of the mind. And you keep understanding more and more. The emotional part also is a factor. If you actually went to Sigiriya with someone, that is a different story then. I'm saying Sigiriya for something else now here to describe the Dhamma, but someone might remember the trip that they went to Sigiriya, no? Likewise, so many this beautiful mind we have, the humans, is actually used to understand the mind. I think Franka said it one day. We understand, we kind of pierce into the mind through mind. Actually, kind of we use the mind to understand the mind. We use the mind to understand the sense faculties, isn't it, Surangika?
Yeah, and I think, Joel, one of the most beautiful lessons I think that our noble teacher taught us, and which we have reflected over and over again, is the thing that I might not have said it as beautifully as he has told us, is that if you consider a phrase that we have all grown up with, right? Jack and Jill went up the hill. Now you read it in so many books in your childhood days. We've read it as well. So we have a picture, isn't it, that immediately springs to mind when you say Jack and Jill went up the hill. Now, if you consider that you're reading that sentence of a book, you will immediately, Jack and Jill went up the hill. The sound, even if you don't say it out loud, the sound kind of emanates or it kind of reverberates in your head. Then there will be a picture even that will you'll imagine a little girl and a boy going up a hill. Or you might even remember a little book, the book that you read, and there might have been a little picture on that book. You'll probably remember the picture, or you'll a hazy picture, whatever that you can, that flashes in your mind at that moment. Now, how did all that happen? So if that picture had like a blue sky and a little girl with a pink dress or something, all that you will remember, like the pinkness of the dress, the blue of the sky, then the sound, Jack and Jill went up the hill. And it even actually has a bit of a rhyme, isn't it? All that will come up like springing up. So how did the sound perception come out? There wasn't a sound. All you did was read a sentence of a book, and that also not out loud, but quietly. So that is why our teacher said, consider how illusory this is. Was there a sound in that sentence? You didn't even read it out loud. And yet you felt the sound, didn't you? You felt that when you said Jack and Jill went up the hill, you felt that there was that perception of sound. Was there actually a sound? The perception of that light, the pink dress, the blue sky. You thought that there was blue there, and you thought there was pink in that dress. But did you actually see pink? Did pink get conjured up in the mind? You felt as if it felt so real. The perception feels so real, but was there anything in it? Was there actually light in the perception? So when you do that to every sense faculty and the perception that arises from every sense faculty, you have that aha moment where you think, oh my God, what we have read and understood and laughed and cried and learned and all these things and crowded all these thoughts and notions and knowledge into our head and went on and had a life, learned, educated, got married, laughed, cried, did all these things. Didn't we do all those from these perceptions? Were these perceptions true, or what on earth have we been doing? And then you realize, actually, we haven't been doing anything because there was not a self here. As we discussed yesterday, this is just the system, the mind and the phenomena of the mind. The sense faculties work as long as there is a breath. The sense faculties give rise to a sensation. That sensation is called perception. And that perception, depending on a person's background, depending on a person's education background and so on, that perception also will be different. Like we spoke of yesterday, the culture. So one culture can have a different perception, another culture can have a different perception about the same type of sound. So all these things have then culminated to give one an impression of an object, give one an impression of a person, a name and a label. And all these things have accumulated and accumulated and accumulated over the years to almost to kind of imprint itself into a persona called you. Or I have had that experience, as Dr. Pokida said right at the beginning. How do you explain yourself? How do you describe yourself? It says, I am Jack. I own a house on whatever. My mother and father are, an eminent lawyer and a doctor or something like that, Or I have that MBA or this PhD. Isn't that the way we describe? And then we say, no, but who are you? And then, they are scratching their head and wondering, what on earth is this person saying? I've already said that, I'm that one and this one and I have that, I have this. But aren't those things that were described all also perceptions? And then, you start wondering about all these things. So it's these things will gradually, I think, unravel, isn't it, when you keep on reading the book? But just mentioning, just thinking about that thing that you said about feeling very light when you read that book. I think Dr. Kofida, that explanation that the Buddha has said about different people, how some people can grasp the Dhamma and the truth relatively quickly.
Very quick, yeah.
Yeah, and so I'm sure if our noble teacher joined this Zoom he occasionally does when he's not busy, he would also be able to feel as you do, Dr. Kokila, when Joel speaks, because those are things that can be felt, Joel, by those who are, advanced on the path. So that you would really benefit if our noble teacher also joins at some point. So keep joining us until you'll have a lucky day when he joins.
Yeah, and his questions are...
Can I ask you
Yeah,
something?
yeah.
Madam Surangika, you told about a book and the sentence. So when I was reading the book, this Aryan Vance's book, it says, "Is the book is a book, it's a thing," kind of thing. So we see it as a book because we perceived it as a book, but it's not a book. Something like that. So I was like,
I can't hear you. Oh, are you not? Oh, can you hear Surangika? I can't hear.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Joel. Is the line clear?
just name it and just say, okay, it's a flower. I think
I
that
think you
will
dropped
be
out a little bit, Joel. Do you mind just repeating after the word book?
Yeah, we heard the book and then there was a gap. We couldn't hear.
this it's raining here. So the book is like something called thing. The book says, what I read, it's a thing. We perceived it as book because we heard it long time before in the past, as I know.
Yeah.
But if we see a flower and just not name it and just see as a flower and see the beautiful thing in that and just not name it, I think that is the state of mind that Lord Buddha is telling about.
Actually, no, it is much deeper than that. Much deeper than that, Joel. So because you brought it up, I had to tell you now. So just imagine you are looking at what is in front of you, Joel, now.
Banana.
Okay, so you have a banana now. So just imagine. So it is the eye faculty which is working, isn't it? Eye faculty is working. So you see a banana. So that is the first step we understand. We see something, yes, but we perceive it as a banana. That's all right. That's from our whatever the learn thing, yes. But then the next thing is the mind consciousness or this perception true? No, it is a construct. We understand that. But then there's still the consciousness, how do I say that? Eye consciousness or the light, the feel. Because even the baby, if you go to your baby time, Joel being a baby, so the baby didn't know anything about a banana. The baby would be staring at that. But what baby sees is just baby feels something, that there is a difference, but the baby feels the light. That's all what happens in the beginning. Even in that sense, there is kind of a life feel. In that, what Lord Buddha explaining is, even that is actually a perception. Even the light is a perception. So in that, what we understand is this, the life feel we have there also is a construct. that is actually or like a sensory organ construct, because the eye is happening so fast. That's why we see the light. For the example of that is, Joel, if you have seen lightning happens because of the million times sparking is the lightning. That light we see. It is the same thing in the eye also. It's a fast occurrence of the eye receptors, which causes us to have a synchronization with the light. So there is always a synchronization. Because there is vibration here, only we can see. If there is no vibration here, if I am blind, whatever the vibration out there, we can't synchronize. So what I'm trying to say is, even the baby felt alive, but so Lord Buddha actually even has addressed that. This one thing that we have to understand is, even at that point, what we feel is the speed of the receptors, speed of the sensory organs. So when we understand that, even the feel, when you touch your banana, you might feel something, but even that is a construct. Do you get the point, Joel? So if you see
Yes,
something, you
doctor.
feel a light, even that is a construct. So actually, there is no way that you will be hidden anywhere, kind of trapped anywhere. That is what the actual thing is. So when we understand the banana, we'll take it as an example now. How banana works is, banana is a mental construct. You now know that. I don't think I need to explain that, because you have understood it very properly now. And then it is the eye consciousness that works. And how we feel that the banana is like a thing is because that it has that component of the eye consciousness as well. So the eye consciousness as well as the mind consciousness. So when we understand these both things, so how we feel that there is a banana is because we have a perception that it is there. When we listen to Dhamma, what actually happens is, what happens is, with the help of the noble friend, we understand that it's actually not a thing there, because usually, before listening to Dhamma, the banana is there on the table. Can't you see? Yeah, there is a banana. But now we know this kind of a perception we have. I mean, so someone might call kesel. Someone might call something else. In Tamil, it's something else. A Chinese person might say something else. So in English only, it is called banana. Or someone might say, oh no, it's not banana, it's a plantain, So any perception we have is according to our culture, as we said, according to our language, anything. Whatever that perception is actually a vibration that has arisen from these sensory faculties. But the problem that brings the suffering is not that. Not actually the banana. The suffering is from the idea that it is there. So this feel of existence actually is misunderstood. Basically, we can say in simple terms, is misunderstood, because we feel that because of the speed of the eye, we feel that there is something, and we misunderstand that it has that I am here and there is something there. That's how the duality has come. And actually this duality is part of the illusion too. So this duality is the understanding of this Dhamma actually breaks this duality. When we understand there's no this side here, it is actually just the stimulus only. So if you keep understanding Dhamma, it is very easy for you to understand what has actually happened is there's a perception of banana, yes. Whatever happened now, because we are adults, whatever it comes is as banana, yes. Or if you know it as banana. If you don't know the English word, it will known as kessel. Even if you feel that, now imagine you erase that banana, even after that you might feel that there is something there, you know, even that is wrong, that even something there is wrong. Actually, that is why it is felt like something there is because of the speed of the eye faculty. So the whole thing, we call this actually 3 worlds, we call it, because one world is when we feel that everything is outside. As you say, on the table there is a banana. But we keep understanding this is actually in the mind. But then the next point we understand is this: all the perceptions in the mind are not true. Then the weight of all the perceptions, the job, the whatever that we were talking about, all the perceptions you understand, and what's the big deal? You know, they are all perceptions, yes. And then the next level is that you feel it as existent. Something is there, you know. That is also due to the sense of faculty, the eye. If you see it, but if you touched it, it's a sense of faculty of the skin. Even that is due to the speed of that sense of faculty. So that's it. I mean, there's no way that you can be tricked, but you will continue to taste the same banana forever. Someone who understands Dhamma will continue to taste, and they will be tasting it much more than before, because we are so flustered. No, we are not even, we don't know what we ate for the morning, because we are so thinking so much under so much pressure. You know, but now without much pressure, you feel, as you said, you feel so light, and you will actually feel everything. But what that means is you are not going to get trapped in that as thinking that it is true. You know that they are sense of faculty, isn't it? Did I tell it properly? Can you add something, Surangita?
Yeah, okay. Then Dr. Gopal.
And
Yeah, so
Joel,
I think,
did you understand, Joel? I mean, I was trying to say that it's a bit deeper than only the mind perception.
Yes, doctor, I understood.
Yeah, all good. Yeah, anything, Surangita?
yeah, so I mean, just to break that down a little bit more, so that so-called banana thing, I mean, if you consider it, all that was discerned to the eye was an object, isn't it? So when did the banana become a banana is another $1 million question that our noble teacher, because there are 3 types of wisdom that has to be ascertained or realized when one breaks down this thought and pierce the thought, as Dr. Kokila said, in order to really get the meaning of it, and then not have the defilements of aversion, clinging, and so on. And in order to do that, the mind object, i.e., the banana, has to be unraveled, analyzed, dissected, whatever you call it. So, if we think about the banana, you said you have a banana in front of you. When did the banana become a banana? You know, and she said that the baby in the cot didn't know that it was a banana. So, what the light or the eye sensor perceives is just an object. And so it was that object that maybe in your childhood days, even at nursery or wherever, the teacher said, held up a banana and said, children, this is what you call a banana. And then they did B-A-N-A-N-A and taught you the spelling. It said that a banana is typically yellow. It starts off as green and then it becomes ripe. It's a yellow, you eat it, you have it as fruit, and all these facts have been fed into this so-called system, and then this object called banana comes into being. So that is the way the banana, and then if you have, if you touch it, what do you feel? It's only solidity, isn't it? So if how did the solidity become a banana? Again, each time that banana is seen, as we said earlier about the jasmine flower, all those perceptions, whether it arose from the light consciousness, whether it arose from the smell, you know, the distinct smell of banana. Maybe you had a banana the first time you had it as a child, then you might have had different types of bananas. All those perceptions will telepathize in that moment when you see the banana. So whether it's the smell perception, the light perception, and so on, all that will then constitute that experience of the banana for you. But consider, for example, if you had bought a bunch of bananas and now you think the banana is real, moment you think the banana is real, and also then the banana exists, that's another sensation. And that is the most damning of sensations because it arises out of ignorance. If you do not understand that it is a perception, that how this banana came about through all these perceptions, the basic perceptions constituting the mind object called a banana, a person who does not know that will believe that there is such a thing called a banana, and then automatically the duality, the person who experiences the banana, savors the taste of the banana, automatically gets manifested there. So that's where the duality happens. I think we're running out of time. Maybe we can pick it up tomorrow, but there are various facets of that you can explain, which if you don't hold the correct perception as to that this whole thing is a construct, you can invariably get caught in the defilements, isn't it, Dr. Kokila, how the aversion can happen, the clinging can happen, and so on, just from
Yeah,
a bunch of bananas.
if there is a thing, definitely you are there. That's how it happens.
Yeah.
Whether it is the field level, whether it's the perception level, or whether it's even the outside level. When it is outside level, we can kill for a banana, we can fight for a banana, we can steal the banana, we can do anything. You know, I mean, we will never do that for a banana, but you know, just for an example. So that's how we kind of, you know, if you take it as like $1 million. So if I say $1 million, we know that it is kind of a big thing, isn't it? We have like a perception about that. And if you get, if there is $1 million on the table, kind of now it's not like the banana now. It's quite different now. You know, the interest is different. The where to keep it now is a different thing now. There's so much to do. But yeah, we have to put it in a safe, or otherwise you have to put it in the bank, or you don't know how to look after it now because there's so many things to do with $1 million. So that's how the things get complicated. So the aversion or the delusion brings the aversion. So the and the craving, the craving part is so complicated. If you keep understanding this would be so beautiful. If you actually understand that it's just a perception, you will definitely put it in the safe. Yes, because if that is the way that you have handled money so far, whatever the money you put it in the bag, you just put it in the bag. You don't care because that is what you have done so far. You know, you get $1 million, what you have done, even if you get 1 rupee, if you have put it in the bank, or you get the $1 million, you put it in the bank, that's what you know. So you just do what you know. That's what it is. But you know, the heaviness that you get from getting that is not there because the perception is not that big. The heaviness is not there means that is the beauty of Dhamma. But the problem is if you feel it as existent, you are still in that. There is still you are there because then you can think about the $1 million in the safe. Oh, I have $1 million in the safe now. So that can keep coming and going, you know. So till the perception is there, the suffering is there. But when you understand that even this perception is not true, whatever you feel about it is also just, whatever the sensory organ. If you think about it, it's the mind sensor. If you see it, it's your eye sensor. If you touch it, it's a touch sensor. What's the big deal about it? There's no big deal about it. If someone actually try to, actually steal it, or actually what happens in these countries, usually you get scammed. Imagine you wake up one day and see the bank is empty because someone has scammed you and all the money is gone. You will feel something. If you definitely will cry if you are in, the value gives the response. The value is a problem. Actually, what you do with that is not the big problem. Whatever the value given is the suffering part. So the value equals suffering. That is the thing. I think we'll continue. We always run into the 4 o'clock Zoom meeting, so we will hand over the Zoom meeting to the Sinhala Zoom meeting now. So we worship Paramahansa and salute him for teaching us this beautiful Dhamma, and thank you all Dhamma friends for participating, and thank you Joel for asking so much interesting questions, and may Triple Gem bless you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doctor.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. Thank you very much, Doctor, and all
There was
Dhamma
an
friends.
Dr. Gopala and all that.
If you had missed seeing any previous thoughts, and as soon as you realize that you missed seeing some thoughts,
Buddothpado, Buddothpado. It's time to open your eyes. Open your eyes. It's time for Nibbana, for Nibbana. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. Awake humans, be awakened humans. It's your liberation that comes through. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. The last breath will be so peaceful, so peaceful. With Buddothpado, Buddothpado. Wake up, wake up, wake up to the truth. Buddothpado, Buddothpado.
The background. You begin to develop an uninterrupted awareness of the blank white screen. This effortless, peaceful focusing of your mind, watching the thoughts, is called samadhi. Once you arrive at the state of samadhi, you always only see the blank white background. In this state of samadhi, you don't pay attention to the colors you see on the screen. You would only focus on the blank white screen, always seeing the blank screen is ultimate wisdom. Samadhi automatically develops the 5 spiritual faculties: sattva, virya, sati, samadhi, prajna to a higher clarity. Prajna is wisdom, the wisdom that makes you realize the pure truth. The wisdom of realizing the pure truth is also known as awakening of the Dhammacakkusaya. It means that one sees the truth. We are not able to realize the truth at once. Therefore, a little samatha meditation, concentration meditation, can help you immensely to keeping your mind at one point. A bit of concentration to keep your mind from running away will help you go on the path and realize the truth. If you had practiced the Anapanasati meditation before, then as soon as you realize that your mind is trying to wander away, you would know how to bring your concentration back to your breathing. In the same way, you have to learn to bring your concentration to see that whatever you see outside is alive. You know that you are always being tricked by your mind consciousness, and the mind makes you feel that the outside truly exists. Believing in the outside world is called anusotaya. Now you have to learn how to avoid getting tricked by the illusion. You always get tricked. It is very difficult to stay without getting tricked by your thoughts. You have to apply a lot of effort to avoid getting tricked by your mind. Therwan Sarana, everybody.
Therwan Sarana. May Triple Gem bless you all. I think some of our Dhamma friends are participating to the Mudita programs today, so they will not be available. That's fine. We'll continue the discussion as we can. So we worship Aravanse for his guidance, and we can start the discussion. I will continue to talk, but you can join at the Suranka is here. So what Shani was talking about is today about this mind consciousness and that how this illusion has tricked us so far, and how it has brought this burning inside. So the burning is actually, we have talked a lot about this in Sinhala discussions, but I'll bring it back again, that the burning itself is me. There's no separate me. I think that is the difficulty in understanding that this burning has brought us to think that there is someone here. That is our kind of understanding, which is fair enough. I mean, if there is some burning here, which is not even relevant to the situation, of course there should be someone to feel the burning. That's how it is. That's how the interpretation comes. It's in kind of not voluntary. It's involuntary because no one has to teach a child or a person that there is me, even if there's no kind of proper language system. Even if what we take the example is someone growing up in the jungle with animals. If there is a human, still that sense of self or the self-perception will be there. How that is happening is because of this burning happening here. The burning is not there. Actually, doesn't necessarily matter whether you are seeing or whether you are hearing, whether you are feeling or whether you are thinking. It doesn't really matter. So, but if you really understand this system, the system will continue. The burning will may not be there. You have don't forget that the bodily sensations, pain, if there's any pain, you cut your arm or you have fractured your bone or whatever, if there's anything that has happened, the tenderness, the pain, everything will be there, because that is because of the sensory organs. they will be there. But if the misunderstanding of that it is felt to me is not there, and that even sense of self is not there, actually it's something you have to feel. That will actually bring you so much tranquility, even in the middle of any physical damage. That is the beauty of this Dhamma. Whatever the physical damage it is happening, or whatever mental damage it is happening, because we know that anything can happen in this life. This dream continues, but if the burning here is not there, then it's just another occurrence, another stimuli, another spark, whatever the way you call it, just another incident. So that's what we discuss every day. And Shani was talking about, if someone's mind is so flustered, they can try to do some concentration meditation. But this understanding about the sensory organs and understanding that there is actually no self here, it has nothing. Actually, it is the most important thing. Not just only concentration meditation is not going to give you happiness, because it will give you some solace, some tranquility for the time period that you are doing. But this Dhamma is going to give you unparalleled, unlimited in every condition, in every, whether you're standing or every posture. Nothing matters for this tranquility, for this awakening. So that is what is important here, that we are actually trying our best to elaborate on these first few steps in this Dhamma. We don't talk much in detail about the latter parts, because the most important thing is to come into this experience of non-vibration, and that is where the actual path begins. So Joel is also here. Joel can ask a question if there is anything wondering from yesterday.
Yes, Doctor. I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
From this thought pattern, how can I moreover, these thoughts are disturbing because of social pressure. If
Yeah.
you don't have a job, why you don't have a job? If you're not married, why are you not married? These kind of questions from people make me to worry more. It's that's the problem that I have. So how can I face this?
Yeah. The why a question would worry you, we can dig into that, because there are so many questions people can ask. Whether specifically someone close to you, or even someone not close to you, can bring up a question like that. But why a question can reach you, even, because not all the questions reach you. I mean, if you get my meaning about reach you, is like, doesn't fluster you, it doesn't make you wonder or ponder about the question. If the question brings you some value, that is where the problem is. The question has brought you some it has a major value, because as I as we discussed on the first day when you started the discussion about the thought, I actually elaborated on the point that whatever whatever the aspects we have so much stuff in our mind, like so much stuff hidden, even we don't want to touch these areas. So these areas get actually, just one word can boil them up. Just one, one aspect of even a picture can brought it up, even a voice can brought it up, even a topic can brought it up. So that is what is happening. A topic. That's the question itself is annoying you. The question itself, not just because it is being asked by someone. Question itself is bothering you, even subconsciously it's bothering you anyway. That is what it is. Because if you're not even bothered about, why are you wearing that shirt, you'll be like, oh yeah, who cares? You won't remember even that someone has asked that question. But because that this question is very close to you, very dear to you, the question itself is subconsciously working there in your system. That has become a thing to you, and that has the ability to make you feel that burning. So that is what it is. So the question, if you keep understanding how this system works, actually there's no difference in between asking why are you wearing that shirt today and why are you not doing a job today. It's this kind of some kind of a question, isn't it? But if we ask an intimate question itself suggests that it is dear to you, or it is very close to you, or is it just valued? There's a kind of a value to you. So the value, how does the value come from? The topic job has a value to you. Topic marriage has a value to you. There's so many aspects to it, because I am not going deep into that, because but in your mind you will understand what I'm trying to say, that there's so much deeper aspects into that. The deeper aspects, if you dig into that, those aspects, you can understand why there's a big deal about these topics, the topics itself. So imagine someone is from Sri Lanka, I mean, in where when we live abroad, if someone is from Sri Lanka and Sri Lanka is undergoing some calamity, how that topic is so sensitive to that person who is living here, because they have an idea, isn't it? They don't get an idea when some other country which you even don't know is in trouble. You might feel something, but at the like particularly, I don't think it will kind of give you a lot of burning. So when if we keep understanding how this mental formations, how they give you, actually no, the other way around, how they have become so important to you is when they come again and again and again and again. So as a child, imagine you are like 18-year-old, you didn't have a job, you didn't have to think about a marriage, but slowly these ideas from the culture, because this culture is different, cultures are different too. So imagine you are in a Western type of culture. If you are a Gen Z kind of some generations below, in the near future, I think there would be a trend that no one would get married. Well, no one would wonder about who is doing what, specifically some countries, they don't worry about what you're doing. They don't really marginalize you, identify you by your job. So if you are self-employed, you're just doing that. If you're doing some cleaning, you're a cleaner. Doesn't necessarily matter, but in some cultures it does matter. So likewise, all the environmental factors, all the social factors, this brings you the value. The value is molded. When we talk about mother, we talk about how the value is brought about. Even though if the baby was changed in the initial bit, if the baby was accidentally changed, that baby will be telling mother to someone else accidentally or unknowingly, but still that memory, that thought will carry a heavy burden, like, because you feel it as real. You just, this mother did this, mother did that, my mother is like this, or my mother didn't look after me, that in the other way around, there's a big story that you can tell the other way around too, like my mother didn't want me, my mother didn't like me, mother hated me, treated me badly, whatever the way that they have the story. This is the story that we have for your 35, 45, 55 years of age. That's this drama, this story, this film. It's ongoing. And that's actually what we talk about. This mind consciousness is actually just a formation of it's just a manifestation. But when it comes again and again and again, the power of that thought becomes so much that you feel the burden too much. So just the word job might like piss you off, like just make you like agitated, angry, irritated, or self-conscious. Actually, that word itself make you to understand that burning is brought about. So you feel kind of understand this now. So that is who you are. Actually, there is no the word. If we say I feel this, it's not actually not that. The I is a misnomer. It's actually a just an idea that we have. But actual what we call I is that feel that you get, the burning that you get. So this Dhamma is all about understanding the everything, not just part of it. So if you keep understanding this Dhamma, you will realize how this propagates, how this story propagates. Story began when you were like 16, you were doing O level, and just if you did O level and then you did A level, then you have like a different thing. You just start studying, you do a degree, you do some kind of further studying, and then there's a pattern that society, or we can call it society, but there's actually the family, everything brings about a pattern that this should happen, this should happen, this should happen, this should happen. And yeah, likewise, it's the same to everyone. If you ask everyone in this forum, that's the same thing. Everyone has an agenda, like the given agenda. It's actually a given agenda. It's environmental, it's social, it's it's, but from our point of view, we don't really much talk about that. What we tell is it's actually in the mind sensor, because mind sensor has this whole lot of stories. A king, if you think about it, just a king. I mean, we can't talk about kings that much at this era, but still, if it is a king has a different world. They has to look after lots and lots of wives, and that kind of pattern. Who brought that pattern? There is a pattern, but now that pattern is gone. There's no kings at this time of the time, but there's a different pattern. And if you think about maybe in 100 years, the pattern would be completely different, and no one would be even questioning whether anything is happening to you. And you might be wondering and pondering, why no one is asking me any question, no one is bothered about me. Actually, that might happen too, because everyone is so self-conscious, so self-centered, they might not even ask about anyone else. That can happen too. But what I'm trying to say, this is all a manifestation of the mind. If you can understand that, actually, and also how one thought has come to that so much importance, like if someone's job is so important to them, and if you started to not like it, or if someone if you take a simple thing like you wanted a different kind of life pattern, but you don't get it, kind of that what you want, the aspiration of that or the thinking about that makes it much gives it much more value. And if someone talks about anything like that, when someone is coming to your home and talking about, I went for a holiday and all that, then you might be like, oh, that's so good, I wish I can go. Likewise, there's so much things that we prefer, we like, it's our kind of the dream, because every person's dream is different, the world is different, their aspirations are different, and their views are different. But common to all the humans is the self view. They have the view that it is happening to me. So I'm touching everywhere, bits and pieces everywhere, so you might get confused. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is you have to understand why some topic will make you agitated or anxious and get angry or even react to that, because another question might not worry you. If someone asks you, can you do this, and you'll be like, oh, okay. But if someone asks you, can you find another job, and you'll be like, what even the word that that brings you so much synchronization to that, the things that you don't want to explore. So one way is to understand why this is giving you so much power. So you are, if I'm imagining, I don't know whether my thinking pattern is correct in that way. I'm thinking you don't have babies, Joel. Do you have a family at the moment?
No, I'm not married, doctor.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
single.
So in that way, like imagine a mother. The mother's world rolls around you. You will understand from your mother's point of view. Mother's world rolls around the children's lives, and when they get older and the children are moving out, they feel like empty, because they are like they didn't have babies when, like, imagine they got the first baby at 20, if it is like kind of any family, like basic, and now the mother is 70. You have had the baby for 50 years now, your child is big, and the child has even children, but this one thought, the daughter or the son, how that makes you so agitated or happy. It can be either way. It makes you kind of get that burning or feel that makes you, it's a very complicated story then. 70-year-old mother having a 50-year-old son and worrying about that 50-year-old son, or even thinking, how can I die? I want to live with my son. Or other way around, why son is not looking after me? Why son can't call me? Why son can't come and see me? So the world revolves around topics or stimuli or the thoughts. Our thinking process works in such a way. So why you in your story, you have your own waves. They are all waves, though. That's the thing. They're all thoughts. So if for some reason you decide, or you felt as not marrying or marrying, whatever, that has given you some power. That word marriage even has given some. It has a power. That thought has a power. That you have to understand. How did that happen? You know, that word didn't have that much power when you were a 20-year-old boy. But now why it is having so much impact on you? In the sense that is you. The impact is you, actually, don't forget that. Because when we talk, the words can carry you away. But the burning is you. There's no separate you. That is why we feel alive. So that is the problem that you have to understand, why it has given you such impact, why you are why this the job, the word, even the job, can make you irritated. So do you actually have an answer? Why do you understand this? All these thinking patterns are just construct, and this how this is working. But what has made you to worry too much about these things?
Yes, doctor. Like today only, I downloaded this Buddothpado book from Chrome,
Yeah.
and I've started to read this. But in our culture, like when they even unknown people, when they meet you, the first question is, "Are you working or are you married? If you're married, why don't you have children?" Again and again, we face the same
Yeah,
questions here.
that's the thing that is not found here. that that's actually so intimate questions, that's a cultural thing that is there. But in a way, the some cultures are actually open to that. You know, like you're used to that. You know, you're okay with that. But what made you so protective about that question, though?
Because they ask about it again and again, it started to make a big impact on my life.
Yeah, but
It was
why are
like,
you annoyed is the problem, because if someone asks some other question, you might not get annoyed, isn't it? So that's what I'm trying to say, that these topics annoy you anyway. I think they annoy you anyway. I think that has the word, even that word might bring you up some unwanted, burning, so that you don't like to bring it up. That's what it is usually. And so the culture is, yes, the usually, the neighbors know everything about the house, but here neighbor knows nothing. But that is the kind of the pattern, but that doesn't necessarily mean this is correct or that is correct. You know what I mean? Like, can't really say that the pattern here is correct, because there's no kind of there's some good things about these things too, but there's bad things as well. Everywhere that is the same thing. If you're living in a jungle, there are good things and bad things. If you're living in a like a very open society where everything is questioned, all the privacy is not that much important, they keep asking the intimate questions like that. That's kind of one way of culture, isn't it? But there's a different way also. But a lot of people are depressed here too, kind of agitated here too, anxious here too. So how that can happen? Because they feel, actually mostly this side, the European countries or the English speaking countries, they feel isolated. They feel helpless. So these ideas about the why it is hurting you is actually because the same question has brought you so much burning. So the burning is depending on what our views are. That is how it is. So so do you actually worry about actually how can you live without income, Joel? How do you have any other sort of income?
this forum, I cannot tell
Yeah, that's okay.
certain answers.
That's okay.
But
That's okay.
only
Yeah.
way.
If you have an income, that doesn't
Yeah.
bother you. That's what I was trying to say. Because the income is the main thing. The job is for income. Job is to find food, like just to get fed and to buy some clothes, and you have some comfortable life, isn't it? If that is there, then it's not a big issue. But burning comes from, as I told again and again, burning comes not from that factor, even not from the point that they ask the question. Burning comes because it gives you so much value. And basically, if you start hating a job, you might get this idea that the job, either job destroyed you, or job, something like that. It doesn't necessarily matter what it is, but it has given you that sadness, anger, pondering thoughts in the past. Depression is actually pondering thoughts in the past. You know that as a counselor, you know all about that. And this future, of the future. So someone's question is just a sound. Just a sound. Question is a sound. Question, discussion, it's all sound. This now you hear in this Zoom discussion is a sound. But then this, how that sound gave you so much, hatred or anger or anxiety or stress or, some kind of burning. That's why we use the burning, because there's so much words to use if we use multiple words. But burning is the fire you get by hearing just a noise. But how did you get that? How did you get, that's what the science of mind is. You learn the science of the mind here. You learn how a sound has brought so much sadness in someone's life. How did that happen? Because you heard a sound, but your mind understands that as something, and that has so much meaning to you that it brings you kind of agitation. And if that same question is being asked again and again, you would feel like even punching that person, even though that person has never asked it before, because that question was being asked. The question and the person who asked, that the person who asked may be even completely unknown to you, like they just met you and you say, oh, where do you work? And you're like, here it is again. And but that person was just trying to make a conversation with you. And then but the burning here is back because of the telepathization of that the word, or the telepathization of that mind, the thought. This synchronization brings back all the burning you had before. That is why we feel like going back to that burning again and again and again and again. So if you understand this process, next time someone asks that, you'll be like, oh, this is what the burning is. Your actual your understanding goes a different angle, because the burning comes, but you identify the burning, not the actual person's problem. The why this person is asking me a question. It doesn't happen to you. You get the burning and you are like, here comes the burning. Yeah, that's how you will be understanding this Dhamma first in the initial bit. What do you think, Surangika? Do you have another aspect to discuss this? Because there's multiple aspects to anything, because there's so much different entry points to a topic.
Therwan Sanai, Mokila, and Therwan Sanai, Joel, and my friends. Yeah, I think it's. I think Dr. Kokila is trying to give you different angles of it, and also without trying to put too much of our just the the usual terminology that we typically use in the Zoom discussion. But invariably, I think because we are talking about the truth in this Zoom discussion, there is also a bit of a challenge in not using some of that wording and some of those aspects to really explain what is happening here and the problem with this so-called thought as well, isn't it? Because ultimately what we are trying to say is that why has that thing irked you? Why is it that, hearing it over and over again become so much of a bother? And that is what Dr. Kokula is trying to explain. That is because that word has been given a value to you over time. It is a perception. The perception now in society also, we talked right at the beginning about societal norms and conventions in different cultures. There is these different expectations that, everybody has to have a job. A man has to have a job and then fend for his family. This kind of old, probably some societies are still kind of stuck in time. You can say that, but then some cultures, you don't have to, just as Dr. Kokita said. So depending on what culture, what background one has grown up in, these are basic stuff that, for example, you have to, if you're 25, a woman has to get married. Otherwise, the mother or the father or somebody will say, why aren't you getting married? And there's societal pressure. There is pressure at home, pressure from society and anywhere. So that asking that person, why are you not getting married, would not be a problem for that young woman if that young woman also did not have a value given to the fact that marriage is a thing. But if marriage has become a thing and that perception has grown stronger and stronger as that person has grown up now, marriage didn't mean, there was no meaning to marriage when that girl, why young woman was a little baby, marriage didn't mean a thing. But when did this marriage become a thing? When did marriage become a word or a reality? Because as that child grew up, he or she in this case, has been told various things. We have given names, labels to various perceptions that have come across, that have manifested through our senses. And we have given objects names. We have given objects names like mother, father. We have given objects like school. There are friends. You have to go to class every day. This is what you do on weekends. You are Jack. And when you grow up, you have to be a good boy. And then you have to do your exams well. All these things have been fed into you. It's almost, this is just basically a program. So when each of these objects have become more and more real to you and you start to believe it, the objects are there, and then this duality, I think we spoke of yesterday or day before, the sense of self comes about because these objects are given meaning, and then these objects mean something to whom? And then this automatically a sense of self gets developed here. It is a misnomer, as Dr. Kokira said. There is no self, but it is that sensation, that feel that arises when somebody names a thing and calls it mother, when somebody names a thing and says, there is a rainbow. You get this feeling. There is a sensation that arises out of that thought process, and it is that feel, the sensation, that through ignorance is being called or labeled the self. So this whole thing gets magnified, compounded from childhood days. Labels, names, conventions, norms, societal practices, cultures, all these things accumulate and accumulate to the point that every word has a loaded meaning to it. Now, in the culture of, I don't know, some African tribe, if you say something, it might not mean a thing. Even the language, even a sound, a particular sound can mean one meaning in one culture and a totally different meaning in another culture. I mean, we have come across this, although nothing comes to mind at the moment. I'm sure you would have come across such words. So how did that happen? How can one word, one sound, mean something different in another culture and something totally different in another culture? isn't language also perceptions? Now, the perception that was given to the sound in Sri Lanka can be totally different to the perception of that same sound in another country. Or if I say if we say job to a very remote African tribe, they wouldn't even understand what the word job means or the sound job. So nothing would trigger them. That word would not mean anything to them. But if it is told to a person with that background that you have had, with the stimuli and the objects and the attachment of value to each of those things, with that background, then it has become a thing. But it is not something that is happening to a self. That is the importance of this particular forum that we are trying to bring to the fore, because understanding the fact that this is just stimuli after stimuli that has been programmed, and it is just a system that is occurring, and it is this stimuli that has got a value attached to it unerringly, not out of your doing. There is no one doing anything here. That has now inadvertently, unknowingly and unerringly given a value to it, so that now when you hear about it, because without even acknowledging to yourself that stimuli, the thought, the job has become valuable to you, because you might have grown up in a background where you know that a job will give stability, a job will give income, a job will give you a good lifestyle, so on and so forth. So even if your circumstances at the moment is okay, you are in between jobs and you're taking a break, the mere fact that somebody is reminding you or questioning you brings up through telepathization the value that has been attached to that particular word. But as Dr. Kokila said, it is only a sound. When did the sound become job? When did the sound become stability? When did the sound become that job that person meant means I am incapable of it, or that's what that person meant about it? How did all that happen? That is because of that value attached to it and the telepathization of all the perceptions that are associated around the job have, unbeknownst to, I can't say you, unbeknownst to the system, has become of value, and which is why that heavy feeling, the irritation, the annoyance comes up at that point. So instead of taking it as a self, if one can, as Dr. Kokila said, look at the thought and understand how did this thought become annoying to me? What is behind the thought? What is this word? How come this word is so irritating? Why did I give value to it? Is there anything here that is of substance? Isn't that word just a sound? That is what we are trying to help analyze by understanding the mind and the mind process, because ultimately, whether it is a societal norm or a convention or an accepted value or anything out there, there is nothing. The fundamental tenets of this Zoom discussion and the teachings of the spiritual teacher is there is no self here. The self angle and that ignorance has to be dissipated. That collapses when one understands the mind and the mind process. It is nobody's doing. That is fundamental, absolutely fundamental, that this is nobody's doing. If one takes ownership of the thought as this is my thought or this thing is said to me, that is where this whole thing really, the pain, the suffering lies there. So if we can understand that the five senses, the sense faculties, are the things that are giving us the perceptions arise through these sense faculties, and without these sense faculties, there is no way that one can even ever experience the outside world, so to speak. Then the stimuli that is coming is realized as just a natural occurrence. I think
And
we spoke
Surangika,
about,
the other thing is, you know, this topic that Joel brought up. Imagine a person who's separated. Just imagine someone has separated. Now it's a big deal as well. Now, like the if someone has separated, and if in a culture where it is a big deal, then people would be questioning about the separation. You know, then I have some experiences where patient has the diagnosis of the cancer, but the patient doesn't want to bring up the topic of the cancer. Stuff like that. They get even they get annoyed. It's only few, but they get annoyed with the idea that there is some problem here in the system, the body. That why is because it has so much power that it brings him down. It gives some sadness, some anxiety. There's so much health anxiety here anyway. So this sensitive points, I would say that would be the better way to put it. I think there are so much sensitive points that we don't understand, and even the society or so-called society, anyone can ask a question anyway. But when separation is a normal thing, imagine in the world, everybody is separated. Will anyone question about the separation? Oh, everyone is not married. No one will question about the marriage at all. How does this, even one word, bring so much power? Because there is something different. So this is the variety of perceptions we have. If there's someone is married, there's someone is unmarried. So of course, if someone is tall, there's someone is shorter. If someone is having high income, of course there is someone who has low income. So there are always, multiple perceptions. Anytime, any society. But the thing is, how one brings you suffering, and the other way around, it changes this generations. If I'm, because like when I was younger, when we talk like that, the peer pressure, the parental pressure is to marry, and I don't know whether I would do that to my kids. I can't imagine myself doing that to anyone. Well, of course, if they want to, they can, but I can't imagine myself doing that to anyone. So just even before listening to Dhamma, so the pattern of thinking keep changing. But what doesn't change, Joel, the pattern of thinking, pattern of the world, pattern of the dream keep changing. What doesn't change is this self, the feeling of self, feeling of existence. That doesn't change. It's there. That doesn't change. The Lord Buddha, actually, this truth, we talk about this truth. Truth is actually about understanding this feeling of existence. Did you get the point, Joel? Do you get anything about this, the way we talk, or you don't get it?
I got it really, really in a good way. And I mean, this forum is just healing my raw nerves, which have been so raw. So yeah, I'm getting, I'm great. I'm thankful to you all for opening up certain things like this and healing a person. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for asking questions too, because if we talk about Dhamma, we just talk in one kind of language, which Surangika was trying to tell, because we are so used to that, we kind of tend tend to do that, and I really like to change the way we talk, unless someone like you come who doesn't know anything about Dhamma, but trying to get things, how does this suffering come from? Why am I suffering? Why am I getting annoyed? Why can't I be happy? Even if someone asks me a question, why do I care so much? What is the problem with me? Is it a problem? Why the same thought coming to me? Why can't another thought come to me? Why everything revolves around me? And there's so much value in questions, because the explanation takes time. But yes, but an explanation is so personalized too, because the it's so personalized that we haven't seen. I have never seen any of my Dhamma friends. We don't know each other. I know Suranka lives in Australia, but we don't know. I don't know anyone in this. We have like thousands of Buddothpado followers, but we don't know anyone. We just hear their voices, yes, but we kind of get into kind of one form of understanding that what our noble friend is trying to tell us, that this suffering is stemming from the feel of existence, and the idea that we have, the wrong idea we have. There is a self who is suffering. I am suffering. This is happening to me. I am listening. I am talking. I am acting. I'm a doctor. If I say I'm a doctor, I mean, I believe that. Sincerely, I believed that before. And now it's like a joke to me. Like, joke in the sense I'm still a doctor, yes. But what I'm trying to say is kind of, it's in this dream that, how do I believe that this dream is actually real? It's like a manifestation. And the consciousness, basic consciousness, that is also actually due to the speedy vibration of the sensual organs. That's all what happened. That's all what happened. But we have so much suffering because we didn't know this. But if the suffering is not there, you will be so light, so happy that you can't even explain, and so much tranquility. You will be doing whatever you have to do. You have to feed someone, you will be feeding someone. You have to look after your parents, you'll be looking after your parents, or whatever. There is some actions, yes, because that's until your breathing happens, your body will have some actions, and until the breathing happens, you will be talking, because and mind works, and also you will be thinking. Those are the only few things that we'll be doing. Some actions, some talking, and some thinking. And these things will not stop until the breathing stops. And that's it. So much tranquility from understanding this Dhamma. And you will just try to heal others. That's all. That's all, isn't it? Sranka, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, Dr. Kokila, and the other important point is the whole beauty of understanding the fact that this is a non-self, this whole self-perception is a misnomer, is that, and this is the thing that fundamentally makes everybody in the society suffer. Whether they are people in wealthy homes or in a poor man's house, we think, wealthy people are great and they're happy and enjoying all the time, but they're not. The suffering is given a whole different meaning in this pure truth. But what I was trying to say was, when the self-perception is not there, the whole thing about beating yourself up, there is this entire society, the depression, the suffering comes from the fact that you beat yourself up, that either you haven't done something, or you should be doing something, or you want something. something is always, that is the thing that you're beating yourself up. Either you're worried about it, if you're happy and you got something, then you're worried that will go away or that will disappear. So even in a relationship, you are worried that the relationship will finish or that person might get fed up of you. I mean, I personally have gone through these things because you see the way these things happen. If it is wealth, then if it is a businessman, the businessman will be worrying that the business will fall under.
Yeah.
So either way, there is suffering. And why is there suffering? Because a thing has become real and there is a person to which that thing is happening. But when through this truth, one understands that there was this is just a process and there was no self here for it to be caused to a person, that this is just a natural phenomena. Now, when a tree is growing in the forest or a tree, a seed becomes a plant and the plant becomes a tree. It takes its nutrients from the earth and it has its all full root system, all that happens. The branches sprout out, it turns into the sun, it takes whatever from the sun, and then, the flowers turn towards the direction of the sun. Do we say that the tree has a soul there? The tree has a self there? No. It's a natural phenomena that things grow, the seasons change, plants grow. So why have these human beings, through this ignorance, taken this misconception and said that all these things are happening? They don't say that I have these sensors are there and the sensors are me. The sensors are there now.
And through senses, there's hormones too, which really does the same job. Yeah.
No, I mean, if we think that everything is within our control, then, is your blood circulation within your control? Is the breathing happening because it's within your control? How many things within our digestive system is happening? How many things in the respiratory system is happening without your own volition? So does that mean that there was a self there controlling? No, but outside, through the thoughts, there is this whole ignorance thing happening where you think that the thoughts are mine and my body is mine. And that is where the misconception lies. So breaking that down is what this truth is all about. Because once you do that, you stop beating yourself about anything because you understand there is nothing to beat yourself about. And then if there's nothing to beat yourself about, there is no stimuli, or there is a stimuli still, because the law of the mind, this, what shall I say, the natural occurrence of the thought process still occurs as long as, like Dr. Kokila said, as long as there is breath in this body, in the human body, the thought process cannot be stopped. It's a natural phenomena. As long as the sense faculties work, the sense faculties generate sensations and they turn into perceptions, and that gives rise to thoughts, and mind consciousness is born. That cannot be stopped. That occurrence is a natural phenomena that has to be absolutely driven into one's penetrative thinking. It is a natural phenomena. No one is doing it. And if that is well entrenched, well embedded, you can give up the notion that there is a self here. That is what we are trying to shine the light of truth here, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah. The way that the way we misunderstand the whole human body is actually it is so much. It's a beautiful illusion, I would say. Kind of how we change. Like when it comes to the teenagers, how the teenagers feel. The teenagers, how they feel is completely different to how maybe a 20-year-old will feel, because they start to feel the pressures, as Joel was starting to say. I mean, 20-year-old might feel the pressures. The teenagers, they don't have much pressure. I mean, their mother might say, can you study? But they don't have the pressures of living or trying to, I mean, very rarely sometimes, very rarely a person may do a job and feed the younger siblings because the parents are not there, something like that. But usually teenagers' world is completely different than if you take the 20s, the hormone starts to, the teenagers, the hormone starts to work, but the 20s, they manifest so much, features in the body that is amenable to reproduction. So the reproduction is just part of this system. So what we think about these things is completely, different. So that's where the society comes, the culture comes, the environmental aspect comes, like the genetical aspect comes, everything comes together. But the actual notion of self is doesn't change from animal to even worm will have that sensation. So it's so beautiful to understand this humanity, as well as you can understand the trees as well. You can understand how even a sea creature, how they change, like they keep changing. So it's so beautiful. I think it's a beautiful research, isn't it, Joel?
Yes, doctor. Like, I have another question. I think I have a short period of time, but I just want to ask, when Madam Surangika also spoke about this self kind of thing, are we discussing about our ego?
Yeah, actually, yeah. So the you brought it up. So you brought it up, and that's, I haven't actually brought it up because it may be too much, because you brought it up. I would say actually the topic marriage touches the ego. That is the problem. That is the self. That is what it is, isn't it? That is what it is. So but we don't talk in that aspect because our main, because you are new, you just have to keep understanding how this ego happens, isn't it? So the ego happens due to a reason. Ego happens due to a misunderstanding that there is a self. And what we are trying to say is how this ego has evolved into so much powerful thing, that suffering is related to ego. But ego in English literature is slightly different to our the way we talk, because the English literature, the ego word is used when a person is so much full of pride too. But that's
like
not
conceited.
Yeah, so it's complicated when we take the English literature meaning. But when we talk about the ego, actually it is about this self, so-called the alive field here, the actual the self kind of vibration. So
Yes,
it is
self-view.
slightly different what we call ego and what English literature calls ego. So don't misunderstand, the words we use may be slightly different to what you call ego. Because if I tell my children the word ego, they might tell, no, I don't have an ego. Like they will be like, no, no. So when they say no, what they mean by I don't have an ego means they're talking about that pride, kind of that aspect. But in our aspect, when we talk about ego, that is kind of a deeper meaning, because every being, even if it's a kind of every being has a ego, but in humans it can manifest like really big because of this mind. Because the mind makes it so big that it is kind of like a bomb, I would say. It is because of that our mind, like kind of this human mind, because the mind makes everything bigger. Does that make sense? Does that make sense, Joel?
Yes. I'm listening to it. Yeah.
Yeah, so the ego is actually, when we say ego, we can take it as a layperson meaning as well. Yes, it affects our ego. But in our kind of deeper meanings, this ego is me. There's no separate my ego. That's the thing. There's no my suffering. There's no my ego. There's no my problem, my depression. There's nothing like that. It's this burning is me. So that is what we are trying to understand, how this has arisen, how this self vibration is continuing to give us problems. The ego has so many meanings, as you said. Every weird topic, some topics doesn't touch your ego at all, but some topics touch your ego so deeply. If someone, a beautiful girl, just imagine a beautiful girl, she's like the most beautiful actress in the world. I'm just taking an example. Someone tells her that you think you are beautiful. No, we know the goddess type of beautiful person than you. That sentence might not affect a normal person. Yeah, of course there are, but that actual if that person's self vibration is too much on that beauty of that person will be so annoyed by that topic. She might run away from that topic, or she might actually not talk to that person ever. So that is how it is. So this we never know where our defilements lie. Like defilements is like where our egoistic factors are lying, isn't it? Anything else? I think are we running out of time? I'm
Yeah, I
not
think
sure.
we are running out of time.
But we have 5 minutes. Yeah, we have 5 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's, I think, that self-view and the self-identity itself is what we are talking about in this Zoom, rather than that ego, as Dr. Kokira said, from a Western standpoint. So definitely has a meaning, and it is applicable, as she said, to all living beings, not even only humans, but it is magnified in humans, Joel, because we have such a big mind, and that mind itself is, it's very ironic, because it is, according to the truth, the way it is, the mind itself is required, this egoistic mind. And when I say egoistic mind here, I mean the self-view, the magnified self-view and the self-identity is only in human beings, because of the mind being such a big thing. But that mind itself is required to do the penetrative insight in order to transcend the mind itself. It is you use the mind as a tool to transcend the mind, because there is no way that other animals, I mean, you see them suffering, right? You see them becoming a spoil of another animal, and all that happens to animals. But you can also see that they're helpless, isn't it, in the way the animal kingdom works. When we see these on Discovery so much, the deer gets hunted by the leopard or by the lion, but can they do anything about it? No. Every deer, the fate of a deer is that. But can they get out of that vicious cycle? They can't. And they have a very small mind. That mind is completely incapable of taking them out of this self-view or the suffering and this whole cycle that happens along with the cycle of suffering. But it is man with that big mind of his, which is also bringing us all this suffering. If we continue to have the self-view, it is that same mind that is used to penetrate and see the truth. So that's the beauty of it. But I'm sure if you downloaded the book and you start reading the first couple of pages, you'll start getting an idea of what how this whole thing is unraveling. Particularly, there'll be a good explanation about the sense faculties, and I'm sure you'll have plenty of questions again for this forum as well, Joel.
Yeah, it's so beautiful actually that because I kind of avoid that word because it can hurt people, because that was actually told by my children too, because if I because they kind of the way they react, I understand that complete meaning to them the word ego is different. So kind of I try to be careful because the listener might misunderstand for pride, or the whatever the meaning that they have, so that the actually, Joel, the explaining this Dhamma in English is not easy, because if I say awareness is being taken already, that word is being taken, but we are aware that I'm on I'm sitting down, I'm in a room, and the temperature is so high. I'm aware, but that's not the awareness that we talk about in Dhamma. We talk about, that's why actually we discussed, and Aranwanse has put a different word called super awareness, because the super awareness, what we try to say is that you kind of have the awareness that there is no self. So because we can't say that to that normal awareness word, so we kind of put another part to it and try to say it in a different form, because the identification is different. Because super awareness, you're not actually just aware about things, you're aware that there is no self. So that's the new normal way that there's no burning inside. When there's no burning inside, the sense of faculties just work, and you communicate as you did before. You do your whatever the expectations that everyone has, or whatever expectation that there's a pattern of living. That pattern of living will continue. If you are teaching, you will teach. If you are you just continue to do so, and that is not the big deal actually. Finally, the suffering is not there. You will feel so much tranquility, and then you will start actually you will infuse it to others too, because it's in vain that if you keep it to yourself, because it's nothing. It won't happen, because there's no self. It won't happen. So the understanding of this truth has nothing to do with a religion, though. So, and that's a big, beautiful thing. It has nothing to do with any religion. Any being is suffering. Any being, even having the all the. Imagine a billionaire. If we say billionaires should be happy, you can have whatever you want to do. No one will question also, because the first question Joel asked was about social questions. But then imagine this with the social media and stuff, how much social pressure they develop to themselves. It's weird. This world is so weird. So they have, even if they don't look at that side, just imagine no one is looking at the Instagram or the Facebook or the whatever the whatever they have. This I don't even know what they have out there now. So these things, even if you don't have an account, or you don't look at them, people still worry, the even after being a billionaire, if the suffering gone, if you don't feel any suffering, and what point you will suffer is when you have to die, because you have to leave everything you have experienced so far. It's going to stop. No one likes that. No one likes to die. Even a beggar doesn't want to die, because that's the feel of existence. Yeah, this is so beautiful. Thank you, Joel, for asking questions and making this forum so beautiful. And I think our time is 3 minutes late, so we will hand over this Zoom to the next singular Zoom meeting. And we worship Aran Hanse with so much gratitude for being a noble friend. Thank you, Joel, and thank you, Surangika. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Rebecca, for holding the Zoom discussion. Thank you so much. And Shani for starting. Thanks.
Therwan Sarnai, Dr. Gopina, Therwan Sarnai, my friends.
Inside silence, with all things going around wild, voices, storms passing mild. Sit still, do not flee, just watching what arises in me. Breath by breath the noises fly, like passing clouds across the sky.
Inside silence, inside meditation, where I meet myself, only to see there's no one called me.
No owner, no claim, just a flicker of a nameless flame.
Inside silence,
The knot comes free. Inside silence, it's simply me. Thoughts like waves just rise and break. Joy and sorrow are all the same. No one to hold, no one to push. Inside silence is calm and lost. Not mine, not me, not who I am. Just flowing like a river, just flying like a bird. The world keeps turning loud and fast. Here I am to let things pass. No self, no God, no self to prove. A quiet place where no one moves. Buddothpado, the guiding light,
shows the way in shining bright.
seek deeply and one will find that there's no one inside.
Good afternoon, everybody. Everyone, Sanai Aranmase. Everyone, Sanai, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 48. You can call this a kind of meditation. When you receive a thought, you should look at the mind without the image. It is similar to looking at the theater screen without looking at the images on it. This seeing is like nirvana. It is like seeing the truth. Realizing the truth is known as the awakening of the Dhammacakkusaya. Awakening of the Yathabhuta Jnana means you see the true nature of all things. You understand and realize how all things come together to form this illusion. Once you realize the truth, you will no longer be tricked by this illusion, by this film. The moment you realize the pure truth, you awaken the wisdom of Aloko Udapadi, Vidya Udapadi, Chakkun Udapadi, and Prajna Udapadi. Now you know how to see the illusion. You have to put a great effort to realize the illusion outside. You need to apply the 5 spiritual faculties Sattva, Virya, Sati, Samadhi, and Prajna to realize the illusion outside. Sattva means you are willing to understand what the truth is. You know how to look at the screen and see through the images and be aware of the blank white screen. You are aware that what you see outside is only a film and that is not real. Sadhanusari is a person who sees the truth in this illusion. You have to develop an effort or virya to see the truth in this illusion. You have to see the truth in every thought you receive. Satya is when you practice being mindful to see the blank white screen at the background. Later, this Satya develops to a Samadhi. Everybody.
Sarana Shani. Thank you for reading the book for us and starting our session. We all pay our homage at Aryan Mahanse's feet, Theruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa, and may all of you be blessed by Triple Gem. And we warmly welcome to this English Zoom discussion from 2:45 p.m. Sri Lankan time until 4 p.m. And we also thank our technical team, our friends who are behind the screen, always helping us to conduct these Zoom discussions. So as usual, Shani read two pages from the book that we are following, The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2 book. So still we are at the beginning. We are still talking about the thoughts and what is meant by the world created by the sense of faculties. So we are still discussing the very basic facts. Little by little, some light is shed, and now we know that the world, what is called the world, or the materialistic world, is something created at the sensor level of different species, including the human beings. So the capacity of the sensor faculty will create something, and which is an illusion. Actually, what happens is, due to the speedy vibration, something is created at the sensor level, and the functions of the sensor faculties will together form what's called the thought, which is another form of vibration. So everything is a thought, basically. So thoughts are whatever you name, it's a thought. House, trees, daughter, son, mother, car, everything is a thought. So why we say that the thought is an illusion? It's simply because due to the speed, something is created by this sense of faculties, but due to the ignorance, or avidya in Sinhala, it's assumed that it's what is there, it's really existing, but it's actually a picture created or a reflection created in the mind. It's a collective function of the sense of faculties then and there, which creates some form of picture. So we either get attached, clinging, or we reject, or we feel averse to these thoughts which we think is really outside there. So this is the basic teaching of Buddhist philosophy. Actually, Buddhism is not a religion. It's not another religion, but it's a kind of philosophy. So irrespective of the culture, irrespective of the original religion or the geographical situation, any person can study this and see the truth. Lord Buddha used to say, come and see. I mean, he never asked us to blindly believe what he said. He said, each of you can come and see this Dhamma and then understand it to yourself. What is meant by this Dhamma Chakshusha, which was mentioned by Shani, is that opening up of your wisdom. Actually, it is not the physical eye, but it's also, I mean, can be called as a third eye, where it's the wisdom which is used to understand this Buddha teaching. So I warmly welcome all our friends who have joined Dhamma discussion today. We can start the discussion on some topic or something that was read just now from the book. Teruvan Saranai, all of you. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
Teruvan Saranai. Yeah, we can start a discussion if someone can actually bring up ideas. That's also fine. I think in the book reading, are we slowly going towards the field, or have we finished that bit? we
Still, I think still we are just sort of halfway like of that. Still more to read on that topic.
yeah. So either any one of you can bring up an idea.
Thiruvaan Sannai, Dr. Kokila. Thiruvaan
Thiruvaan
Sannai,
Sannai.
friends in prayer worship to our Mohansen. If our friend Joel doesn't have a question, I'd like to ask, maybe we can ask him to just interrupt and ask any question that he has during our conversation. But until such time, I was just wondering whether you can elaborate more on the mind consciousness and the feel, and the thing that we say, happiness without happiness and sadness without sadness, the distinguishing between the emotions and the feel. How when we try to discern the sensation arising from the sense faculties, we've discussed this, that the mind consciousness is the trickiest of them all. I think, Dr. Sakuntala, you dealt with it a little bit today in the morning Zoom discussion. I think quite a few people asked various questions as well, but just on that aspect about distinguishing the sadness arising from the mind consciousness as an innate feature of the mind consciousness, and the sadness as an innate feature, as opposed to the sense of heaviness that we identify separately as self-vibration. If you can just give a few more examples than the usual example that we always give about the Buddha scolding the Venerable Buddothpado and sending him out of the thing. And the typical other example we give, like, when we meet a friend after a long time, there is an initial sense of happiness. But that is just in the periphery, or almost like a surface-like happiness. It doesn't really, there is that calmness that is deep within that remains unperturbed. If you can just give a few more examples, because I think it would be good to clarify that a bit more, Dr. Kokila. Thiruvaan Sannai.
Yeah, that's
Hello,
really
doctor. Hello, doctor.
Thiruvaan Sannai.
I'm Joel here, doctor. Connecting my question to Madam Surangika, what she asked about this mind consciousness. Yesterday you said about how to come out of the mind and live happily. I didn't understand that. So can you just give me a clarification on how to do it? Thank you.
Yeah, they both are related questions. So, okay, going, I think Surangika won't mind if I start from Joel's question.
No, of course not.
Yeah, so I think here, I don't know whether Joel can remember, I started talking about mind consciousness or the thought. It's a thought. So this, I'll elaborate in such a way, I don't know whether that will clear this, but I'll try. So just imagine this current dream. What I call the dream is just this world. So when you wake up in the morning, can you see that the whole lots of things, like I have to quickly get ready, dress up and or cook something, send the kids to school, go to work. Okay, has to put the beans out, stuff like that. So there's so many things. They are just thoughts. So that is the mind consciousness. But the problem is the mind consciousness has that, because it acts very fast. If you research about this mind consciousness is very, in the sense that anyway, the consciousness, when the word consciousness comes, you feel like as anything is existent because of the other way around. If you feel something existent, we call it consciousness actually. So the consciousness is where we feel something happening. So in that sense, the mind consciousness is that we feel like mind is existing. That is due to the very speedy occurrence of these stimuli. Stimuli, Joel, when we refer to stimuli, it is each and every thought. Because thoughts happen very fast. We even can't differentiate that we are driving as well as listening to music. Or we are reading a book at the same time. You hear the background, a noise in the garden. So, or anything like that, you're cooking, you're at the same time, you're concentrating on a podcast, something like that. So, but according to science as well as Lord Buddha's Dharma, each and every stimuli is quite different and they arise and they subside without our knowledge. But the thing is, this because this happens so fast, we can't even differentiate anything like that, and we feel that this mind is existing. But actually, there's no big deal about this because it has happened anyway. But the big deal is that because we have misunderstood this whole thing that it is actually existing. The misunderstanding or the ignorance is the main problem, that we feel that this is seriously existing, but it's actually not. If you can, that in Sri Lanka we have something like Torang, or in abroad we have like some fireworks. Even with the, in they make I can't remember Sri Lanka the word that they with those gadgets they make up happy 2026. Just imagine like that in the sky. How do they do that? They do that through the very fast occurrence of lights. Similarly, it's a simile. It's a metaphor. Similarly, that is what happens in our systems too. It's very fast occurrence of the vibrations in the eye that we feel as light. Very fast occurrence of the air. Actually, they are receptors. There's so much receptors in this body. That is why we feel alive. So those when the vibrations happen so fast, that is what we call actually sound. At the same time, when these get activated at the same time, a thought process starts. That's how a child actually starts to think. If you go back to the child life before thoughts start, you can't remember anything. Why? Because that's the time that you just felt. But then thought starts to happen, and first thought may be mom, then second thought may be dad, or even bayang or something like that, because we use so many different words. Or you may say in some houses they may say dada, mama, it's quite different from each household, but whatever the words, whatever the perception, the idea is to identify something. So when we feel something, we try to identify. That's our human nature. So coming back to Charles' question, what we really do is we understand what happened. That's all what we do. So we understand that before becoming trapped in this mind, because it's actually a trapping, because you can't feel anything anymore. You just keep thinking, because you get up, you see the bathroom door, it's a bathroom door, even though you're not even conscious about it. You're not even, thinking about it specifically. But if you were supposed to ask someone what happened in the morning, or what happened before the fall or something, they will definitely say, I was going to go to the bathroom door, but something was there on the floor and I just slipped on it. How did that happen? Until such time, they didn't pay much attention that they are going to the toilet and all that. But it is there underlying. So the mindful world, or the mind, or this dream, I usually call it dream because it's much easier to understand. So that the night also you might see a kind of a dream with all the perceptions. Can you see? If you see your, we'll take an example, you see your friend in your dream, you definitely know it is a perception. Perception is kind of gives you idea that it's not real. Even just by saying perception, you know that it's not real, because you saw friend in the dream, but you know it's not real. The problem in the real world is because you feel like living, because this skin is working, eyes are working, ears are working, tongue is working, and there's a thinking process as well on top of that. Now you feel like alive, and you feel like you're inside a world. That's the thing. This has to be actually understood first. Understanding only leads you to understand that actually the duality that now directly in front of me is a door now at this moment.
Therwan
And
Saranai, Dr. Kokila, there is an interruption from time to time. Don't know whether it's from my side. Others must be hearing. Is it Surangika? Do you all hear Dr. Kokila properly?
Yes, we can hear clearly, Sudharma. Dr. Kokila, we can hear you clearly.
okay. Yeah, I think Sudharma, you might have to move a little bit to find a better place with the internet. So so when we try to understand the perception, when we try to understand this dream from morning to night, you are kind of in a dream, but we don't know that. That dream is full of stuff, like you do stuff, you talk, you think, when you do stuff, what do you mean by that? So you brush your teeth, you get ready, you dress up according to the occasion and go out, come back, do shopping, cook something, eat something, sleep, talk. What else do? You don't do anything else other than that. So, but what actually happens is, these are kind of perceptions we have. For an example, if you are very old, you might actually forget. There's a disease which can happen that you keep forgetting. The perception. If you tell, could you please get up? They don't know what is get up means. They just stare at you because they don't know what is get up. Can you imagine that? If you have seen, you will not ponder. It's actually a thing which can happen. So what happens to that? There is a problem in the perception. So they can't identify the perception. So this, I'm telling all these things to understand the perception. So the perception of things, people, the story, the day-to-day life, the whole thing, the world is in our mind. So this mind consciousness, every word we say, every word that comes to our mind, every simple thing that we do, because we can't do something we don't know. If you say something like ching ching ching, I won't do anything because I don't know what it is. But then if someone knows actually if it's like a proper word, I just made it. But if it's actually a proper word, someone would act, someone would talk, someone would think about it. But if I don't have a perception about that, I won't. So our world is our world. So kind of my world is bit of, English, at times it's Sinhala, but the language is just the way of expressing the mind consciousness. So that's the normal humanity. But the most important thing is Joel's question: how do you actually liberate from mind? It's not like a mechanism you jump out of something. It's actually understanding that this mind is not real, and the value given to this mind consciousness goes down, and one day you can feel this in single stimulus, whatever the thought, you might be able to feel it, like you are actually not in this kind of, you will be directly in the field, and even that, so that's beyond Joel's question. Even that, you can feel if you actually know that even the feel is a mirage, because feel is also there because of the speed of these sensory organs, then you might be able to understand the feel of non-existence, or the absence of duality, because we always have a duality, but the absence of duality. There's no big deal about this experience, but the main important factor of this experience is that you understand this continuity feeling we have that someone is existing is broken there, because you understand that actually if the stimulus is understood, that the power of the stimulus is not there, the feel of existence is also not there, and that is so blissful state. So that is the important message here. But the question again comes where how. That's a big question. How? Well, that's the whole Satara Satipatthana, that's the whole Pratipada, that's the whole Satyajnana, that's the whole truth. That's knowing this properly, knowing how this system works, knowing how humanity works, or even how an animal works, or how any, investigating on every aspect of living being, because every living being feels the feel of existence. Can be single cellular organism. Like we call them bacteria, but the bacteria doesn't know that it's a bacteria. But the single cell organism. But even that single cell organism have a vibration, so that there is some activity, so that also feels the feel of existence. But the beauty of the humans are the single cell or multiple cell organisms, or even animals. That we know animal world. Even animals, they don't have a expert mind system, so they can't really understand the mind as well, because the humans have a mind, yes, but they can actually understand the mind too. That's the beauty of that. So the understanding the system of mind, system of sensory, other 5 sensory organs, system of feeling existent, system of feeling alive. How does we get into the notion that we are existing, we are alive? That is how it is. That is how it is. And there are if you say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, if you ask me how am I going to liberate from mind? There are so many factors into that. So many. I don't know whether I can finish it, but there's so many. One is having a very deep keenness, or keenness, or if there's any other better word for that, like a really keen to know the truth, keenness to know the truth. I would put that as one, because only few people will feel any interest in this, because people are interested in seeing movies, people are interested in seeing a scenery, people are interested in having maybe touching your partner or anything, any bits and pieces. So these are the like experiencing the sensory organs basically, but very few people would be keen to understand what happens here. There are so many, actually. If you research about the world, there are so many who are trying to understand it. So many neuroscientists, so many the physics, or even neuropsychiatrists, because there's so many attachments. And in spirituality, people who are interested in spirituality, they all research about this. What is this consciousness? How do we feel alive? What is the difference of being like feeling alive here and the animal feeling alive? Why there's so many different patterns? Why one person is different to other person? Why twins are different? What is happening after birth? What is happening after death? How is this power different? How can we kill someone at one point and cry with sadness in the other moment? How is our power changing so rapidly? How can we like be jealous of someone at one particular moment and also at one point say that I really love you? So how can we do this? How can we change so rapidly? There's so many questions out there. Nobody wants the answer. They just go on and on and on. And suddenly when closer to death, they think about, oh, where am I going now? I should go somewhere. Yeah, they're planning where to go, basically. So that's how it is. That's how normal our day-to-day life. That's fine. I mean, I'm not telling anything against that. But what I'm trying to say is only few people are keen to find the truth. So that would be one, I would say. And actual effort to find the truth, because you can get a small curiosity. Okay, what is happening here? Oh, next time, I can't be bothered. I can't be bothered. Just I don't know, who cares? You give up. So that you have to have an effort to actually research about this, and ability to research, because you have to have a good kind of deep, inquisitive, concentration ability to research on something. If you're so flustered, you can't research on something. And the other thing would be actually have a proper mind system, which is not affected by any psychedelics or any drugs, I would say, substances, or which is not always corrupted with other stuff. Because when you have so much, if you're fighting to survive, or doing a job the whole day and trying to earn money and survive, that is the only thing you will be concentrating on, because you don't have much time. So the time kind of I would say some physical and mental, some peace would be very much good for this, and ability to appreciate the the different personalities or kind of different entities, where there would be people out there who would feel better than you, kind of who would feel wider than you, that I would say, not better than you, because it's all our experiences are through our five sensory organs and the mind, but we have different abilities. They are different, they are very unique sometimes, and we have to appreciate that. And if someone is telling a kind of a practical thing, you can listen to and see. That's where we start to change. If there's something that you hear and you feel that it is kind of true, and you feel that, because if you have like a good quality mind, without without any crazy ideas like needing to earn money, like you have to do something, or you are overwhelmed with some emotions. In that moment you can't do this, but if you actually have like a small time for yourself and then some calmness, that's enough. That's enough. You just have to have some peaceful moment to understand these things without any craving for any sensory kind of organ or a thought. So if you get all these things, you might not get all these things at one point, but you might get here and there, because you might take a leave and then go for a walk. There's no big deal about that to anyone. No one would question, why are you going for a walk? I'm going for a walk because I feel like I have to have exercise. So no one would question that. And you would, as I said yesterday, you might start feeling also kind of, the feel is not there much with us, but the feel is beneath us. Actually, it is covered with so much thoughts that we are not even bothered about the feel. So these things are all without right view. As I told yesterday, all these factors are without right view. But only one thing that Lord Buddha said was the noble friend. The noble friend who understood Lord Buddha, that's Lord Buddha at one point. He understood that there is no self by experience. It's an experience. It's not something we only talk about. So it's an experience that there is no self here. There's no, this additional power is actually brought about by misunderstanding the so-called world, so-called dream, so-called stimuli. Basically, so-called our sensory organs. We completely misunderstand them and think there's an owner. I'm entertaining these things. So, but if we keep cutting these things, like even if you talk about your eyes, you're talking my eyes. So where's mine? This is the research. This research goes very deep and interesting, but only few people will find it interesting because it's a kind of a boring thing for some. So there are other factors too, being truthful. Someone like Joel, he had been very truthful about him feeling, thoughts, recurrent thoughts has made him down. So he's so truthful about it. He's not hiding it. He's coming to a forum and saying openly, okay, I'm having these really bad thoughts coming back again and again. What the hell? Can I get rid of this suffering? So he's asking a question. He's being truthful to himself. He's not like, putting it under a carpet and trying to, cover up and keep smiling until the day you die and, you die with suffering. No, he's actually open to it. He's trying to find answer. Why they are suffering? What's the big deal about this? Why it is not going away? Why can't I stay away from these bad thoughts? Why can't I have only good thoughts? So he keeps researching. So that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Being truthful to yourself and trying to dig deep into the thinking system and feeling system. Again, the answer is complicated actually. The answer is he asks how to liberate from mind. Again, I've been telling only the few initial factors here, but how? How is through understanding this truth about this system of feeling alive. How do you feel alive? How do you feel existing? How this consciousness occurs? How this eye consciousness, the ear consciousness, touch, the tongue and the the nose. Touch is a vast area. You feel cold. You feel temperature. You feel the pressure. You feel the depth. You feel the kind of light touch. You feel the deep touch. You feel the the liquidity. There's so many factors in the feel, and also the pain receptors. They make you feel alive. Of course they do. Why? It's so painful. It's so painful. I got a cut and it's so painful. Yeah. So who got the pain? I got the pain. Who else can get the pain? I cut my finger and it's so painful. I'm in pain. So can you understand this? Who got the pain? I got the pain. Who got the pain? Who is I? Then you keep digging into that. Actually, who got the pain? And we keep understanding. There's a belief that there is an I who is feeling the pain, but there is a pain. So that's the body consciousness. That's the point we are telling. So because there is this sensory organs, we feel alive. We keep understanding that. And on top of this thing, this the bundle of baby, that's a feeling baby. That's a feeling baby. The baby feels everything. Baby feels the light. If you put a torch onto the baby's eyes, he blink like a disaster happened. If you shout, the baby will be like shaken very quickly because the ear doesn't know what to do. And yeah, there's things that the baby is like a bundle of a feel, but this bundle of fields get together and form another new vibration that is the mind. This mind is a big deal now for us. If you're like 40 years old or 35 years of age, you have a story for about 30, you can't remember about less than 1 year, we will just drop that. Or you may not even remember 2 years, who knows, but whatever, those maybe 34 years then, if you are 35, maybe you might have some idea that world that we keep thinking that this happened to me this age, I sat for exams, I got through, yeah, okay, yeah, I got married also, I have 2 kids now, okay, now I'm on, I work there, yeah, okay, so who is I? You get confused if you actually do this research. You really will get confused. So this I is actually a belief. It's a belief. That's a belief that ruined the whole thing, but it's a belief. But you can't, just because I'm saying this or just because Lord Buddha is telling this, no one will believe that either. Joel can't believe this just because I'm telling this now, today in a forum. Oh, she kept telling that there's no self. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I should think about it. Yeah, you can think about it too. Or better than thinking about it, do a research. Touch something and see. Did you touch it? Do this research yourself. Smell something and see. what did the smell do to you? Is there a duality? Yes, there is a duality. How did that duality come? It's actually a thought. But actually there is a kind of a duality. That's why the thought has been arising. So we keep understanding, we keep investigating this, and we understand this thought process is actually a construct where we got trapped. Just because you understand this, you are not going to go resign from your job and tell the kids you die because I'm not going to feed you anymore. That's not the thing. That's not the thing. You just keep doing what you're doing. It's fine. But in deep down that none of these things are actually true. Why? It's a manifestation. What's the manifestation of your puppy dog? Well, that puppy dog has a different manifestation, but it's the same. The dog can be in your room, so it's the same room, isn't it? So you sitting on the floor, the dog is sitting on the floor, same place, kind of really near. But do you think the dog's manifestation is similar to your manifestation? No. Oh, just imagine there's a cockroach also. What about the cockroach's manifestation? What is his world? It's the same room though. And there could be a fly also. What's his manifestation? What are his perceptions? But it's the same room. So it's really interesting. Just really interesting. Scientifically, that's why I actually got dragged into R.N. Vance's sermons, because I was kind of researching about what this really means, so that I mean, I don't think everyone would be dragged to this field just because of that. So it's up to everyone to do this research. But when you keep doing the research, one day you might actually feel that in whatever the one single thought, it can be a crow, sound of a crow. And you might directly feel the vibration without actually being in the mind. And you know that it's actually the speed occurrence of the ear faculty that happen. And you might actually encounter or feel the non-vibration, kind of absence of the duality. But the sound is still there. Nothing has happened to anything. But just that you felt this discontinuation of your ever feeling me, then you might understand this. That is the beginning of your path, actually. But this may be too much for Joel. But anyway, answer is complicated. Answer should be told slowly. But if you ask me in one sentence, can you tell me in one sentence? It's all about understanding how this, mirage, or how this illusion, or how this dream is happening. Does this make sense, Joel?
Yes, doctor. Actually, it made sense. Now I can understand that all these thoughts are kind of illusions, and we must not cling on to those things, and we must not get stuck onto those things, but see it from
Actually,
outside of ourselves.
Joel, the you know what you said, we should not cling on to something. Actually speaking, end of the day, if you actually feel this truth, you will understand that what we call we is the mirage. because there was nothing to cling. We thought there is something to cling. That is that is the issue here, that we feel this, this as existing. So because the world is existing, we feel as existing. But if you don't feel the world as existing, your power here is also going to get zero. But that doesn't mean you are dying. That's the thing. This is so much blissful states. But you will be continuing your work without any burning inside your mind. But as you said, first we feel, when we hear this Dhamma, we feel that, then if we understand that, we will not cling to anything. But what actually happens is, we keep understanding that we was a misunderstanding. We say money for the clinging part, the money is a thought. Just imagine the thought. If we take thought, the money, if the money is a mirage, what are you going to cling to? So where are you now? So it's a kind of the two sides of a coin. Because if you feel some value to the money, that is you. There's no separate you. So if you feel the cross sound, that is you. There's no separate you feeling the cross sound. That is a misunderstanding. Did you get the point? It's a bit too hard maybe for you, but if you get it just for fraction of a second, you might get it. And it's just understanding this, any sensory organ sparking, if that has a value, that is you. There's a spark. Actually, life is spark, 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 spark. That is the life. But where here now we think, I should not like any spark. That is the wrong view actually. There's no me here to like any spark. Actually, that value of the spark is the me. That's why the spark, we feel alive. We feel like this power to hit someone, power to kill someone, lie, do bad stuff, or do even good stuff. It doesn't mean anything good or bad is also, two ends of your mind. It's just the mind. But if we actually fully understand Dhamma, you understand any of these words we talk, even now, the words I talk, are actually inside this dream. If you feel this, you'll be feeling so light at this moment, Joel, because you understand, oh my, why did I suffer so much? Actually, when I listened to Aran once say very long time ago, like 5 years ago maybe, I randomly came across his, no one told me about that, just randomly came across his sermons because I was researching in the YouTube. So he was telling that you have never touched your anything. Actually, you feel like you're touching something, but actually what you think it is you think it is something, like just imagine you are touching your car. It's a thought that you get that I'm touching the car, but what happens actually, there is a touch sensation. There is a touch sensation, but because also of the speedy occurrence of the touch sensory receptors. That's all that is there. But we feel, I touch my car, I wash my car, it's so beautiful, we have so much big story. That is how it is. Did you get the point that we clinging to something, that story gets dissolved anyway?
Yes, doctor.
Yeah. That would be grateful if you can actually get a sense of this. Do you have any more questions, Joy?
I would like others to ask some questions, please. I'm trying to understand what you said.
Yeah, okay. You would ask later? Yeah, okay. So coming back to Srangika's question, again, she's asking a difficult question too, because now I have to explain her how I feel the car, or how I would feel the taste of sweet or taste of salt. So there is a dilemma here, because this liberation from mind is also something that you have to feel. And actually you feel it, and you feel that, and actually feeling the non-vibration or absence of this vibration. Actually there's no new vibration called non-vibration. The absence of vibration is also a feel. So Sarangika, you put me in a very great difficulty in telling these answers. You wanted me to actually give a simile or an example. Well, it's very difficult, because the particular moment we say the mind is not there, so it's directly in the feel. So the directly in the feel, if you have correctly practiced this Dhamma, it will come to you that it is the speedy occurrence of the whatever the sensory organ at that particular moment. And that's where you would actually, the duality might vanish. So, what do you think, Suranka? I don't think I did any good thing to your question, did I?
It's difficult, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah, I can give only tips. So the tips for you would be actually just feel it. So to feel it, as I told to Joel, you have to fully understand this Dhamma. Yes, I think that part is happening anyway. You have been listening to this Dhamma for a long time. And then you should give that system, so-called Surangika. I mean, there is a system, yes, but we call it Surangika. That system a chance. How? As I said, have, restful times to the mind as well as the body. And, have some deep thinking about this Dhamma. But if you have done deep thinking too much, maybe just give a break. Because I know a lot of our Dhamma listeners do a lot of thinking about these factors. Because thinking is not going to give you the liberation from the mind, because thinking is the thinking. Thinking is the mind. Actually, I should mention this. There's no any actual organ called mind, Joel. There's no actual specific place or any. It's not a. It's like we call some drops of water. We call it rain, like that. Rain is like fast occurrence of water in one direction. We call it rain, and water in one direction, fast flowing, we call it river. Likewise, this mind is actually fast occurrence of thoughts only. That's why we feel all the time, and everything is inside that. When we are trapped inside the mind, that is where all the time and all this misunderstandings are. It's okay. It's okay. I mean, you come back to mind anyway. It's just understanding this is so paramount that to come to this thing. And when you understand this anyway, the power is going to go down dramatically. Power of the thoughts, because you keep understanding there's no me. Then what's the big deal? Then you keep understanding this importance of this stimulus is the only power that we feel. That is why we suffer, because there is some, we feel the any thought, there is so much value we give. How much value we give, we get suffering. That's all. But that doesn't mean, so we have to be careful here. That doesn't mean that we are going to just, forget about everything, because at the end you understand that stimulus was the only thing that was there. So if the stimulus was the son, or stimulus was the daughter, you understand that that stimulus was the only thing that was there, not me. But we felt as there is me because of there was that additional power. Without the additional power, it is so easy to become the person in front of you. You can feel, as an example, if Aranwanse is here, Aranwanse can easily become Joel and feel, the vibration of Joel and try to help Joel to become the non-vibration. That's how it is. That's how it works. Because there is no power at all in here, it is so easy to become the stimulus, or become the thought that you have, or become the main good thing is the word is the stimulus, because otherwise it gives you, because stimulus covers this value of the thought, covers the actual the dream, the perception, and or the perception of the, if you take the example as a chair, the value of the chair, and as well as the perception of the chair, and also the feel that you have the chair is existing. That's actually Aranwanse's most famous example, the chair. Do you feel chair is there? Then you are there. So Surangika, I know I didn't help you. So anything I don't know, anything I can help you with, because I can give you anything we can do is to give you so much about this truth and also some clues. So take it easy, because you know the truth now. So you have to take it easy, otherwise your thinking process will get worse. Because if there is a power in the thinking process, it's very difficult to go to the field. So recurrent thoughts, that's the Joel first time question was how to prevent recurrent thoughts. We are not even trying to prevent thoughts down here. Actually, we are trying to understand thoughts and actually pierce the thoughts. That's a good word, I would say. Pierce the thought, not physically, but through your wisdom. So when you pierce the thought with its wisdom, you will be directly in the field anyway. Feel is not the magic, but the actually feeling the non-vibration is the importance, or the absence of duality, absence of the vibration. Then you know the difference of the the other question of you. How do you differentiate between the feel and the non-vibration, or feel and the what your wordings were like, how to understand the these mental formations with the power and without the power, isn't it?
Yeah, I think just the basic kind of sense of happiness when you see a friend seems to be, this could be, it feels as if that is easily distinguishable And, if, for example, if your favorite cat dies, or if you see somebody, something that is a typical sad event, you just feel a little sad, but that kind of thing seems to be easily discernible. But when it comes to, slightly other types of emotions like irritation, and then, things like that, I think
Irritation is there because of the vibration.
yeah, so that type of thing, sometimes you feel as if you don't know whether it's like bordering on, I think it's bordering on whether it is just an emotion in terms of dukkak nati dukkak type of thing. But then one of the things Aryan Maharshi always tells us is that you have to be totally and brutally honest with yourself. And it is that question that needs to be, really cleared. And if one is really clearing that aspect, to be truly honest, then that is where that clearance and that clarification is required, Dr. Kokila. So I also thought, I'm just saying it like I also thought now here, that irritation is, as you said, there is a vibration. However low it is, there is still a self-vibration, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Until
so like
being
that,
an
there could be,
arahant, there would be a vibration. And slowly the vibration will go down. And there would be a stage where you don't feel the vibration. And there would be a stage where, so I can't even remember now the Nancy says, you know it better than me because I can't keep track with these words, Pali words, but you know that you initially feel it. That is the vibration. That is the most important part. You have to know the vibration, yes. But then you will feel that the non-vibration, and at the end, actually, you will become the non-vibration so that you don't actually feel it differently. But what I'm trying to say is, what the confusion here is, if you don't know the non-vibration, because there is no confusion if you actually has felt the non-vibration, and you feel the vibration, you know that you haven't become you are not an around, that's all. What do you think?
Yes, the what shall I say, the challenge is the distinguishing the mind conscious features of the mind.
Stop the distinguishing. It will happen one day. Because you are trying to do that. Definitely, if you are trying to distinguish something, you have to do it through the mind, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's not as if it's it's an overt attempt either, Dr. Kokila, because that
No, there is a subconscious thing though.
Yeah, I think now it has, now that earlier the overt attempt has gone, because you have said it so many times not to do it. And even through the last few weeks, discourses of Aryan Mahansa also, particularly his talks about the perception, the very, very deep analysis of that, all that really helps to clarify deeper, in order to, understand just one thing, that there is absolutely nothing, the shunyata, with the nothingness that gets exemplified by everything that he says. So now it is as if, as you, I think, quite rightly said, it's like a subconsciously trying to, there's a subconscious awareness kind of thing, isn't it? That is probably
just let it go.
Where the question arose.
Yeah, let it go. The question, drop the question and keep feeling. What's the big deal about that? If you're feeling something, it is a vibration. And I think that's being honest.
Yeah, that was the part also, that was the thing where the just dropping it
Okay,
was
now
being
I
honest.
know, and I know the problem now, but because at the other side, you know, the third thing is understanding that whatever you feel is an outcome of your sensory organ, the speed that should be there, 100%. 100%. That step, if you actually haven't done that step properly, you haven't felt the non-vibration at least once, then there is a problem anyway. We have a challenge, 100%. We have a challenge. So the challenge is, one thing is not to do anything. It's a challenge because we always want to do something. Let it go. We don't know how to let it go because we want to actually drag on to something. We don't like to let it go because then we don't feel alive. So we are scared that we might not feel alive if we let go. That's the basic thing, that why we are fighting to keep alive. That's because we don't know that it is okay. Kind of, it is okay to die because it's kind of a feel that you can feel before even dying. I think it will complicate the picture, but
Yes, I think it might, perhaps because we have new listeners here.
yeah, because we are using these metaphors. Actually, they are metaphors because nothing is happening here. We are still alive. We are just doing all the tasks that we are supposed to do. So don't worry. But it's a metaphor that we use, you know, like why, if we are craving for the feel of alive, because we feel that we have to maintain this. So yeah, that's just let feelings occur, but just remember, actually no, I can't say even remember, just know that it is the fast occurrence. It's the speed. You're feeling something, is the speed. That's all.
Yeah.
That will give you the non-vibration. That's all I can say.
Yeah, I think that's a good thing, good point, Dr. Kokila. Everything. I mean, obviously, isn't it? After it goes without saying, isn't it? It's so obvious that it's almost like colloquially, you're staring at it, and you don't see it, kind of thing, isn't it? Colloquially speaking, yeah.
Yeah. If you
Thank
feel
you,
what
Dr.
I felt
Kokila.
just now, that's it. Yeah. All good. Anything, Dr. Sakuntala and Sutama, anything to add? I think our time is, we have only 2 minutes more.
It's almost 2 minutes, Dr. Kokila. Yeah, I was listening to that and it's really nice. And of course, this conversation to distinguish between feel and the mind, it's the biggest question all of us have. And I was also trying to understand it, Dr. Kokila. Just there's just 1 minute to, I mean, it's the same question that Miss Durangika asked from you. So yesterday you said when you are in the mind, you don't see the beauty of the present moment. So actually,
that's also a kind of a metaphor. So don't get driven by that, because if there's a person to actually see the beauty, there is a person to see. So don't get carried away by, because he's a newcomer, I can't put kind of all the stuff there. But actually the metaphor I use for him is true for him.
Okay.
That's not applicable to you though. You have listened to Dhamma for a long time. because actually in the field there is no thought involved.
Dr. Kokila, is this feel is something more or less similar to the original sensation of the sensory faculty, like radiant mind experience?
Radiant mind experience is that has a this
Is it
sasava.
something, yeah,
The
no,
problem
this,
is understanding that's the Surangika's question. How did you understand the feel without the chains?
Mm.
That question is underlying her question.
Yeah. Yes.
Because it is all hidden in that is her question, because this you feel is not the final complete happiness. Feel also has this, this there is some more to understand. That's why you keep understanding that it's just it's just sensory organs. That's all. Speed of the sensory organs. You feel something. Yes, that's it.
But
Even if you're feeling happy, that is just a mind sensor. That's fine. That's not a big problem. But you just have to have a big understanding about that. That gives you the way to feel the sensory organ without the power. But there is a problem because we can't actually say that, because even the feel can't be explained. How can you explain the non-feel? Isn't it?
yes, that's where you say let go and don't be scared to let go and take time and patience, all those advices.
No, even those words are wrong. If I say be patient, that is also wrong. There is a person to be patient. Actually, let go has a deep meaning than that. Because in our vocabulary, let go means, oh, I'm angry with that person, I'm letting go that. Let him be. I don't care. But still, you know that, you still have the underlying grudge, but you have let go. That's not that kind of let go. It's in one stimulus that that the complete letting go of the mind means there's no mind there. It's just
And that goes to your other point, Dr. Kokila, where you said letting go is not an overt act, Sudharma.
No.
It is like piercing the thought. By piercing the thought, you know that the thought is a dud. There is nothing in it. And when you know that, the thought and the stimulus and the value attached to it, everything collapses. And that is what is meant by let go. So not the conventional way we use the word let go and the meaning attached to that. So it's quite deep.
Because I can easily let go my car, or if someone comes, take it. That's not the let go. But that is a one kind of let go also, because I heard in 7 o'clock one some that mayor, the what is the word, Samanmali? Is it
Swarnamali?
Swarnamali was telling, people has to have some, qualities like that. That is well before understanding this Dhamma. So you should be able to let go. If you want the car, you take it. That's kind of good letting go as well. But that's actually not what we mean in here. The meanings we talk here is quite deep. It's in direct one stimulus we talk about. Because the non-vibration is also felt in one stimulus initially.
Ultimately, what would happen is the power will die down. It will diminish, no thought power. When we
Definitely. Definitely,
Yeah, that is why ultimately also you come around to
Anyway,
the
when
same thing. Yeah.
when someone is actually awakened from the dream, that's complete kind of a super happiness throughout. Whether you are even in a sad moment, you have the happiness as well as the sadness. That is a beauty. But there is another answer that I can give for Surangika. Because you are sad as well as you are happy. That is
We have taken 5 minutes already, Dr. Kokila. Sorry.
yeah, okay. Actually, yeah. So thank you so much.
Terence.
We'll thank Joel first, and yeah, thank you so much for coming. We are open to you can question us every day. We can answer you every day. That's fine. We are ready for that. Our friends' questions can wait because they have been here with us for a long time. They are always here in this forum. So you're more than welcome to ask any question. Feel free. And we worship our Advancer as every day. He guides us every day. He reminds us our kind of, the path. And thank you, everyone. May Triple Gem bless you all.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank
Thank
you.
you, Dr. Kokila. Teruvan Saranai.
Buddothpado, loving and kind. You came like light to free the blind from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpado,
Seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind, you spread the truth so clear, so bright. The Dharma's flame, the guiding light, you reawakened Buddha's way. The Sasana shining day by day, through your compassion calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpado, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step you lead us on until the night the fear is gone. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh Aryayani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, oh noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpado, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done. Buddothpado, you show the path through gentle modes and sermons vast. Buddothpado, loving and kind. In the dark of the dreaming mind, a bell of truth is calling near. Through the smoke of fear and time, a single word makes the path appear. Buddothpado. It's time to rise. Open your eyes, break through the night of lies. It's time for Nibbana within. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. Let awakening begin. When the last breath falls in peace, the storm of the self grows still. With Buddothpado on the lips, the heart returns to silence and will. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. It's time to rise. Open your eyes, break through the night of lies.
Buddothpado, Buddothpado. It's time to open your eyes. Open your eyes. It's time for Nibbana, for Nibbana. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. Awake humans, be awakened humans. It's your liberation that comes through. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. The last breath will be so peaceful, so peaceful. With Buddothpado, Buddothpado. Wake up, wake up, wake up to the truth. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. Spring of wisdom rising bright, spring of love radiant light, spring of joy that fills the earth, timeless heart of sacred birth, wisdom of Asia, shining
liberation from all birth, liberative from mind's deep thirst, liberation from fear and death, freedom carried on each breath,
wisdom of Asia, everglow.
dispelling ignorance with light,
Dispelling suffering as we rise, compassion,
opening all eyes.
wisdom of Asia, steady flow.
Truth of life and truth of mind,
Truth no time can leave behind.
truth
I was lost in a maze, the maze of samsara, going on circles where there was no way out. The walls whispered of lives I'd lived before, each step was a shadow knocking on a closed door. I carried all my suffering, carried all my doubts, but inside had the feeling there is a way out. With Buddothpado guiding light, showing in bright in the night, showing me the way in the darkness of the night. Wipe away the tears cried before with fear. Every step brings happiness as the path is true and clear. With Buddothpado guiding light will shine bright and clear, showing you the way out of the maze of samsaric fear. But Buddothpado guiding light will shine bright and clear, showing you the way in the darkness of the night.
Good morning, everybody. So, our morning discourse. Right now, the world feels already there, already been, already finished. Objects feel complete. People feel real. Thoughts feel true. Emotions feel real, personal, powerful, and there is a me, a self, seems to stand in the center of all this, all of it. But what if the world is not simply being observed? What if this world is not strong, real as we feel it? What if it is constantly being painted, colored, assembled by thought itself? So today we explore how thoughts shape experience, how meaning colors this reality, how repetition solidifies this illusion, and how self appears inside this painted world. So before any of these thoughts, objects, world appear, and how thought interprets this experience, what actually exists. Mm. Mhm. Right. But if we thoroughly look into the deep in the root, we'll see all of these are just vibrant. So at this simple, there's no objective, there's no story, there's no meaning, just simple senses that appear and disappear. There's no object, there's no story, there's no meaning, just simply a bunch of processes appearing and disappearing, bunch of sense contacts appearing and disappearing. Just these patterns, simple sensory events. Just that's the best way to put it. Simple sensory events. Seeing occurring and it's gone. Sound, hearing occurring, it's gone. Smell, tasting, touch, texture, they occur and they are gone. But the mind does not remain with those patterns, do they? Because now this interpretation begins immediately. And the thing is, nobody does this thought. Nobody make them appear. It happens automatically as a natural phenomenon. So, what left as a simple sense of content now start to make the whole story. A first contact, sense of contact appears. Then this resonance awakens with connected patterns, similar frequencies. And if that sense of contact, this frequency is used to make a thought, then now it's just not this sound or vision resonate, but also it comes with that whole thing, that whole package, that whole combination of sense of contacts. Now we hear a sound, and in our mind, that sound, any sound, also start listening. But now it's not simple. We have a thought created before with that. So now that thought also appears, comes with this sound as a whole package, not even separately. All of those things comes together. Not just one, but since childhood to this moment, that's how thought came. So now our mind has used to get thoughts immediately, then the sense of contact itself. So now it's not, we can't even see that sense of contacts are the resonating ones and the thought comes within with it. We see as the thought came itself, alone itself. That's how this thought has, this appearing and disappearing of thoughts has got powerful. This process got powerful. We got used to this, and now we don't even notice that thought, this process. Thought is already there now. But no matter how speed, how unnoticeable it is, this process is the reason still we get thought. Even though we can't see the process, this process is rapidly happening there. Because we are used to that way, now it has so because we are now it happens even more faster. Hard to note. So if the mind is powerful, if these thoughts are taken as real, if those thoughts has more value, this thought doesn't end there. It triggers more thoughts and more thoughts and more thoughts. Our mind starts to work non-stop. It becomes a vehicle itself. So now, one simple sense of contact has triggered the whole network story. For example, let's take like a smell. When we get a smell, we immediately reminded of something past, somewhere like a place or a person or a certain situation. But we just got a sound and nothing was happening apart from this sound, apart from the smell. So you can see this thoughts creating process that also happens automatically. Nobody does it. Since now we are used to create thoughts, they create it created automatically. So even we don't know we had that kind of memory, that kind of thought. So when you smell it, we remember suddenly of that place, that's it. So that's a nice day. And that also, even that created thought also came to this moment without us control. So this thought happening process as well as these thoughts resonating, appearing again and again. That process also happens without us controlling. These are natural phenomena. They happen automatically. Everything happens under. Likewise, a sound activates images, taste, smell. Let's say we hear the sound pineapple, and immediately, even though from our sense of contact we don't get any smell or taste, but from mentally we almost like feel the smell of this pineapple, taste of this pineapple. It's like, but not as separate, but as a one whole thing, like real existing thing, with the smell, with the taste, not as a combination of these things of content, but it looks like since the contents are part of this thing. That's how we feel. That's how the thought has become so powerful now. So we just only have to figure just one sense of content, and the rest happens on its own. The most powerful one appears, the most recent, most powerful, most similar frequency. These are the ones that appear. Sometimes when we see something, we get different thoughts completely because we are not sure what it is. Because not only one thought, but several thoughts are has created with thought vision. Imagine when there are hundreds of thoughts that feels real like that, and we can't even see it as not true. We can't see it's not the real. We blindly believe and we suffer over it. We are suffering over our mental performances. We are suffering over our own mind. So this mind is the fabulous, this sense of content, this whole story together. This mind combines this sense of content and forms a thought that feels real, that feels existing on its own. A thing. It feels like it feels so strong that even it feels like sense of contacts are part of it, not as sense of contacts are combined and has created the thought, but it feels like sense of contacts are just part of it. But this thought, this thing, this object exists on its own. That's how these thoughts has become. That's how these thoughts has got stronger when we keep using it, when we keep believing, giving it value. Thoughts appears strongly, not just like each and every thought. And on top of that, the self is also appears. So let's get back to the object. Thought. It doesn't end there. Let's say we see a vision and suddenly a thought appears. We recognize it as an apple. It doesn't simply end there. If it's stronger enough, more thought starts to follow. This is good. This is dangerous. This matters. And if something happens to it, more emotions follow. We get sad, we get happy, we get angry, we get hatred, we start to love, we start to like it, we start to keep it. Whatever we feel, we think it's good. We think happiness is good, sadness is bad, but both of those are suffering itself. So the world is not just perceived, it is emotional, constructed, not even continuous, existing. Each and every moment constructed, reconstructed again and again and again. It is different from person to person. So if the world we experience is here out there, then the world, every person experience should feel same, similar. They should get the same experience. But it's not like that. For two different people experience is two different experiences. Those two people can experience the same contact, but differently. Different words, different emotion, different thoughts are occur because meaning differs. Their perception, their interpretation differs. Thoughts are colors, color to this reality through interpretation. Thoughts makes this fake reality, this illusion stronger. The more we believe, give value to the thought, the more stronger this illusion gets, this fake reality gets. But somehow, no matter how we say, when it comes to reality, when it comes to practical world, this painted world still feels real. Why is that? So now this illusion deepens. This painted reality feels external and solid. Why? Because the process of this painting becomes invisible. That's the main reason. If we see it as a process, as a reconstruction, not as one solid truth reality, then we know it's an illusion, it's not real. But we can't see this process. We only see the final thought. When a color occurs, when seeing occurred, immediately we get the thought of chair. We can't even see the fact that we seeing occur, and because of that seeing this resonating happen on the chair here, we immediately see it as a chair, like the chair is already there. So because of this process becomes invisible, this mind no longer sees this content, this activation, this combination, this interpretation, this whole process. It is only the finished thought, this illusion, and we take it as the reality, blindly believe it as the reality itself. So this painting, this illusion, this reconstruction, whatever we call, it becomes mistaken for reality itself. So no, not just one thought, but chain of thought expand this illusion. Even we are taking in deep and deeper into it. One thought leads to another, then another, then another. Thought chains expand reality, creating stories, creating relationships, creating future, art, fear, design, identity. We can say countless words, things that this thoughts, this fake reality creates, gives us. But all of these are thoughts. So now a whole world exists. We don't see them as thoughts. We see them as different, different things because their names are different. We feel they are different, different things. But in the end, all of these things are just thoughts that have different names, different shapes, different colors. But all of them are just mental formations, thoughts, an illusion. But we don't see it in that way. We see them as separate things that exist out there. So, which makes this world real, vivid, solid. Soon, a whole world exists, painted through these connected thoughts, objects, but we take in as the truth. And because thinking never fully stops, the painting continuously reconstructed, refreshes itself. That's why we feel like we are living in the same world, existing world, a continuous, solid world. But the thing is, each and every moment, this world is constructing, reconstructing. We think we are looking at the same chair, but we are looking at the thought of chair. But that thought is similar to the previous thought, frequency of that previous thought. So we mistake it as that previous thought itself. So that's why we are thinking, this is the same chair we saw yesterday. That's our ignorance of this truth. That's why we are blindly believing this illusion, blindly believing this is the exact chair, that thought, that from yesterday, but it's not. It's a new thought, reconstructed right at this moment, but similar of the frequency to the previous one. Now, not just this chair, but each and every object in situation, past events were taken blindly as reality, as existing like that. That's why the world feels continuous. But we are suffering for an illusion. It's not even real. Souls, they are not, they can't exist. They are not existing. They just appear and disappear like a time spark. So how can a previous thought come to this moment like that? It already gone. But something similar to that can be reconstructed at this moment. That's what happens. But somehow we ignorantly taken it as the same previous reality thought itself came to this moment. Not just once, not just twice, each and every moment this rapid construction formation happens. It repeats again and again. This repetition creates this solidity. It makes this fake reality strong because we don't have time to see this process down because each and every moment a thought appears and disappears. So we are stuck in this illusion. We can't skip it. We can't get out of it. So these repeated thoughts strengthen the patterns, this illusion. When we see a chair again and again and again, not just once, not just twice, but when we see again and again, what we are doing is we are reconstructing the thought again and again, each and every time. Because of this repetition, it gets powerful. Because we are used to it, it becomes natural automatically now. Yes, we see the chair, and immediately thought appears. At the beginning, it took some time, but when we used to it, when the thought used to reconstruct that again and again, now it comes so fast, easily. That's why we feel now this reconstruction as reality. That's why we feel this chair is existing on its own there. That's why we can't see this creation, reconstruction of the chair. But instead, because it's happening so fast, we blindly believe it is already there, existing on its own. So can you imagine, not just for the chair, but for each and everything that we are familiar with, our thoughts that rapidly occurred and occurred. Now we are so used to that. Now this reconstruction happens immediately, fastly, even without us noticing. So these familiar constructions become stable, which makes it appear faster, sooner, which makes it even more hard to see through the process, disillusion, which makes them easily recognizable, certain, and automatic. So that's how we can see this process, because now we are so used to these thoughts appearing and disappearing. They happen so fast because of this repetition, because of this habitual use of it. So it creates this feeling of truth, because now we are used to it. It happens immediately, so fast, we can see the process. So it creates a feeling of fake reality, a feeling of truth. Not because something is absolute, but because it has repeated constantly. Now it appears immediately, without effort. So we don't notice the truth behind it, the construction, the process behind it. So not just one thought, but similar thought repeated rapidly. Let's go back to the same thought of chair. We saw a chair before, and again we saw it again. So because this thought of chair appears immediately, and also now it happens so fast, almost immediately, because now we are used to it. Because of this repeat, because of this similar thought repeated rapidly, it creates this illusion of permanence. Because when we see, when the scene occurs, it immediately gives the thought of shame. And each and every time it happens again and again, it creates, there is a chair over there, an illusion of a permanent chair over there. That's how we feel this chair exists. Permanent solid chair exists over there. But each and every time the thought of chair is reconstructed. But it happens so fast and it happens again and again. It creates this illusion of continuous reality, permanent, solid reality. Just like repeated brushstrokes, building a solid image. A single brushstroke is simple, single. We can see it's just a line, a stroke. But when they are repeated again and again, it is a whole one reality, a picture, whole thing. So now comes the deepest layer. Now we see a world based on sound, shares are their thought, papers, book, whatever object is out there in that world. And then there comes another thought, like the way this thought of chair appears immediately. There is another thought that was connected to each and every thought, that is the self. So when every time an object, a thing appears, a thought appears, with that there is a self also appears. It happens immediately, like the way that chair, thought of chair appears, when we keep using it again and again repeatedly, it gets used to it, and now the self is also got used to it in that way. It appears also like that. So we don't see it as a process. We see it as an instant appearance. So now, when we see a chair, on the other side, there is this thought, that feeling, that power of that thought, that it feels like I am here. I am the one looking at this chair. I am the one experiencing, affected by, thinking, doing everything here. So this, there's now an ownership, a self. The self doing everything. The self owns everything. My thoughts, my emotions, my experience, my body. I am working, I am thinking, I am doing everything. I am affected by outside things. Now there's this self affected by, influenced by this fake reality, these fake objects. But now we know that in these things, there's the self cannot be affected by this illusion, this fake reality, unless the self itself is also a fake illusion. So the center appears with this self in an over a meaning. But the self is also painted through repeated ownership, through repeated thoughts, through repeated identification, again and again.